Good morning, good morning, good morning. I can't believe we're saying this, but it's Wednesday, October 1st. I don't even know what's happening. I feel like we have lived 100 years, and today we're going to just take a bit of a break from everything we've been covering and just gallop off on a side quest together to watch the Cardi B trial. Look, for those of you that did not keep up with it when it was going on, it's because it was right in the middle of the Adelson trial. And we were all in Donna Adelson's trial. But Cardi B did go to trial in a civil case out in like the Alhambra courthouse in California. And the audio, the camera, the white balance, all of it would be great if it was like 1978. But it is what it is. I know a lot of you have seen clips of Cardi B's testimony in this case. It is my plan to see if we can do a trial in a day. This was a 4-day trial. We are going to skip a lot of the witnesses. It is not a complete rewatch of the trial because I think for this civil case, the most important part is what the security guard that's suing Cardi B has to say and what Cardi B has to say. I think those are the two most important parts. And again, I'm interested to see how it goes. We are going to watch opening statements, then we will get into the plaintiff's testimony, and then we will get into Cardi B's testimony. And as I was pulling together clips, because not a lot of media outlets streamed it, so I was pulling together pool feeds, I saw something that you all have asked me about 1,000,000+ times. And today it's going to happen. So just hold on tight because today we are going to see something that we have not technically yet seen in a trial that we have watched together. So hold on to your butts because we are going to see that too. So this morning I have some snackies, we've got some coffee, and we're going to do all of the things. So we're here for a little bit of a rewatch from this trial from last month. Because I haven't watched it yet. Some of you have not watched it. Some of you have. Some of you have watched parts of it. So we're going to watch the key testimony. That's my goal. And then if we bump into tomorrow, we'll bump into tomorrow as well. We'll see how we go. It took so much effort to find the complete opening statements from the attorneys. It's as if even the pool camera didn't care. The pool camera was like, blah, 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 get to Cardi B. But we have the opening statements. Spoiler, the opening statements are like 10 minutes for each side. So it is a different case. I will give a quick summary of the case after we roll the intro. We're going to go to court. Some of you have asked, did Dr. B replace the mug? No, but one of our amazing law nerds sent me one. And Octo sent me one. So I have a mug. I have a backup. The one that got broken has been sacrificed to the shelf so nobody accidentally uses it. But I've got a homemade cappuccino. I've got some snackies. You guys, you're going to get to see this in a few days. But Wild Grain has new donuts for the fall. So I've got one of those queued up. I got some snacks. We need some snacks. So Pam Knox says the case isn't live. It's not live. Like we're going to watch live court. We're just watching we're hitting it in syndication. We're watching the rerun. It's not airing today, but it's new to me, new to some of you and the rest of it. So it's time to go to court. It's time to go to court. Are we ready for court? I'm ready for court. I'm ready for some court. We need a minute. We need to hop into a civil case and we get to finally do the thing that I've been asked about so much. So we're going to have to just wait for that to happen. We ready? I got coffee. I need my caffeine. It was a late night. I was covering a football game for the snack bar. Game went into overtime. And we're like, well, we could still sell stuff. So we're into overtime. It's fine. It's all good. All right. Let's roll the intro. Let's talk about this case. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. So for those of you that have not caught clips of this case, that's fine. For those of you that have, that's fine. It's hard for me to be like, no spoilers, but as long as we don't spoil the verdict, but this has already happened, so we know some of the things. What I think most of you are probably aware of is that Cardi B had some hilarious moments on the stand, and that's the part we're going to get to. But I feel like it's only fair if we're going through a trial to maybe glean some legal things from the trial in addition to watching Cardi B's testimony. She is being sued. So you will see that I called the case just Ellis versus Cardi B. Could I put in Cardi B's full name? Sure. But when she takes the stand, she's like, you can call me Cardi B. And I'm like, great. Well, I'll take that as permission. So the plaintiff is Emani Ellis. She was a security guard at the building or the office where Cardi B went to have an OB appointment when she was pregnant with her first child. Cardi B said that there was a verbal altercation because the security guard was recording her. She didn't want people to know she was pregnant at the time, which even if you're not a celebrity, like I get it. And she didn't want to be filmed when you're going to, well, the gynecologist to talk about your pregnancy. And the security guard says that Cardi B assaulted her and scratched her face, and she needed plastic surgery to fix her face being scratched. For some of you, I did not back up far enough. Who is Cardi B? Cardi B is a singer, rapper, a celebrity, reality TV star, and now trial star. For those of you saying there's another case, Cardi B's had a couple cases. This is the one from the doctor's office that went to trial last month. So this, from Cardi B's end, it is a get up out of my face. From the security guard's end, it is a you assaulted me, scratched me, I needed plastic surgery. So we are going to see, we're going to see what happens. For all of you that have seen this case, thank you for just being like, oh, girl, just wait. Oh, girl, just wait. And for those of you that haven't watched it, we're going to see some different lawyering than we've seen before, a different courthouse than we've seen before, a civil case, and that one thing in life that we have not witnessed together. So thank you for no spoilers. I have seen, as I said, clips on social media, and I have gone through and pulled all of the trial. It was a 4-day trial with a fairly quick verdict for a civil case. This is not a criminal case. This is the jury deciding, who's telling the truth, essentially, in this civil case. It's a you said, she said, she said. Who is telling the truth? With all things, Zoom, this is such a perfect song reference. A, I love Finger Love, and B, yes, this song. It is. Today is the one thing. So for all of you that are waiting for them to find the one piece, we have found the court equivalent of the one piece in this case. It was buried in there, but we found it. We found it in this case. So we're going to start with opening statements. We're going to have to jump through a couple different feeds because it's going to take a little bit of time. We will not watch every single witness. I love that. Oh, they're even bigger than they were yesterday. Wait, that might be too big because they cover up the nameplate. They're definitely bigger than they were yesterday. We're gonna have to keep dialing it in. But you guys say you can read them, so we might have to just shift them a little bit. But they are definitely not small. All of you on mobile, let me know how they look to you. All right, we're gonna have some brunch because I've got coffee and snacks, so it's brunch. The enormous chats. I mean, we'll dial it in. They are a little bit large, but you guys are like, we can read them, so that's fantastic. All of you are like, looks good. All right, perfect. We'll see what Team Baker thinks, but they might need to shift just a little bit. But we don't want them to cover up the live court banner for in court. But you guys are saying it's perfect on mobile. Okay, great. Mobile's like perfect. Well, I said we'll keep dialing it in. I love it. I love it. We get, new day, new opportunities. Shall we fly to Los Angeles, chat? Should we fly to Los Angeles? I think we should. Let's go to Los Angeles. All right, let's go to court, shall we? Bring the jury.
Bring the jury.
They've already got the jury. We're on replay. I'm going to put replay up so there's no confusion.
Basically, at this
We're getting into opening statements. I'm going to try to gain this up a little bit. Give me one. I had done it last night and then the computer refreshed, so now it doesn't sound like it's gained up. But yeah, the plaintiff's attorney starts with basically, it's time for me to do opening statements, which, it's not a strong opening line. Basically, I just have to tell you things. Sounds good, counsel. That's great. Let's do that. So hopefully the court replay is not confusing because this trial went on in September. So let's hope the audio is a little bit better and let's go.
point, I'm going to be giving an opening. Basically, at this point, I'm going to be giving an opening statement on
Plaintiff's attorney. The plaintiff is a security guard accusing Cardi B of assaulting her. And, well, I don't know if we'll get to see him at all because they just focus on Cardi B. But whatever. It just is what it is. Basically, it's time for me to give an opening statement is not the lead-in. It's not a fucking vibe, counsel. It's going to be a long day.
behalf of the plaintiff, Emani Ellis, to give you a little overview of what this case is about. So basically, the evidence will show that this is a case where Emani Ellis, on February 24th, 2018,
oh, there he is,
at around 7 a.m., went to her job as she usually did, as a security guard. And her job was to protect the building.
He said as she usually did. I wonder if she was terminated.
On behalf of the landlord. And she went to her job on that day, and at approximately, the evidence will show that approximately 1:30 p.m., as she was doing her rounds, she was on the 5th floor, and the defendant got off the elevator. And as the defendant got off the elevator, the evidence will show that plaintiff was excited. She was actually a fan of the defendant before this incident occurred. She was a fan of the defendant. And she said, wow, Cardi B is here, or something to that effect. And then the action happened.
She is a fan of the defendant, and then the action happened. And for all of you that said 2018, yeah. Yep.
Evidence will show that Cardi B misunderstood what happened. The plaintiff was simply excited to see her.
Just a misunderstanding,
and
folks.
made that excited utterance. The evidence will show that the plaintiff had an earpiece on her phone, in her ear. And when she was there in the building, Cardi B, again, mistakenly thought that Emani Ellis was telling people that Cardi B was at the building, but that is not the case. Plaintiff will testify that that is absolutely not the case.
Like, if somebody's like, oh my God, it's Cardi B, you're trying to keep your pregnancy a secret, you're at the OB's office and somebody's got an earbud in and is on their phone, I understand. He is saying it's Cardi B's misperception. Can you understand how Cardi B is just like, excuse me? What are you doing? Yeah, I can.
Now, Miss Ellis at the time was in uniform. She was working for Allied Security. She had a license to be a security guard.
Allied wasn't happy about this, I'm sure.
2018. Miss Ellis was hired on behalf of the owner of the building, the landlord. And the landlord has a right to tell people to come in their building or to leave their building. If someone causes a disturbance, the security guard has a right to tell somebody, sorry, you gotta leave. And if you don't leave, we're gonna call the police. Yeah, that's their right to do that. The evidence.
Counsel, the landlord of the building wasn't kicking Cardi B out of her OB's appointment. Stop it.
This will show that Cardi B was causing a disturbance. She started to yell, she started to curse, she started to really say things that don't make sense in this day and age. I think we all know that in this day and age, you don't use this type of language to people.
In this day and age, you don't curse at somebody when they're filming you and sharing your location. I agree with Cardi B. I agree with Cardi B. I agree with Cardi B. Girl, yes. Uh-huh. Subtitles. Cardi's face has subtitles. That. Counsel, are you sitting here telling this jury that right now?
Okay? I'm not going to even say the word. We'll have Emani Ellis tell you what the word is. You'll all hear how hurtful that word was to Emani Ellis. After she stated those words and hurt Emani Ellis, she then...
You haven't said how the plaintiff was hurt. Right now we've gotten her feelings were hurt by mean words. I don't know what the word is, chat. No spoilers on the word. No spoilers on the word. I want to wait. But he hasn't said how she was physically hurt. Apparently she was emotionally upset about words.
Took a swing at her and attempted to hit her in the face. The evidence will show that after that, or sometime in between that, the evidence will show that Cardi B spit on the plaintiff, actually spit on her. And that's considered, according to the law, the evidence will show that it's considered an assault and battery in and of itself. There's some law enforcement people that would actually assault someone back if they got spit on. You can't just go around spitting on people. So the evidence will show that the defendant spit on the plaintiff. And then finally, to make it all worse and make it really bad, Cardi B then in the attack cut.
Chad, if you weren't watching, as he was saying in the attack, he was making like Wolverine. No, he wasn't. He wasn't going. He was just like making like claw hands. Y'all, I hate to disappoint you. This is so much more common of an opening statement that you would see if you just walked into a courthouse on any given day than what we have seen. We have been a bit spoiled.
Emani Ellis's left cheek. She cut it with her fingernail. Cardi B is left-handed, and somehow she was able to cut the left cheek with her left hand. Okay.
This is when counsel should put up pictures. Of the plaintiff's injured left cheek. And the camera panned to the plaintiff. He was kind of pointing at the plaintiff.
Because of this attack, Emani Ellis went to a Dr. Scher. Dr. Scher is a cosmetic surgeon, or was a cosmetic surgeon. The evidence will show that Ms. Emani Ellis went to Dr. Scher to find out what can be done to help her with this cut. And
did he say
Dr.
a year
Scher
later? Did he just say a year later? I had to back up. The coughing distracted me.
The evidence will show that Ms. Emani Ellis went to Dr. Scher to find out what can be done to help her with this cut. And Dr. Scher said we need to wait for at least a year, maybe 2 years, because we want to see if it turns into a scar. You can't just run and do plastic surgery. So it did turn
into
a scar. And when she weighed, and it was also very costly. She couldn't really afford the surgery. And as we all know, in April of 2020, the pandemic started.
March.
So another couple of years were lost because plastic surgery is elective surgery. So she lived with the scar for another couple of years. And in 2021, Dr. Scher died. He passed away. The evidence will show that. In 2022, Emani Ellis went to a different doctor, Brent Mulligan, who you will hear from.
If you are a plastic surgeon, your name needs to not be Mulligan. Either that or it's brilliant. Pick one, I don't know. Chat, Mulligan as a plastic surgeon. Brilliant or terrifying? What do we think? What do we think? Cardi B can't with the person coughing either. Okay, so the original plastic surgeon said wait a year or two. Then it was the pandemic. 2021, plaintiff seeks a different doctor, Mr. Mulligan, who's going to do over the scar?
Brent Mulligan.
Oh, Mulligan.
He's a plastic surgeon.
I'm going with Mulligan. Even if it's Mulligan, I'm sorry, Dr. Mulligan, I'm going with it. I need Dr. Mulligan to just be like, look, you don't like what you were born with? I got your do-over. I got it. Don't like your nose? I got it. I got it. We can improve upon the original.
Who is designated as an expert witness in this case.
They don't care.
Will testify in his opinion why he believes where the scar came from in his opinion, which he will testify. The evidence
Is
will
there
show
a
that
scar?
he will testify in his expert opinion of being a plastic surgeon that the scar came from a fingernail. The defendant, in addition to having long fingernails of 2 to 3 inches long on a regular basis.
Did you see that counsel's head whip round? 2 to 3 inches long. Counsel's like, the fuck? Counsel's like, what did you just say? All right, we're at 2 to 3 inches long.
She also has different metal objects that are attached to the fingernails, which make it more dangerous.
Counsel. Metal objects. Are we really calling nail art metal objects? Okay. Who said Wolverine earlier in the chat?
If you're going to touch somebody's face or something.
Oh, you calling Cardi scissor hands. That's what counsel's trying to say.
You will hear from Emani Ellis. She will testify today about what happened to her. You will hear from the defendant, and then you will hear from Emani Ellis's grandmother, if we get to that point today, where she will explain a little bit about
I'm sorry, Abuela, we
the
can't.
changes that happened with Emani Ellis.
We can't with grandma
in
today.
In a civil case, it's a little bit different. It's not, the scales of justice have to be tipped just a little bit more than 50%. You don't have to prove 100%. This is not a criminal case. This is a civil case. And as the judge read, one witness, the testimony of one witness alone is sufficient for you to believe that testimony. That's in the jury instructions that were just read to you now. The testimony of a single witness is enough to prove a fact. That's what we just heard now. And you will hear from multiple witnesses. The other thing I wanted to mention before I close is
this opening statement is less than 10 minutes long, and it feels like the longest opening statement we've ever watched. Ever.
Needs to be some accountability from the defendant. The defendant has taken no accountability for what she has done. There should be some level of respect for security guards. When a security guard approaches somebody and asks them to leave the building, or approaches someone and tries to explain.
I'm just gonna put money on the fact that this security guard did not approach Cardi B and say, "Excuse me, ma'am, you're trespassing." There's no way that you are going to convince me that that's what's happened when she was on her way to a doctor's appointment. You've got to be joking me, especially someone who recognized her. The interaction was not, "Excuse me, ma'am, you're trespassing." That's just not what happened. It was, "Oh my God, you're Cardi B." Okay.
What happened, they should give some type of respect to the security guard and listen to what happened. No matter what, even if, this is not true, even if Emani Ellis told all of her friends that Cardi B was in the building, there was no reason to curse at her, spit at her, take a swing at her, and cut her face. All that is unnecessary and uncalled for.
You can't put hands on people.
With that, I ask you to keep an open mind, hear all of the evidence. Thank you very much.
And that's the end of opening statements for the plaintiff. A riveting storyteller, counsel is not. The plaintiff's perspective on this case is that plaintiff was working as a security guard. Cardi B came into the building. He vaguely alluded to the fact that the security guard deserves respect and has the ability to tell anyone entering the building on behalf of the property owner that someone has to leave and that needs to be adhered to, and that Cardi B cursed at her, said mean words, spit at her, swung at her, and scratched her face. That's the sum and substance of plaintiff's opening statement. So, on to defense opening statement. I will tell you that opening statement is more typical, as I'm getting this queued up, that opening statement is more typical of what you will see in most state courts. What we have seen in a lot of the cases we've covered has been much more practiced, much, well, not always, but more robustly thought through. But a 5 to 10 minute opening statement is incredibly common. Hey, people are going to testify. This is what you're going to see. But I mean, you have a celebrity defendant and you still can't make it interesting is weird. It's weird to me. All right. Let's get to the defense opening statement. This is Cardi B's attorney doing their opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, I want to mention first that you may have seen Cardi doze off. She does not live in Los Angeles. She traveled here for this trial.
I did not have closed captioning on yet. I forgot we switched to a different video. Counsel said you may have seen Cardi B dozing off. I imagine during jury instruction. He says she does not live here. She traveled here. Okay.
Very anxious to see this, to be here, but she got food poisoning on the way out. And so I'm sure all of you can imagine how terrible that is. Do not mistake it for a lack of interest in the case. She's come a long way, and this is a very important proceeding for her, but she is sick, and so I apologize for that. This is the last time, the last opportunity I'll have to speak to you directly until all the evidence is in. This is my chance to tell you what I believe the evidence will be. Now, what I say and
well, it's fair. Some girl online said, now we know she's pregnant. This was in 2018 with her first child. I think Cardi B is currently pregnant with her fourth child. So oh, no, you were referring to now we know that she's pregnant. At the time of this trial, she had not announced that she was pregnant with her fourth. They said food poisoning then, but we know now that she was feeling unwell because she is pregnant. Thank you, chat. Yes, I was confused by which pregnancy we were referencing, but yes, she said this was last month. She has since announced that her current pregnancy, her fourth pregnancy, and was at the time had not announced that she was pregnant well in trial for this. So he told the jury she had food poisoning. All right, let's continue.
what counsel has said today are like promises. We're promising you what we're going to show, and at the end.
He probably should have just said she's unwell, but not contagious, right?
End of the trial, and I want you to remember the promises, because at the end of the trial,
Lacey said she didn't know she was pregnant.
I'm going to ask you who kept their promises and who didn't. Now, obviously, both sides can't tell their side of the story at the same time. That would be chaos. So in our system, the person who filed the lawsuit gets to go first. You've heard many times today that it's very important that you...
Counsel, do we have a point yet? This is Cardi's attorney. We've switched attorneys.
Keep an open mind, that you hear both sides of the story before, both sides of the evidence, both sides' documents, before you make a decision or come to any conclusions. It is the only way to be fair to both sides, that you hear all of the evidence and not just jump to conclusions.
Counsel, just steal Yanetti's line. Wait for us. Wait for us.
Now, this is what we expect the evidence will show.
There you go.
First, Cardi is a loving mother to 3 young children and a devoted daughter and sister in a tight-knit family. She came from a very humble beginning. She is a successful recording artist now, but she was born in poverty in New York City's Washington Heights. She worked very hard to...
Washington Heights means little to most people in LA, but he might have people in the jury who matriculated to LA from New York. But for a lot of LA folks, the nuances of New York are just like, huh? But I'm sure for New York folks, the nuances of LA are like, they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? What's the valley? It is what it is.
To get where she is, in 2015, she joined the cast of a reality show called Love and Hip Hop New York. And from there, she all of a sudden got all these followers. And that ended up with her becoming a Grammy award-winning and critically acclaimed recording artist. Now,
all these followers.
Second, the evidence will show that in late February 2018, Cardi was about 4 months pregnant with her first child, excuse me. It was early in her pregnancy. She came out to Los Angeles for work, basically, related to the MBA event. And she asked a friend, or she asked someone to recommend a gynecologist. She wanted to just check. And so she made an appointment, or an appointment was made for her, to see a gynecologist at a medical building in Beverly Hills.
Right, at their office.
They took special steps to make sure this was private. The appointment was on a Saturday afternoon. The doctor, the gynecologist, had arranged for his staff to leave early. Her normal security person did not join her, because what could happen? She was going into he stayed in the car, she was going into a doctor's office, so what could possibly happen? And what happened was plaintiff. The evidence will show that plaintiff had her phone to her ear when the elevator opened, as Cardi was trying to make her way to her doctor's office. She was a patient. And the plaintiff stated out loud, "Wow, that was Cardi B." Cardi turned around and saw the plaintiff holding up her phone, filming or photographing her. And Cardi said, "Why are you doing that?"
Whose story makes more sense to you just on opening statements? I know for some of you that have already watched this, it's skewed because you've already watched it, but whose story is easier to follow? That the security guard saw Cardi B getting into the elevator and said, "Excuse me, what are you doing in this medical building?" Or that the security guard saw Cardi B coming into the elevator and said, "Wow, that's Cardi B." That makes so much more sense to me that somebody would just be like, "Oh, wow, that's Cardi B," right?
"Why do you think you can photograph me? Just steps away from my doctor's office." And the evidence will show that plaintiff's response was a belligerent "because I can." Now,
the sound just changed. Let me change this just a little bit, but I'm going to back up. I think we're going to have to deal with the sound changing a little bit throughout this case. Cardi B says, "Why do you think you can film me?" And they say the plaintiff's response is, "Because I can." Can we just, not to soliloquy for a second, but I'm gonna. Can we not treat people that we see on screens like they're zoo animals? I mean, I could talk about treating zoo animals like zoo animals another day, but can we just not? Like, it was the first year I was at BravoCon, I saw this interaction happen over and over and over and over again. And it reminded me of a Simpsons episode, because The Simpsons just predicts everything. And people would go up to the different cast members of various, Bravo shows or Housewives or whatever, and basically say, "Do the line. Do the line." And so whatever the thing was that Bravo Leb had said, people had their cameras out and were just like, can you say the thing? Do the line. Say the thing. Over and over and over again. And I was just looking at the members of the cast. It was not a real interaction at all. It was like, "I want to film you saying this thing." And it was just so wild to see. It wasn't, "Oh my God, so-and-so, it's lovely to see you this season, was hilarious. Did you enjoy it?" Or, "Oh my God, I watch this show all the time," or, "Oh my God, your shoes, where did you get?" None of it. It was so much. I paid for a ticket to come to the thing. Say the line. Say the line. It was wild. And so when Cardi B is like, "Why are you filming me?" "Because I can," is honestly not shocking to me. It's just still a person that needs to go to the doctor. Also, with your first child, I imagine, if you are traveling and feel like you need to go to the doctor, it's also really fucking stressful. It's really stressful. Angela, this is a great point. Angela said, to be fair, at BravoCon, they are at work. They could be more human, though. Cardi was at the doctor. It's true. It's definitely more invasive at the doctor. 100% agree. It's just odd that the interaction wasn't an interaction. It was, let me film you doing the thing. It just struck me as so odd. But yes, they expected to be filmed. They were at work. They were prepared for very long days of the thing, where Cardi B was literally like trying to be undercover. Look, the Lawnards don't do this in person. I have met so many of you in person. All of you are incredible. We talk about cases. We say hello. We take pictures. We have a great time. But even the Lawnards, I have run into Lawnards at medical offices who are lovely and professional and kind. And they're like, when we're checking in and talking, they're like, I was watching this trial or that trial. And I'm like, oh my God, it's so nice to meet you. But they've always been professional about it. When I run into people in a business setting, whether it is at a doctor's office or TSA, and a lot of you work at TSA, I love you guys. Hi. It's always nice to see you. But it's just wild when people are like, no, I have a right. That's wild. It's not even asking permission. Like, oh my God, Cardi, love you. Love your song, girl. Good. Why is it like Cardi's here? It just feels so exploitative when somebody's trying to do something in their life that might be stressful or private. We don't know if the security guard knows that though, right? It sounds like a medical building with many offices in it. She could be there for anything. But whether she's going to the gynecologist or the plastic surgeon, it doesn't matter. She has a right to privacy. She has a right to privacy. So I understand their side of the story more than I understand the plaintiff's attorney saying she was asking Cardi not to be in the building. Like, that doesn't make sense. So we'll see, but I can understand why Cardi B said, why are you filming me? But I guess we'll see which side rings true, because the plaintiff and the defendant are going to testify.
And Cardi said,
Here, let me back that up because the sound changed and then I changed it.
stated out loud, wow, that was Cardi B. Cardi turned around and saw the plaintiff holding up her phone, filming or photographing her. And Cardi said, why are you doing that? Why do you think you can photograph me? Just steps away from my doctor's office. And the evidence will show that plaintiff's response was a belligerent because I can. Now, you will hear evidence that plaintiff continued to follow Cardi as Cardi tried to get to her doctor's office. Evidence that the plaintiff continued to yell at Cardi. That when people from the doctor's office came out and told plaintiffs to stop, saying, you're a security guard, what are you doing? That plaintiff continued, and when someone intervened and got between them, plaintiff started taking swings at Cardi B. As Cardi B backed up and backed up, Cardi B was, facing someone, with all respect, who testified and admitted that she was 240, 250 pounds, wearing black military boots, hovering over Cardi, yelling and screaming at her and taking swings at her, trying to get to her beyond the person who was trying to intervene and trying to calm things down. Now, I don't take any pleasure in saying this.
All right, we're going to need to hear the intervener too. We need to hear that too. Look, their opening statements, this is what they think the evidence will show, but you know what? Not a single objection. So we're going to have to hear the intervener too. We're going to have to do that.
But there will be evidence that it was plaintiff who yelled, I will fuck your shit up. That's when someone
Counsel's like, I hate to say this. No, you don't. Lawyers don't hate to cuss in court. Stop it. So the defense is alleging that plaintiff said, security guard said to Cardi B, I will fuck your shit up.
Trying to get to her beyond the person who was trying to intervene and trying to calm things down. Now, I don't take any pleasure in saying this, but there will be evidence that it was plaintiff who yelled, I will fuck your shit up. That's when someone intervened and dragged plaintiff to an elevator and said, you have to leave. You have to leave. You will hear Cardi's testimony that she both feared for her unborn baby. This was her first pregnancy. And a very large woman was advancing towards her. And she was utterly confused that a security guard would be her attacker. Importantly, plaintiff has repeatedly changed her story over the last 7 years. You will hear evidence that, under oath, she stated in what is called discovery, Cardi beat her about the head and body. Under oath, she said that. You will hear evidence that she stated, plaintiff stated, Cardi scratched plaintiff's nose. You will hear evidence that the story then changed, that Cardi instead scratched plaintiff's cheek, and you will hear evidence that plaintiff also said Cardi never touched her. That is the evidence that you will hear. And to put it mildly, we expect you will, the evidence will establish that plaintiff is not telling the truth. Now, there's been this allegation that that Cardi got plaintiff fired. But we expect...
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, there's an objection.
Assisting claims was withdrawn.
I apologize.
The claim was withdrawn.
Back that objection up real quick. That went fast.
We expect...
Objection, Your Honor. We'll discuss this issue.
Assisting claims was withdrawn.
I apologize.
The claim was withdrawn.
I'm normally so annoyed when they only focus on the parties, but right now, watching Cardi B and her other lawyers look back and forth like it's a fucking tennis match is hilarious. They're all looking between like, what? So the lawyer for Cardi B, the defense attorney, said you're going to hear claims that Cardi B got the plaintiff fired. Then there was an objection, and then the counsel said the claim was withdrawn. So how does counsel not know that's giving the opening statement that the plaintiffs removed one of the claims? What the fuck?
There's been this allegation that that Cardi got plaintiff fired. But we expect...
Objection, Your Honor. We'll discuss this issue.
Assisting claims was withdrawn.
I apologize.
The claim was withdrawn.
Oh,
The claim was withdrawn.
well, that's nice. I didn't know that.
And counsel goes, well, that's nice. How do you not know what the claims are that you're going to trial on? How did this happen? And the judge is like, no. That claim has been withdrawn, which the plaintiffs can do. Plaintiffs can bring as many claims as they want. As long as there's one still standing, they can go to trial on just one. But yikes.
So there is no employment claim? Okay. You've been very patient.
He's like, all right, great.
The
Skip
case
that
is got
page.
smaller, but we still have a lot of evidence to put on, and I thank you for your patience, and thank you for keeping an open mind and waiting until you hear both sides. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
We're going to begin with the presentation of evidence at this point in time. Does plaintiff have a witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Emani Ellis to the stand as our first witness.
Thank you.
All right. They are going to call the plaintiff to testify. So we've gotten through the opening statements from the plaintiff, Emani Ellis, security guard, and defendant, Cardi B, visiting the doctor's office. The defense opening statement says, look, plaintiff got it twisted. Not in those words. But Cardi B was going to get in an elevator. The security guard was coming out of the elevator and was like, oh my God, it's Cardi B. And then Cardi B said something along the lines of, why are you filming me? And she's like, they say, the security guard responded with, because I can. And then this followed up to the doctor's office to the point that someone at the doctor's office intervened, and Cardi B's lawyer said the doctor's office staff pulled the security guard back to the elevators to make her leave, and that they were confused. So we're going to have to hear the testimony of the intervener as well. But the first witness up is plaintiff. If this gets slow, I will entertain motions for 1.25 speed. Don't worry about it. So we are going to, again, the opening statements are not from the court feed. So now we're going to jump to the plaintiff being called after the opening statements completed. The opening statements were each about 10 minutes long. That's pretty typical for a civil case. I imagine this civil case would have caught just headlines if Cardi B wasn't Cardi B, right? Another celebrity, it might have been like, celebrity got sued for this and that. But Cardi B's facing is a whole different thing. Also, some of you are asking about HIPAA applying, not applying. We can talk about it a little bit later. When Cardi B is entering into the bottom or floor of an office building, that office building might not just be a medical building. However, there should still be discretion as a security guard. Security guards work all kinds of events with all kinds of people. You still should, there still should be discretion. It's, I imagine, well outside of the requirements of your job to be sharing that a celebrity has come into the building. Also, it seems that the security guard, I don't know if the security guard had a heads up that she was coming in or not, but it seemed that the office staff, like the doctor's office, had cleared out a lot of their staff to accommodate Cardi B coming in and keep it quiet and to make sure that the news of her pregnancy was not shared. So let's get to the plaintiff testimony. I will keep messing with the sound as needed, but I think the sound on court is way better with our new streaming software. So excited about it. You know, if the security guard had said, "Oh my God, Cardi B, love your music," none of this would have happened. Right? What would the response have been? "Oh my God, thanks." Okay. Let us continue.
The presentation of evidence.
Holy shit, I miscalculated that sound spectacularly. Apologies, chat. Let's put that back down and then see where we need to go.
What time does plaintiff have a witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Emani Ellis to the stand as our first witness.
Thank you.
All right, witness number one. Plaintiff calls plaintiff. I'm gonna
Raise your right hand.
Good God.
Please state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I can do nothing about that background noise. I'm
Please
sorry,
state
y'all.
first and last name for the record.
Yes, my name is Emani Ellis. Last name is Ellis.
Your first name, please.
Emani, yes, Emani.
Perfect, thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch your step.
All right, they've sworn in the plaintiff. Plaintiff is testifying. Again, for all of you just joining us, hey, this trial did take place in September. We were covering Donna Adelson. We didn't have a chance to cover this case, so we're doing it now.
All right, go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Ellis.
Hopefully at some point they'll show the plaintiff.
For the record, how old are you?
32.
And on the date of February 24th, 2018, what were you doing?
I was at work on duty as a security guard.
Where were
IR February 24th, 2018. I just wanted to make sure I had the date right. So, 2/24/2018.
I was at work on duty as a security guard.
Where were you?
The address of the building was 8920 Wilshire Boulevard.
And for how long had you been working as a security guard as of 2018?
For 4 years.
And what did it take to become a licensed security guard?
You have to get fingerprinted and it's sent to the state of California for approval.
Hey, you have to get a background
And,
check.
do you have any criminal record?
No,
Could you become a security guard if you have a criminal record?
no,
Have you ever assaulted and battered anybody in your lifetime?
no.
Were you using your telephone
Okay.
to take photographs of the defendant when you saw her exit the elevator?
I mean, I love that they're right to it. And I appreciate that Cardi B's lawyers are sitting there, but can we just look at the person who's talking? It's so hard to focus not looking at the person who's talking.
No.
So if you could just tell us in your own words,
Oh, I stepped on the point. Sorry, chat. I was distracted by the filming.
when you saw her exit the elevator.
No.
This is the whole crux of the case.
Were you using your telephone to take photographs of the defendant when you saw her exit the elevator?
No.
So if you could just tell us in your own words, when you got to the 5th floor, you were doing your rounds, and you saw Cardi B, what did you say?
I said something along the lines of, that looks like Cardi B, or wow, that's Cardi B.
Were you talking to anybody at that time?
No.
You're sure?
Yes.
Did you,
What do you think, chat? Plaintiff says she said, that looks like Cardi B, or wow, that's Cardi B, but she wasn't talking to anyone else.
were you entering the elevator?
I was, yes.
Did you actually go inside the elevator?
I did, yes.
And did Cardi B exit the elevator?
She did, yes.
Okay, and then what happened?
After she heard me say her name, she turned back around, and the first thing out of her mouth was, excuse my language, was, why the fuck are you telling people that you seen me? At this time, I tried to...
Okay, that sounds more like something Cardi B would say. I don't know if that's what Cardi B said or not. We'll have to see if we believe the plaintiff, but the statement, that looks like Cardi B, or wow, that's Cardi B, if you have your phone up, and Cardi B responded, why the fuck are you telling people that you see me? It's more plausible, but we'll see. Also, it's a fair question. If you're trying to keep your visit to the doctor from becoming news.
calm her down and assure her that I didn't tell anyone that I seen her, and she was extremely upset.
And what did she tell you after that?
Then, excuse my language again, but she said, yes, the fuck you did, and then she put her finger in my face.
When she put her finger in your face, did she have long fingernails?
She did.
And approximately how long were her fingernails on the date when she put them in your face?
About 2 to 3 inches long.
When you,
Chat, look, no mind's eye, no sense of spatial awareness. How long are like Marc Jacobs' fingernails? Like, I know Cardi's had some long ass fingernails, but I guess 2 to 3 inches is reasonable. I don't know. I guess the question is, the question's not, does Cardi B have long nails sometimes? Because for sure. The question is, did she get scratched? My mouse has stopped mousing. Sorry, chat. Give me 1 second.
have seen different
An uncommonly
pictures and videos of Cardi B,
unfortunately colonel.
you notice that she has long fingernails in those videos and photographs.
Yes.
Okay.
When you saw her today, did you notice that her fingernails were very short?
Yes.
Cardi has
Does she
long nails.
usually wear them
is
that short?
the least shocking thing I've heard so far.
Also, lacks foundation sustained.
Have you seen
I'm gonna let the lawyers lawyer, because now we're gonna have a whole bunch of commentary about the length of her nails, because Cardi came into court with like a court makeover, right? We've seen lots of court makeovers. I like Cardi's look for court. I like it. It is, she still looks like Cardi B, but it is It is a subtler full face of makeup. It is a court appropriate case of makeup or face of makeup, and then having shorter nails. I mean, fine, makes sense. I'm now feeling self-conscious that my nails are so short at the
When you
moment.
saw her today, did you notice that her fingernails were very short?
Yes.
Does she usually wear them that short?
Objection. Leading.
It's also lax foundation sustained.
That's the court.
Have you seen,
The court said lax foundation. Like, how do you know how Cardi B keeps her nails?
well, strike that. For how long, were you a fan of Cardi B before this incident?
I was.
What kind of fan were you?
I enjoyed her music. I was interested in going to a concert. I didn't have any problem with her.
Did you ever go to see her in concert?
I had tickets to go to see her, but I never went after this incident.
And when were
Okay.
you supposed to go see her in concert?
I'm not sure of the date. It was sometime in 2018.
And you're very close with your grandmother, Dianne Schmidt, is that correct?
Correct.
How old is your grandmother?
She's 79.
Does she have information about this incident?
Objection. Sustainability, lax foundation.
The objection's lax foundation. It was sustained before he even gave the grounds. Yes, they're allowed to give grounds, which is nice.
Did you show your grandmother
We love
the,
grounds.
Scar on your left cheek after February 24th of 2018?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Did you show the cut on your left cheek after February 24th of 2018 to your grandmother, Dianne Schmidt?
Yes.
And what year were you born?
1992.
And how many brothers and sisters do you have?
I'm the oldest of 5.
Just feel old.
And your grandmother has seen you regularly from birth
I just feel
up to
old.
the present time?
Yes.
And
Counsel.
what about your mother?
This
Do
is
you live-
direct
did you live with
examination.
your mother up until a certain point?
Until the age 19.
Did you sustain any, well, strike that. Let me take you a little bit back to the incident. So, when you were at the building and Cardi B exited the elevator on February 24th, 2018, what were the words that she used that were so hurtful?
Here's my criticism. This could be an interesting story. Counsel is fumbling the ball. Just completely. This could be interesting. What happened? What did you see? You chose not to go to the concert. Why? Tell me everything. Just start at the beginning of the day and go in order. And just what happened next, what happened next, what happened next. That's it. And yet, counsel is just like, ah.
She used a lot of words.
It's hard to follow. And it's
And again, excuse
not-
my language, but she was like, fuck you, you fat ass bitch. That's why I'm gonna beat your ass. I'm gonna get you fired. Nigga this, nigga that, bitch ass nigga. That's why you do security. Ah, that's why you do security. Ah, she was sticking her tongue out. She was flailing her arms up and down.
Well, now we're getting to plaintiff's side of the story. If you are ever a witness and you are asked to say what somebody said, don't try to do it in their voice. Juries hate it. Juries hate it. Because she has a different tone. She's not just saying, oh, she said this. It's now, it feels like selling, not just telling. Okay, continuing.
She was jumping up and down. body shaming me. I mean,
She was jumping up and down?
racial slurs, just a lot.
And did she spit on you?
She did.
Did her spit actually land on your body?
It did.
Yeah, don't spit on people.
Why did you exit the
We'll see if that
elevator
happened.
with her after she
I'm not saying it did or didn't.
said what she said?
I wanted to clarify the misunderstanding.
Did you also want her to leave because she was causing a disturbance?
At that time, she was causing a disturbance. She was yelling.
Leading. If your recitation of the events don't include the crux of the lawsuit, I have problems.
and screaming, and I didn't want her to leave.
And as a security guard, were you working there as an extension of the owner to be able to make that kind of call, whether somebody should be told to leave because they're causing a disturbance?
Objection, leading my foundation.
There's the objection.
Could you repeat the question, please?
I'm going to ask you different.
No, it was sustained. He's got to ask you something else.
Did the landlord hire you as a security guard to protect its building?
Yes.
I mean, the building company hired a security company and the security company assigned her to the building, but whatever.
Overruled.
And did you do that?
Yes.
For how long?
For about 4 years.
At that building? Same building?
During those 4 years,
That's
did
interesting.
you ever have a problem with anybody else?
Never.
Not one time.
Did you ever?
Not as far as I can remember, no. Not a perfect employee, but a good employee.
It's fair not to make yourself the
Did the
hero of the
defendant take a
situation.
swing at you?
She did.
When she took a swing at you, it didn't hit your body, correct?
No.
Did the defendant use her fingernails to cut your face?
She did.
Are we going to get to the Sheena Shea defense? Did the defendant take a swing at you? She did. Cardi, I can't even make a fist with those nails. I can't make a fist with those nails. They're 3-inch nails. You can't make a fist with 3-inch nails. Okay. I backed it up because I interrupted.
Did the defendant take a swing at you?
She did.
When she took a swing at you, it didn't hit your body, correct?
No.
Did the defendant use her fingernails to cut your face?
She did.
As a result of the cut to your face, did you have to see 2 different plastic surgeons?
Yes.
Did you undergo plastic surgery?
I did.
I want to see pictures.
Your Honor, if I may show exhibit number 7.
Oh, is it pictures?
But that's a photograph. You never disclosed it.
What?
Photographs that we discussed earlier.
I'm going to let him show the photographs.
Counsel's like he never disclosed it. What?
For the record.
What's that?
I'm sorry, for the record, read that.
Overruled. Can you just identify it by number?
Yes,
Each
sir.
one?
Warrior Queen,
One of those books.
the demand was in the millions, but the jury will get to decide. In closing, they will ask for an amount, and the closing, they will get to decide. Smelly Brother says, why aren't they showing the plaintiffs? Also, you guys sent me candles. I love them. I have them. I've been meaning to share them. I have them. They are lovely. Thank you. But when they get to closing, they will ask, because that will all be on the verdict forms. So the amount that you put in an initial complaint is different. They're going to ask for, well, they're going to have grandma testify. So probably pain and suffering and mental anguish, and then the actual cost of surgeries. But we'll see that at closing when we get there. Right. Rochelle, wasn't this done last month? It was, but not by us because we were watching Donna. So we had to get back to something else.
Your Honor, I would like to show exhibit 7-001.
We'd like to see it too. Hopefully we get
I
exhibitors.
understand you're objecting to their admission. Do you want them to lay foundation, or are we going to stipulate foundation?
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You want
I
to
thought you were
stipulate?
asking him if he wanted to lay a foundation.
Counsel, he was talking to you. He was talking to you. What the shit?
You want them to lay a foundation? You stipulate to it.
No, we don't stipulate.
Okay. Then why don't you show the photograph to your client first to identify what it is?
Yes, Your Honor. If you can look into that notebook on your right, there'll be a number 7.
Yeah, it's the pool camera. The pool camera was having a whole day. The pool camera was having an entire ass day. So, I don't know. Here's the plaintiff.
Did you
We're back.
go to the building?
The pool camera glitched.
The company?
I don't even know what question counsel's asking. It's too early in this process for me to be annoyed, but here we are. Danny said, is this DA new? No DAs. These are civil attorneys. Civil attorneys get hired by individuals. It is so incredibly difficult for a client to know what their attorney might be like in the courtroom. I don't know how you would ascertain that just trying to hire an attorney. I imagine when they filed this, they did not expect it would ever get to trial. Most civil cases settle. So I know I heard the audio go mono too. Hopefully it'll be back.
People from my office to take photographs of the incident.
They're trying to lay foundation.
Yes.
And the purpose of taking the photographs were to show where the incident occurred. And
Oh my God,
give
counsel.
the
This
jury
is not how you lay
understanding of
foundation.
What kind of building we're looking at, we're dealing with,
Yes.
and you feel it's important.
And yes, at the moment, the background noise is higher than the laying the foundation. They're laying foundation for the pictures. We're just going to let it roll.
Do they see that?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, may I publish that?
So, I mean, I like plaintiff's makeup in court as well.
You only had her authenticate number the first page. And just wondering if you have her thumb through it.
Sure.
Verify that those are the photographs you took and they.
Yes, Your Honor, I will do so.
Yeah,
If
sound
you
is
can look
bullshit.
at 7-001 through 7-022. If you can look at all those
They're going to look at all the photos. Oop, that was me. Sorry. I have
photographs.
moused badly.
Are those photographs of the building where you worked on February 24th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay, and if you look towards the end, 7-022, is that the area where the incident took place?
There's the audio. All right, let me turn this down a bit now. Oop, wait, what did I do? I did
Just
things.
identify the next we published.
Ah! What? Okay, I have no idea what's happening, but something happened. All right. Where was our court feed? It just jumped. There we go. I was just trying to fix the audio for everybody, and where did it go? I hope we're in the right spot, but I am concerned that we are not. They are, where in the world did our feed go? That was 100% user error. Like 100%. Let's see if we can save it. I hope so. Oh, we jumped back in time. Hold on. Let me get back to where the plaintiff is on the stand. If we miss a few moments of her laying foundation for the photos of the building, I apologize. But I think we'll all survive.
Is that the inside of the lobby of the building where you work?
There we go.
Yes.
Just photos.
7-007. Was that security booth there when you worked there? Do you remember?
It was.
Did you sit behind that security booth?
I did.
And on
It's a security podium at best.
The date of the incident, were you wearing your uniform?
Yes.
7-007 is a photograph of that booth where you sit. 7-008, was that sign there on the date when you worked there?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and chat, now that the sound isn't mono, also I like the marble. Now that the sound isn't mono, we'll go to 1.25. We're just going to go through the pictures. Oh, no, not sleep timer. Counsel's going to do that for us. But yeah, we'll go to 1.25 for sure.
7-009. These are the elevators that guests and visitors of the building would take to get upstairs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the
I mean,
day of the
it
incident,
looks like a nice building. It looks
do you remember if
bougie.
you took the elevator
I'm not shocked
to
by
get
this.
to the 5th floor, or maybe took the stairs? You remember?
I'm not sure.
All right. If I can take, we're going to skip. Just go through it real fast. 7-010. Is this a photograph of the elevator which Cardi B got out of on February 24, 2018?
Yes.
Those lights would be great for selfies. Like the way that elevator's lit, like best elevator selfies ever. Just saying.
And that's the elevator that you entered, correct?
Yes.
It's a relatively small elevator, isn't it?
Yes.
And 7-011.
Ah, that's me.
Is that a photograph of the elevator
Where
area
in the world did our
where the
feed
incident
go?
took place that we took recently?
Yes.
Hold on. I can't even pause it because I can't find it because something else was opening.
On the day of the incident, you
My
were there with
computer's
Saturday.
computering at me so hard right now. Sorry, chat.
Was it this way with garbage all around or not?
Not at that time, no.
It just is.
7012.
There we go. Back to photos.
7013 and 7014 and 7015 are photographs.
All right. Streaming
of
is
the hallway.
dynamic. My day is dynamic. My computer is dynamic. I was up too late. All right. This is the hallway. Why are they taking pictures on the day there's just trash everywhere? All right, whatever.
011. Is that a photograph of the elevator area where the incident took place that we took recently?
Yes.
So that's where the
On
incident
and
took
obviously
place.
On the day of the
It doesn't
incident,
look like
you were
that,
there
I
with
imagine.
Saturday, correct?
Yes.
Was it this way with garbage all around or not?
Not at that time, no.
7012 and 7013 and 7014 and 7015 are photographs of the hallway leading up to the elevator bay, correct?
Yes.
And
So elevator bay and then double doors for a doctor's office. Some of you were asking if there's security footage outside of in the hallway of the doctor's office. There might not have been.
did Miss Cardi B walk down the hallway after she spoke with you and came back, or did everything happen right at the elevator bay?
She did. She came out and looked around, and then when she heard what I said, she turned back around to approach me.
If we could go to 7-021. This is where the entire incident took place, correct?
Yes.
And on the date of the incident, I'll start that. After the incident happened, were you intending to sue?
No.
Is that why you didn't take photographs yourself?
It's 100% leading. It's 100% leading.
It happened. Were you intending to sue?
No.
Is that why you didn't take photographs yourself?
Assistant.
Why didn't you take photographs of the cut to your face or any injury you sustained after the assault and battery? Objection, Lax Foundation argument.
He gave all the objections, Lax Foundation, argumentative, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it's going to be hard for a lot of jurors. Not having photos doesn't mean something did or didn't happen. But you are in a civil lawsuit for damages regarding injury to you. if there are no photos, it's going to be very hard for a jury to overcome that fact. There would have to be lots of other things. Also, a lot of you are asking, but if she went to the doctor's office to have it evaluated, the doctor's office should have taken photos. Agree. I guess we'll see.
Why did you not take photographs of the scar after the incident?
I was upset. There was a lot going on. I'm not sure.
And you were not intending to sue, is that correct?
Her answer was very fast. I was upset. I had a lot going on. Why didn't you take photos? I was upset. I had a lot going on. Okay, we'll see if the doctor's office did.
Were you intending to sue Cardi B at that moment when the incident occurred?
No, I was not.
And we're sped up. Oh, that's fair. When I said she answered that really fast, Emily, you sped it up. It's fair. It's fair. I can't comment on demeanor when I have it sped up. That's fair. But not having pictures of the incident, we'll see if the doctor's office provided pictures. But, okay.
In addition to being a security guard, did you have interest in criminal justice?
Yes.
What were the classes that you took or were going to take?
Who cares? What's it matter?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice administration.
How is any of it
And
relevant?
after this incident, did you continue on that path?
I chose a different career field.
What is your current career at this time?
I work in social services.
What do you do? Who do you work with?
I work with low-income families to access resources.
Civil cases are all about who's believed, right? This background noise is killing me. But she switched
Did Miss Cardi B
career
after
paths.
this incident post different things about you to her fans?
She did.
And how many different incidents?
She did? Oh, I want to hear about Cardi B's post. I don't know how relevant it is because it's not the grounds of what's being sued for. But I'm just curious.
Probably about 2.
And did you do the same thing back to her?
Never.
What did she post? Do we have screenshots?
After the incident, did you seek medical treatment from a psychologist, Nichole McKenzie?
Yes.
And that was approximately 2 months after the incident?
Correct.
What did Dr. McKenzie do for you?
She provided therapy, counseling therapy.
Was it helpful?
I believe it was at the time.
Before the incident, did you ever have any type of psychological or psychiatric medical treatment?
Can I answer that? Okay. Something happened with my sister and a neighbor. My family was given therapy on behalf of that. That was all I know.
And how long ago was that before the incident?
Over.
The reason her therapeutic history matters is because it sounds like she's going to talk about pain, suffering, and ask for damages for those things. So that matters.
10, 15 years ago before the incident.
So approximately what year was that?
I'm not sure.
And was there a gap between the completion of...
I don't know, chat. Feed had feed issues. There we go.
Life Foundation calls for medical.
We're back to,
Sustained. Please disregard the prior answer.
they were asking to disregard. So I'm going to try to get as close to that as we can. Look, this courthouse is definitely not set up for this. And I wonder if this courthouse has had very many high profile cases. Streaming court's dynamic.
February 24, 2018?
It was.
Life Foundation calls for medical.
Sustained. Please disregard the prior answer.
Did you go to Nichole McKenzie because you were assaulted and battered on February 24th of 2018 by Cardi B? Objection?
Overruled.
Answer? Yes.
Did you go there for any other reason?
No.
And around that time, did you also
seek medical treatment from Dr. John Scher?
I did.
And he's a cosmetic plastic surgeon? or
He
was?
is. He was, yes.
Is it your understanding that he died in 2021?
Yes.
And when you saw
This
him,
is all leading.
did he advise you that you needed
foundation.
to wait at least 1 year to determine if the scar,
I'd object to that.
if the cut became a scar?
Objection, hearsay, and leading.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
It's hearsay and leading. The question was, because the sound keeps wobbling, the question was, did the plastic surgeon tell you to wait a year or more before you could take? No! That was me. I was trying to fix the audio, and we jump scared ourselves into another trial. Go back. Go back. There we go. We've gone way too far back in time. Apologies, chat. Today's gonna be what it's gonna be. Dealing with the volume inconsistencies in this court and trying to do that is probably gonna just make everything worse. But now I can't let it go. Continuing on with the objections about why this witness can't testify to what a doctor told her.
Sustained. Please disregard the prior answer.
Did you go to Nichole McKenzie because you were assaulted and battered on February 24th of 2018?
We
by
jumped
Cardi
back a
possession?
little bit in time.
Overruled.
Answer? Yes.
Did you go there for any other reason?
No.
And around that time, did you also seek medical treatment from Dr. John Scher?
I did.
And he's a cosmetic plastic surgeon? or
He
was?
is. He was, yes.
Is it your understanding that he died in 2021?
Yes.
And when you saw him, did he advise you that you needed to wait at least 1 year to determine if the cut became a scar?
Objection, hearsay, and leading.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Did Dr. Scher ask you to return approximately 1 year after he saw you for the first time?
Overruled.
He did.
Why did he ask you to wait 1 year?
I'm so glad we didn't do this in real time. Chat, I gotta be honest, with how hard it is for the pool camera to get this together, I am so glad we did not do this in real time, because we can zoom when we need to, and we can continue to mess with the sound that as they keep messing with the sound. Like they adjust something, I adjust it back.
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know why he asked you to wait for a whole year before seeking medical treatment?
She knows, but it's hearsay.
He said he didn't want to treat it prematurely and for me to come back.
Did the scar become a keloid?
It made a scar, yes.
Do you know if it's called a keloid or you're not sure?
I'm not sure if it's called a keloid.
You would need a picture of that. Before
The incident of February 24th, 2018, did you have any scars to your left cheek?
Never.
Did you have any scars anywhere on your face?
Never.
At some point, well, straight. You remember the pandemic in April of 2020?
I do.
You remember that there was a period of time where elective medical treatment was not allowed?
Yes.
What about the cost of the treatment? Could you afford to pay $15,000, $20,000 to get plastic surgery to your face?
No.
Did Dr. Mulliken agree to treat you on a lean basis?
He did.
And when you got medical treatment on a lean basis, is it your understanding that regardless of the outcome of the case, you still owe Dr. Mulliken the fees for the treatment that he did? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Did you also see a pain management doctor for one visit?
I did.
Pain management.
Did you also treat with
Thank you, chat. Pain management.
different psychologists, including Alex Avila and other psychologists on October 8th, 22 through July 2nd of 23?
Objection, it's violation of the order granting the motion in limine.
The objection was violation of a court order and the motion in limine. The motion in limines weren't broadcast. We don't know what happened. We'll see.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you seek treatment from psychologists, including Alex Avila and other psychologists from October 8th, 22 through July 2nd of 23.
Same objection.
Correct, yes.
And for that psychological treatment, did Dr. Avila's office agree to treat you on a lien basis?
They did, yes.
He keeps
For
saying
Nichole McKenzie,
he
did
keeps
you-
saying, did they agree to treat you on a lien basis or a deferred payment plan? But that's what he keeps asking. I really wish they would just focus on the people speaking. It is my number one criticism. If we ever grow this thing that we are doing, the one thing I would love to be able to do is just run pool cameras better. I've got so many suggestions. It's not easy to do. It is a difficult thing. But man, there are just show the person talking.
Would the medical bills totaling $5,087 from her office for medical treatment that you received related to this incident?
Objection. Maybe Flex Foundation.
Sustained.
That was objection, Lax Foundation sustained. There's no foundation yet for the medical
Your
bills.
understanding that your total medical bills related to this incident are $36,000?
You need to start with the foundation. You need to establish what.
There's no foundation.
Did you receive medical
The judge didn't even wait for the objection. The judge just said, you need to establish foundation. She is not the right person for the foundation.
bills at your home from these different medical providers?
I'm not sure.
I need to
Did some
reach
of the
out to
medical
Recovery
providers
Addict
send you
about
bills to
it.
your
We
home?
can team up.
I'm sure, yes.
Did some of the medical providers that I mentioned advise you of the amounts that they were charging you for their medical treatment?
Yes.
Was the medical treatment that you received from these medical providers beneficial to you?
It was.
Do you still suffer from psychological issues related to this incident?
Objection.
Sustained.
That objection was sustained. Do you still suffer from psychological? The thing is, the reason that was sustained, I can't move the closed captions over more that way. The reason that was sustained, and I think it's actually a good chat or good time to have a chat, is she can talk about the effects of what she is suffering, but she can't diagnose herself. So it's a nuanced difference that I don't expect the plaintiff to know. I expect the lawyer to know. What changes have you experienced, etc. So that's bad questions.
I do, yes.
The objection sustained.
I'm sorry.
The judge says sustained, then you don't answer.
I apologize.
But I have a donut, so it's going to be fine, right?
How often, since this incident, February 24th of 2018, how often do you see your grandmother, Dianne Schmidt?
Objection. Elements.
Once a month
And where does she live?
in Las Vegas.
And she's here today to testify on your behalf?
She is.
Do you know how old your grandmother is?
79.
Do you
Why
have
does it
respect for
matter?
authority?
Yes.
Sustained.
Where does your grandmother live?
Las Vegas.
And
Do you ever visit your grandmother in Las Vegas?
Yes.
And for what reason did you visit Las Vegas to visit your grandmother?
To check on her. She's a senior.
I was thinking about we
Do
needed
you
to
take
speed this up
any,
more.
Medication or drugs?
No.
Do you drink alcohol regularly?
No.
For all of you asking, why is grandma involved?
Can you tell?
She saw her grandma regularly after this. I imagine grandma's going to testify about what she saw. Remember when we talk about pain and suffering and damages and things like that? Part of that is going to be how your life has changed after an incident. Now, for those of you that have had substantial incidents accidents, etc., you know that can be incredibly real. Jurors come into this with their own experience. So someone who has been in a significant car accident is going to have effects after that, in addition to just physical effects. So the law tries to compensate for those non-physical effects and non-compensatory damages in things like pain and suffering. But to talk about that, you also need somebody else coming to talk about it. So Grandma will be a witness. That's why they're talking about it. Just ask Grandma where she lives. I mean...
Tell us a little bit about what your expectations are when you worked security at that building on February 24th of 2018.
Are you asking me what were my duties today?
What were your expectations? What was your expectation from visitors or guests who were coming to that building on that day? When you worked security on February 24th of 2018, did the owner hire you to do security for them?
Yes.
And why did they hire you?
Objection called for speculation, back foundation.
These are bad questions.
And after this incident, you decided to discontinue working as a security guard. We're not blaming it on the incident, but we're saying that, I want to be clear that after this incident, you have decided that you're no longer going to work as a security guard, correct?
Yes.
And before the incident happened,
So she chose to leave her job after this. Okay. Counsel, you are plaintiff's counsel. This is your plaintiff. If this testimony does not go well, your case is not moving forward. And it's so leading.
did you have that intention, or did that intention come about after the incident?
Objection compound.
It came after the incident. I had plans of promoting, moving up, definitely staying at that job.
Did you, well, I'll strike that. Did you ever want to become a police officer?
I did.
Do you still want to become a police officer?
No.
And why is that?
I was deeply traumatized about what happened.
Can you tell me a little bit more about your trauma that you suffered from this incident?
Ma'am, you wanted to work in law enforcement in Los Angeles, and you are traumatized because at worst, Cardi B might have scratched your face and spit on you and yelled at you. At least, Cardi B yelled at you, and ma'am, did you never watch like Cops? Cause that's well, they would have taken pictures if they had gotten scratched, but that getting yelled at and spit on yeah, choosing not to go into law enforcement is a good call. That was a solid plan. That was a solid plan. Yep. So she was traumatized by this incident and decided to switch careers. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I deal with anxiety, deal with depression. I have post-traumatic stress. I have a scar on my face. I deal with insomnia, things like that.
Do you believe that the incident, well, strike that. Are you single at this time?
I am.
Were you single at the time of the incident?
I'm not sure.
Do you believe that this incident has an effect on your future ability to have a partner?
This goes to pain and suffering. They're objecting. This is all going to pain and suffering. It's why they're asking these questions. But she said she is suffering from anxiety, depression, the scar on her face, and insomnia. And then she has said, or he is trying to ask if this is going to impact her future ability to have relationships. That's going to some of the pain and suffering. Okay. The judge is like, why aren't you asking questions? It's your direct examination.
Do you expect Cardi B to pay for your medical bills?
Yes, that's why the fuck we're here. That's why we're here. If she didn't want money from Cardi B, there's no trial.
Aside from calling you the N-word, spitting at you, taking a swing at you, cutting your face with her fingernails, is there anything else that she did on February 24, 2018 to you?
I mean, the whole incident was super traumatizing for me. She did a lot that day.
Did she ever apologize for what she did?
Never,
Did you want her to apologize?
of course.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, cross examine.
That's the end? That's the end of the direct examination of the plaintiff in a civil case? That's it? This is her whole case. Do y'all feel like you have an understanding of what happened? How it happened? They didn't show any pictures of injury. In a civil case, for damages, for assault. Don't do that. Tina R and Tianne said, how could they not have settled this? Because they probably said, we want money. And Cardi B probably said, the fuck you're getting any money? No. And they said, well, we're not settling unless we get money. And she's like, no. That's why it didn't settle. Cardi B's like, So here we are. I mean, she could have withdrawn the lawsuit. She could have said, I don't want to go to trial and withdrawn it, but here we are. All right, cross-examination.
And it's okay, I'll get some looking.
I know the court cameras aren't great, but she is sitting there with the jury staring at her. And what do you think they're wondering? Because it looks like she has lovely skin, just clear, lovely skin. And court cameras are crap. But it's going to be difficult for the jury to perceive the scar that she's talking about. She didn't even point to it. Wasn't even asked to point to it on her face. Okay.
With a slight adjustment. Good afternoon, Ms. Ellis.
All right, cross-examination from the defense.
Your lawyer showed you photos of the building that you were working on as a security guard in February 2018. Do you know the name of the building?
I don't know the name.
Was it Beverly Hills Medical Center?
It could have been, yes.
It was a medical facility, right?
Yes.
And
I'm going to slow down cross a little bit because counsel's questions are pretty fast, and that was actually a really good question. The name of the building was the Beverly Hills Medical whatever, and he's like, the whole building's a medical building. Not mixed use, medical. So somebody's in there to go to a doctor. Also, for those of you that are like, wait, she worked there 4 years and doesn't know the name of the building, I get you guys. But is she going to just answer nothing on cross or not?
the incident that you claim happened that day happened at approximately 1:30 p.m.?
Approximately, yes.
And you knew at the time, when you saw Cardi B, that she was going to a medical appointment, correct?
I didn't know where she was going, but she was at the building.
And you understood that she was going to a medical appointment, right?
She was going to an appointment, yes.
And it was a medical building, right?
Yes.
And your deposition was taken, and you said that you testified under oath in your deposition. Well, let me ask, do you remember your deposition was taken in this action?
Yes.
Do you remember taking an oath at the deposition to tell the truth?
Yes.
And that under the same penalties for perjury that apply in this courtroom, for example, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that you understood when you saw Cardi B that she was going to a medical appointment, right?
Yes.
Now, after this incident, you talked to your supervisor at Allied, right?
Wait,
Yes.
no, go back
And
to
she
the.
told you to submit a incident report, correct?
Yes.
And you emailed an incident report to your supervisor 2 days later, right?
I don't know about 2 days, but I sent it to her, yes.
Yes.
How did her lawyer not ask her about the incident report?
And it was by email.
I'm not sure how she received it.
How did you send it?
Your Honor, if we may, I'd like to show the witness the incident.
We're just playing word games. I'm not sure how she received it. I hope this email finds you well. No, it fucking didn't. What are we talking about? Did you email your supervisor an incident report for an incident?
Report that she did not produce in discovery.
I want to refresh your recollection.
I would object to that based on authenticity. It's not her document.
I think admitted you're refreshing my recollection. It's over with.
Look, camera person, I like Cardi B's outfit too, but can we look at the people talking?
That we got from Allied pursuant to a trial subpoena. And
You might not have caught that because the sound, but plaintiffs didn't turn over the incident report and said, well, we don't have that. This is being used for impeachment. The defense said, we got it from Allied pursuant to a subpoena. The defense, it seems, doesn't have the incident report. Okay. So the defense got the incident report, and the plaintiff, whose case it is, never got it because they never asked. Oh boy.
it's not in the book. So let me provide a copy. Should I hand it to the clerk?
You can push.
I'm sorry? Oh, thank you, Ron.
And the defense, if the defense gets it for impeachment, they don't have to turn it over. But I'm shocked that
Does that refresh
plaintiffs
your memory that you
didn't
sent an email
do that work?
to your supervisor on February 26, 2018?
Okay.
Do you recall that now?
I don't, but I'm looking at what you gave me.
And that's your email address, right?
Yes.
And it's addressed to your supervisor, Jaffa?
Yes.
And it's dated February 24, 2018? Oh, I apologize. It's dated February 26, 2018. And the subject is 224-18 incident report. Do you see that?
Okay. I see
Ma'am?
it, yes.
Yes. Now, before we talk more about that incident report, do you remember receiving in this case discovery requests that you had to verify under oath, where people asked you questions and about documents?
I'm not.
Different than a criminal proceeding. He's asking her, and we've seen this in the Deposed case. We've seen this in the, I am totally blanking on the ski crash. Gwyneth Paltrow ski case. He is talking about civil discovery with interrogatories and requests for admissions and things like that under oath. So questions that are sent, give us an answer to this, send us these documents. He's asking her about the civil procedural part of discovery. Hey, we sent you a request to answer questions under oath prior to a deposition.
Sure.
Well, let's see if we can refresh your recollection. with,
They're going to refresh recollection. I'm going to zoom.
if I may, Your Honor, to explain to counsel that it's plaintiff's response and objection to defendant Cardi B's demand for production of documents, set 2. And, may I approach? Sure. Thank you. If you look through the last 2 pages, is that a verification by you, signed by you?
Counsel's just springing the traps early, but the problem is it's kind of clunky going through all the paper. But he's pulling out her demands for production. Demands for production are, give us these documents and all of them. And then you have to sign under oath. I've given you everything. It tends to look bad to a jury if you say I've given you everything and then things pop up that you didn't turn over. And I imagine that's where this is going.
You, under oath, that the statements in the response, excuse me, are true and correct?
I'm sorry, were you asking me?
Is that your signature on the last page here?
Yes.
And you verified that, you signed stating that under penalty of perjury, the statements in the document are true, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Pool cameraing is dynamic.
I'm not sure.
Well, please look at it. If you could please look at pages 5 and 6. The plaintiff has no emails related to this lawsuit.
Are you asking me about this email on the paper?
I'm asking you about
In the demand for discovery, her response to the demand for discovery was, plaintiff has no emails related to this incident. That was her response. He has in his hot little hand an incident report that was emailed that they didn't turn over. That's where this is going. That's not a good look.
the response. You made a discovery in this case stating that under oath you have no emails that relate to this incident. Is that
Well, that's
correct?
correct. I don't have access to this email anymore.
Okay. So you're, well, okay.
And she said,
Let's go back.
she said, I don't have access to this email anymore. But if that's true, then you turn over the email address and said, I used to have this email address. I don't have it anymore.
Actually, we have one other response, another sworn response. Your Honor, I would like to show the witness plaintiff's responses to defendant Cardi B's special interrogatories, which rather than asking for documents, ask for information. May I approach?
Go ahead. What is the date of the document?
It was served on January 3rd.
And this is a request for responses.
24. And the verification is dated January 30, 2024. Ma'am? Well,
Okay.
and you, that's your signature at the last page, verified under oath that the statements in the document are true and correct?
It's my signature, yes.
Okay, and you understood that you were verifying under oath that the statements in that document were correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that document as well, you said you had no emails related to this incident, this lawsuit, right?
I'm not sure if I said that in this document, but
Could you please look at pages
Then look
4
at
and
it.
5? In fact, you say it 5 times. If memory serves, it's in bold.
He's like, you said it. Here, 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 here.
okay.
And you never produced the email that you sent to your supervisor on February 26th in 2018 in this lawsuit, did you?
I don't have access to that email, sir.
My question to you is, did you ever produce that email?
No.
I'm not sure I know what you're asking.
Did you ask?
Did you give it to
You
us?
had discovery obligations. Miss. Did you ask Allied for a copy of the email that you are now testifying you couldn't access?
I wasn't in communication with Ally.
Okay, so
Yeah, it just comes across as if you're hiding the incident report. it just comes across as if you're hiding the incident report. Right? I didn't have access to that email. If you're suing someone for assault that happened at work, wouldn't pulling the incident report be like a top priority? No? Or at least saying to your lawyers, hey, I sent my boss an incident report. Can you get it? But no, they didn't do that.
Let's talk about what you said on the email to your supervisor
Let's.
2 days after the incident.
Yes, let's.
If you look at page 1,
Let's. I want to hear everything from the incident report.
states that you were the daytime guard on duty at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard. You were on patrol, and I had, quote unquote, I had 2 cell phones, the work phone and also my personal phone. I had my cell phone to my ear. Do you see that language?
Okay,
Do you see the language?
I see it, yes.
And you wrote that 2 days after the incident?
I don't remember writing this, but if this is what you have, then
Your Honor, I would ask that you read the whole sentence for completeness.
I don't have it in front of me, so I don't know that, but to the extent,
Well, that's the portion I intend to read. I mean, he's welcome to read whatever he wants to read.
Well, he's just reading half a sentence. It would be unfair for me.
why don't you provide a copy?
Why don't you all stop with the speaking objections? The court just said, why don't you provide the court with the copy?
Yes, Your Honor. Let me actually include the declaration that came with it. Of Ally.
Counsel's like, okay, if you want to do this, let's do this.
Too much stuff. Paragraph.
It does appear to be a narrative, so if you want to read everything in context, that would be great.
Should I read it, or are you asking?
The court said it does appear to be a narrative, so if you would read everything for context, that would be great. Counsel's asking the court, do you want me to read it? I think you should make her read it. That's what I would do. Okay, Your Honor, you want it read in context? Ma'am, can you read the email that you wrote, please? Start at the beginning. And then I would interrupt her if she missed a word. Can you read us what you wrote? It's much more powerful. I don't know why we're doing a trial ad class today, but it's much more powerful, unless the court stops you, to have the person whose words they are say the words. You know, very Judge Cannoni, are those your words? Then say them. Are those your words? Then say them. You wrote that email? Read it. Let's go.
No, go ahead.
Okay. And just that sentence, Your Honor?
Just read it.
Have her read it.
Make sure it's just in context.
Okay, thank you. Again, the context is that you state in this that you are a daytime guard on duty at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard. Per usual, I was conducting a routine patrol.
I don't want to hear this dude read it. Gotta be honest. I don't want to hear him read per usual.
Of the building premises, and as part of that patrol, I checked the rooftop, all tenant levels, and parking garages. At approximately 13:30 hours, and just to clarify, that is 1:30, correct?
yes.
I was finishing a patrol on the 5th floor of the building. In my hand, I had 2 cell phones, the AUS work phone, and I also had my personal cell phone. I held my cell phone to my ear, checking my voicemail because my mother is recovering from cancer and is in chemotherapy, so sometimes I don't get the calls and have to check the voicemails. You remember that?
She's, I think, over-explaining why she's checking her voicemails. I imagine that you're not supposed to do that at work.
I'm reading it with you, yes.
And are you telling me you have no recollection of this 2-page email detailing the event that you've sued over?
I remember writing an incident report and sending it over.
Is this it then? Or is there
Well-
another one?
Do you recall also that you produced in this case your T-Mobile cell phone records, correct?
Yes.
And if I could,
Ooh, T-Mobile records. Tell me.
I believe that's something we can display because it is an exhibit.
Can you share, Your Honor, may I ask if they can share the exhibit number, please?
So why don't we, just to move things along, why don't we take our afternoon break now?
The court, just so we can move things along, let's take the afternoon break. All of you get it together.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an afternoon break. Since we have a couple things to discuss and I need to give the court reporter some time off, why don't we resume back at 3:15? In the meantime, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research about the case. We will see you at 3:15.
Not the lights. God, I miss the fan. That's awful. I'm going to see if the attorneys go back on the record. I don't know if they do or if they don't. And then we'll skip the break. It looks like the attorneys go back on the record. Thank goodness. And then we'll skip the break, of course. We're going to skip a lot to try to condense this entire trial into a very short period of time.
I'm not exactly sure what has happened. Did we not exchange exhibits?
The judge opens with, I'm not exactly sure what is happening. Did we not exchange exhibits? I wonder if this case was sent to this judge for trial and another judge had been handling it. But I love that the judge is like, counsel, the fuck? We're in trial.
I'm not exactly sure what has happened. Did we not exchange exhibits? Do we not have joint trial records? What's going on here?
I apologize. This is what we have tried to convey. Since July, we've been trying to work with this gentleman to get his exhibits and to finish the exhibit.
Cardi B's attorney is talking to the court right now. The plaintiff is still on the stand.
The joint exhibit list. We have filed a memorandum with a declaration that shows me in August repeatedly asking.
Okay, let's fast forward.
We have not.
Maybe there's a lack of meeting at your current. Do you have all of their documents yet?
At 8:45, he handed them to me today.
Okay.
And we previously produced the documents and produced them as trial exhibits by service at 11:47 on Friday, which he disputes happened, but I haven't given the service.
Okay.
And if I may, my colleague would like to add something.
Sure.
May I, Your Honor? I just want to be clear that on Wednesday, I was moving my son into college and got a message from plaintiff's counsel that the court wanted us to.
Cardi B's attorney is saying, and I'm going to try to gain this down a little so we can try to kill some of the background white noise, but I don't know how much we can do. Cardi B's defense counsel said on Wednesday, this is ahead of this trial starting last month, but in September, I can't believe that's last month. On Wednesday, I was moving my son into college. Like I was moving my kid into college and this dude is messaging me, the opposing counsel. So there's drama with the lawyers and what was getting turned over and what wasn't getting turned over. And they're all in trial. And for Cardi B's attorneys are like, we're going to put her on the stand and let her say what happens. We're going to trial. Let's just go. I think this will be a bigger deal for the plaintiff. How we're in trial. A lot of you are like, how are we in trial? I don't know if Cardi B's attorneys even made a motion for summary judgment or they're just like, you know what? Let her tell her side of the story. You want to go to trial? Let's go to trial. You're bluffing. Let's go. So here we are.
He did not respond, as Peter said. This is detailed in something he filed to the court. Letter after letter after letter he did not respond to. He already filed his documents to the court on Tuesday when he's leaving me voicemail saying, the court is telling us we have to make changes to the documents and submit them. The documents that were filed were not filed with my documents. He was leaving voicemail saying we have to get the documents filed while he already filed the documents. Yeah, I just wanted you to know. Those are not our documents.
Exhibits. You got their exhibits this morning?
We got their exhibit book this morning.
Okay.
Art? Sorry, but we're trying to not trip over a wire. And I apologize for that.
Counsel said, yeah, we got their exhibit book this morning. This is not well organized.
It almost killed me. I think what I'm about to say is correct, but one of these two lawyers will correct me.
When counsel starts on the record saying, I think what I'm about to say is correct, we're not in a good place. We're all not in a good spot. I think what I'm about to say is correct. Counsel?
If I'm wrong. We initially, before the final trial status conference,
This is still Cardi B's attorney talking.
And explained that we had not heard from counsel. Counsel, the court admonished everyone to cooperate. We identified 3 remaining open issues and repeatedly asked him to identify the documents. He has these for his exhibits, he had these generic references to medical records, things like that. We asked him, and he was asking us to declare authenticity, and we said, give us the documents so we know what we're stipulating to. We did not get a response to any of those questions. He then unilaterally, well, as we got closer to the, he unilaterally last week filed these trial documents, which we understood he was saying us to review, pursuant to what Ms. Moore just said, and found out only on Saturday they didn't actually file them. Yesterday, we, to at least show our side of it, because he doesn't include everything that we put in, filed our own unjoint exhibit.
Most courts require a joint exhibit binder for civil trials, meaning the lawyers have to work together, look at all the documents, give them to the court, and then say, Your Honor, we have issues with these things. Can we solve those issues? It seems that that's not what's happening here at all.
And jury instructions and everything. So it is extremely confusing, I understand that.
Yeah, I'm confused.
But there is no
We're all confused.
agreed upon joint exhibit list. There is no agreed upon.
Oh, and I forgot to feed my
witness list.
Snorlax.
Our witness list, for
Damn it.
example, includes Tierra and outcome. His doesn't. Things like that.
Okay. Do you have all their exhibits now?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm not clear what he's talking about. The court's order says we're supposed to bring them 5 books today. I brought 5 exhibit books today. I gave him one, and I distributed it to the court. And he's giving me his book. So I don't know what he's talking about. But what I do notice is...
This is plaintiff's counsel saying, I brought 5 exhibit books today. I gave the defense their exhibit book. What is the issue?
throughout this cross-examination is just springing on things. I don't know if it's for impeachment or not, but that's my concern. When I ask him, where is it in the exhibit book, he can't tell me.
And I think that was one of the points the court made earlier. I don't want...
Just let the plaintiff go sit at counsel table, by the way. If they're on lunch break, like, let her get off the stand. It's so awkward to just sit up there. Like, counsel, be mindful of your client and be like, Your Honor, can my client come sit at counsel table so I can explain to her what's happening?
Interrogatories and RFPs to the exhibits, because they're not.
They aren't included in the exhibit book.
And so you just, I think your obligation is to specifically identify the caption and the date it was served. I think that's adequate to put the plaintiff's counsel on notice.
And that's what I did, and yes.
I know, but he had to ask. So
my apologies.
Okay.
My apologies. And this particular...
And the court is reminding defense counsel, hey, when you pull up an exhibit, you need to give the caption and the page so they know where it is. Come on, everybody. Get it together. You're not new.
The Allied document is a document that was produced
That's for
from
impeachment.
Allied's records, this email. We have an affidavit of
No, I don't have an issue with this. I mean, you refresh her recollection, and I think she agreed that she sent it. So.
Yeah. And I showed him as I was passing what the discovery response was, but I'll be specific without him asking.
So I need you all to work together a little bit more.
Yeah, I wish we could.
Shouldn't be fighting against each other. It's your clients that you're trying to represent here. So we need to put our heads together. Do we have a final verdict form?
We did. We filed one before and he approved it. Your Honor made one change to it, and I don't recall what it was, because we had, I think there were a few words that were different than the approved form, and that was done at the final status conference. We also had a joint statement that Your Honor cleaned that up.
Okay. So, and here's the issue, just to explain myself with respect to to the extent that she treated with a doctor, she did treat with a doctor, so I'm not going to exclude that. If I excluded the doctor as a witness, that's a different story.
Well, the evidence is that if you're talking about Dr. Avila, he was not a treating physician.
She testified that he was, so.
Well, that's because he's trying to do an end run around the exclusion of Dr. Avila.
All right. Anything further?
Yes, Your Honor. In my defense, Your Honor.
The judge's face is giving, okay, counsel, stop it now.
Disagree with. I'm not going to get into the details. All I can say is Dr. Avila did treat my client, and he signed the report in the bill, and that's why I asked her about it. So.
Okay.
And if I may just, because I know you've got a lot of cases. Dr. Avila was never identified as an expert. He then tried to replace
We've gone over this.
Okay, just want to make sure you remember.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. We will see you this weekend.
The court, we've gone over this. All right. Fighting over exhibits, fighting over witnesses, and we're going to skip their lunch break. Again, we are taking a look at the Cardi B civil trial. We're going to jump around on some witnesses for time, and we're going to condense this case a bit. But we are watching currently plaintiff's testimony before Cardi B testifies, and we're going to have to look at the testimony of the office staff that intervened. But this is not organized at all, it seems, by the attorneys.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, jury's back. We're back on cross-examination of the plaintiff. So away we go with
Let's back up
cross.
just a little. One second. So, on that day in February 2018, when you were on duty as a security guard, you were wearing black boots, right?
Yes.
And
Were they in fact made for
you
walking?
testified earlier when your counsel was asking you questions that you had a earpiece and you were checking voicemail. Well, I'm sorry, I misstated. That you had an earpiece in your head when you saw Cardi B, right?
Yes.
And you were, but then in the incident report, we saw that you wrote.
Did I
that you
slow this
had
back down?
Your phone to your ear.
Yes. Damn it.
Okay.
Back to 1.25.
That's what it says on the paper, yes.
So I can't do this at real time. The questions are so slow.
Yes. And if you look at that incident report at the very top, it says from Emani Ellis, Emani Ellis at gmail.com. That's your personal email account, right?
Yes.
Ma'am, you're telling me that you don't have access to your first name, last name, Gmail account? This isn't a work email. This is first name, last name, Gmail. Huh. Okay. Those are getting harder and harder for people to get, by the way, because, so many name combos have already been taken.
And is doing incident reports a normal practice in the security guard business?
When something happens, yes.
In fact, you do daily activity reports as a security guard?
Yes.
So the reports are very important, right?
Yes.
And in the incident report, when you were reporting back to your supervisor, you said that you were checking your voicemail, right?
Yes.
That's what the email says.
She said she was checking her voicemail.
The email that bears your name, right? Reporting on the incident that you have sued over.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we could turn in the blue book to file exhibit 200. See it?
Yes.
And that's a letter from your lawyer to me.
Okay.
Is that correct, Ann?
Yes.
And if you go to the page that has a lot of blacked out entries, is it correct that that is a portion of your T-Mobile invoice, including for February 24, 2018?
Yes.
And you see that
Phone
at 1:30,
records.
you received a call, and that lasted, what, 22 minutes?
Objection, Your Honor. The document does not say 1:30.
Counsel objected that it's the wrong time. The plaintiff testified that she was not on the phone and that she was not speaking on the phone, that she was checking voicemail. They have her phone records. So they're asking if she was on a call at the time this happened. Because in opening, Cardi B's attorneys said that she heard the plaintiff say something like, oh my God, that's Cardi B, or that looks like Cardi B. So I'm very interested to hear about this phone call. What time did the phone call happen?
Well, maybe my glasses aren't, I need to get a new prescription. Do you see the entry? It's 1:10 p.m. for 22 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, that was a phone call that you received and talked on the phone for 22 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. And at 1:40, you made an 8-minute phone call?
1:10 p.m., a 22-minute call, and then at 1:40 p.m., a 8-minute call. So I imagine that that 22-minute call overlaps the beginning of the incident, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
And whose phone number is that?
Which time are you referring to?
310-403-3656.
No, don't.
Can I say that again?
Yes, absolutely. I apologize. 310.
I'm going to just mute that down, but whose number is that?
I don't know who the number belongs to, but it's probably a family member of mine.
Is that Nicholas Jackson's phone number?
Probably yes.
All right. Counsel.
And if we could go back. And you testified that you said when you saw.
When I say in some of the cases we watch that not all cases are like the ones that we watch, this is sadly more typical. It is not super organized. It is not super smooth. The information is coming out in bits and pieces. It's why closing can be so important, because it's just tough.
Cardi B, you said something to the effect of, wow, that was Cardi B.
Something to the effect of that.
And at that point,
So you were on the phone and you said, wow, that was Cardi B. You said you didn't say that, though. That's not what happened in direct exam. All right. The audio has since crapped itself, so we're going to try again. There we go.
and you testified that you said when you saw Cardi B, you said something to the effect of, wow, that was Cardi B.
Something to the effect of that.
And at that point, as a security guard, you knew it would have been improper for you as a security guard to tell people that Cardi was a patient at a medical facility, correct?
I didn't tell anyone that I saw her.
Could you please answer the question? No, I can repeat it if you like.
Okay.
Isn't it true that as a security guard who had been trained, as you said, and worked for 4 years, you knew it would have been improper for you to tell people that Cardi B was a patient at a medical facility?
Objection asked and answered.
It wasn't answered.
It would be improper, but I did not tell anyone I saw her.
Move to strike everything after improper.
So maybe I just want you to answer the question, okay? So if you can answer the question with a yes or no question, please answer yes or no.
Yes, Your Honor.
Answer what's
And
asked.
you understood when you saw Cardi B that she thought that you were using your phone to tell people that she was at a medical facility, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And as I understand it, you denied that you used your cell phone to photograph or film Cardi B on that day. Is that correct?
That's not true. I didn't record her or film her.
The question was, is it correct that you deny using your personal cell phone to photograph or videotape Cardi B on February 24, 2018?
Yes.
She immediately said, yes, counsel, it wasn't vague or ambiguous. You deny recording or photographing.
And isn't it correct that you don't have that phone, right? You no longer have that phone. You disposed of it.
I mean, this was 2018, counsel. I'm not going to give as much shade depending on the time of when she got rid of the phone, but between 2018 and 2025, changing phones does not shock the conscience. However, if you are recording as somebody, she said Cardi B like just went wild on her and was jumping up and down and saying all the things. If you were recording that, wouldn't you use that in your civil lawsuit? Just saying.
You can't show us that phone and show that you don't have any photographs or videos of Cardi B. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And rather than simply leaving, you stepped out of the elevator and told Cardi B to repeat what she said. Say it again. Isn't that what you did?
No.
Well, if you look at the incident report,
Why follow her then? Let's hear the rest of the incident report.
quote, you see in the second paragraph, I stepped out of the elevator and asked her to repeat what she said to me, and so she...
Ma'am, it's in front of you. It's in front, your incident report's in front of you. You put in your incident report, I followed her out of the elevator.
did, angrily putting her finger in my face and yelling at me. You see that?
I stepped out of the elevator to clarify.
And you told her, say that again, right?
I don't remember saying say that again.
So your story just changed in real time. She's like, no, I was clarifying.
Your testimony was that you and Cardi B yelled at each other for 30 seconds.
She yelled at me. My voice was firm because I was upset.
Are you denying that you testified at your deposition and stated to Dr. McKenzie that you were yelling and cursing at Cardi B?
I'm not denying it. I just wanted to clarify.
And as you were yelling at Cardi B and people stepped out of her doctor's office, one of them stepped in between you to separate you two. Isn't that correct?
Yes, because she was in my face.
And the people came out of
Ma'am,
the woman's
that's not a
care
yes or no
doctor's office.
answer.
Employees came out from the 5th floor. I would assume they were from women's care.
And the woman who stepped in between you came out of that office?
I believe it was her, yes.
And you
Is that in the
testified your
incident report?
deposition that Cardi B...
Like in the incident report, if somebody from the office witnessed it, wouldn't you put in the incident report, and these staff members from this medical facility on this floor witnessed it? This cross has been a little disjointed, but effective. Also, her demeanor change is noticeable.
spit at you after the other people came out of the doctor's office. Isn't that correct?
She did.
Move to strike as non-responsive. And if
Why don't you clarify the question?
you testified at your deposition under oath, you said at that point that Cardi B spit at you after the
Oh, he's
other
locking
people
her
came
into
to intervene
statements.
in the argument. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And yet, in the report, you state
Let's
I
hear more about
advised
the
Cardi B
answer.
that she needed to get her finger out of my face because I had not did anything to her. She then responded by spit at me. That's how it's spelled. And as a result, I became angry and yelled out to her to leave me alone and go on about her business. A few moments later, I remember a few people coming out and trying to separate us. That's what you said in your email, correct? Days after.
Correct.
Okay.
And you stated in your incident report that Cardi B's nails were 3 inches long that day.
They were.
Your Honor, if we could ask for an admonition for the witness to answer the questions I'm asking.
Yeah, so please just focus on the question and answer the question.
Counsel, of all the answers that she's given, that one was, you stated her nails were 3 inches. They were. It's a colloquial answer. Your question's awkward. Are you trying to find out if the nails are that long or if she said the nails were that long? That's not on the witness counsel. That's your question.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the question is, you claimed in the incident report that Cardi's nails were 3 inches long that day. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. Better
And
question.
you testified at your deposition that Cardi pointed her fingernail at your face, right?
Yes.
And you state in your February 26, 2018 incident report, bear with me for a second.
He's going between the depo and the incident report.
I'm sorry, I have a marked copy of this one, and I didn't bring it with me. You state in your incident report that she scratched you on your nose, right?
Objection, misstates the testimony of the witness.
Well, it's contrary to the, sorry.
The objection was from the plaintiff, excuse me. The plaintiff's objection was he said that's contrary to what the testimony says. And plaintiff's counsel is like, right, I'm reading the incident report to impeach her because it is contrary to what she said. We're all on the same page, but he's not. The objection they're trying to say is misstates testimony, but it's the impeachment.
Your Honor. You testified in this trial, excuse me, that Cardi B cut your cheek. Yet you stated in your email to your supervisor on February 26, 2018, that Cardi B cut you on the nose. Isn't that true?
Objection, misstates the testimony.
She put her finger in my face.
No.
Okay, first of all,
No,
you're testifying
no.
here today under oath that Cardi B, 7-year
Ma'am, you're being evasive. If your incident report says that she cut you on the nose, why are we here in this trial where you're saying that you needed $36,000 worth of medical intervention to correct a scar on your cheek?
later, the Cardi B cut your cheek, your left cheek. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And you state in your report 2 days after the incident that she scratched your nose. Quote unquote, third paragraph. At this time, she continued to yell at me and point her 3-inch acrylic fingernails into my face, scratching my nose. See that?
Yes, but into my face.
Which is strike out everything after yes.
Scratching my nose. He just read the incident report.
Motion tonight.
And you were clear at your deposition that you had changed the story to Cardi supposedly cutting your cheek, not her nose, right?
No.
You specifically testified to that, didn't you?
I'm not sure I know what you're asking.
At your deposition, you specifically testified that you were not scratched on your nose that day, you were scratched on your cheek.
She touched my nose, but she scratched my cheek.
Okay, but in the incident report, you state scratching my nose, right? You have to answer audibly.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And in fact, you demonstrated at the deposition how Cardi B supposedly was nose to nose with you, but jabbed your cheek. Is that true?
Yes.
And if we could show that. This is the video of the
Video of the deposition. Fantastic.
deposition where plaintiff demonstrates how she was supposedly scratched on the cheek. That's the deposition video.
If you're the jury,
We may have to come back to that.
if you're the jury, how relevant to you is the incident report from 2 days after, before all of this?
But you have to identify by page and month.
Well, we'll have to come back to that because I don't have that. I have the deposition video.
Oh no, counsel. How are you not ready?
Why is no one ready?
Counsel's like, I'm going to have to come back to that once I get it ready.
Well, I don't want to hold things up. We'll do that a little bit later.
We'll do that a
you
bit
did mention
later.
Deposition that there is no scar on your nose, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, we can play that back for you if you like. But did you testify at your deposition that there is no scar on your nose?
I'm not sure.
Is there a scar on your nose?
We're working on that. And in your response, your verified response to the written discovery that was served on you in this case, and specifically the special interrogatory, interrogatories number 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 14, 25, 26, 27, and 28, that Cardi beat you about the head, face, and body.
I'm objecting because I don't have the number of special rog he's talking about, the set and the date.
He just read all that in, counsel.
But he's asking her about, I want to know what he's talking about.
Why don't you break it down?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Why don't you break it down to the specifics?
Sure. Well, in light of counsel's objection, I can show the witness.
We're going to the special interrogatories.
It might be faster if you just read the interrogatory and the response.
Bless this process right now.
Second, and for counsel, the plaintiff's responses to defendant Cardi B's special interrogatory set number 1.
Read that in already.
Is that dated
Julie, why don't you break it
Yes, sir.
down?
August 9, 22?
May I answer? I just don't like counsel talking to each
You
other.
clarify.
Okay, yes, counsel, it is. The verification under oath is dated August 9, 2022.
Thank you.
This is more common than the trials we have seen. It is incredibly
And if I can direct you
funky.
to interrogatory number 1.
I will just say, oftentimes civil attorneys go to trial substantially less than criminal attorneys do, and you can see the difference.
At page 4. And
All right, well, counsel finds the page in the next question. I'm going to zoom. I mean, I like seeing Cardi's nails in court. They're definitely not 3 inches long for trial.
somewhere in this long bolded thing of a page and a half, there's references to what I'm looking for. Oh, I got it. Page 4, beginning line 17.
I'm sorry, what was that?
At page 4, line 17 of plaintiff's sworn response to Cardi B's special interrogatory set number 1, the interrogatory, the response states, and among other things, in specific, on or about February 24, 2018, plaintiff was lawfully working as a security guard on or near the premises of the subject property when defendant Bacalus Marlenas Almanzar assaulted and battered plaintiff by violently, unlawfully, intentionally, suddenly, and maliciously striking her about the head, face, and body. Do you recall swearing to that under oath?
Yes.
And we can go back to the way you demonstrated this alleged assault on your cheek at your deposition. If we could please play the video associated with 55 minutes, 9 seconds to 56 minutes, 6 seconds.
All right, somebody must have passed him a sticky note
Oh, those are
because
pages and lines, I'm sorry.
it sounds like we're going to see the deposition.
Line 9 to page 56, line 6.
Any objection?
This is why depositions are videotaped. It sounds like we're going. I have no idea how the audio will be. I have not watched this. Some of you might have. But this is the deposition. And Steve C. said, I don't recall the Paltrow trial being this slapdash. No, the Paltrow trial was really well organized. It was really well organized. This, it feels like everybody woke up and went, oh shit, there's trial today. Not the same. Not the same.
When Cardi put her finger in your face, where in your face was it?
She struck me on my nose and on my cheek. She wears her nails very long, very bedazzled, very sharp. So yes.
And you said it made contact with your nose?
Yes, and my face.
And so 2 times she touched you?
Yes, so she was like this.
Audio is actually killing it for the video of this deposition. So I'm here for it.
When you say like this, she put her finger?
Pointing, yes, so like this. Pointing her finger at my face, yes.
And it touched your nose?
Yes.
So she's demonstrating, for those of you listening in the background, she's demonstrating being pointed at in the nose, and then that pointing motion, like the finger wagging motion, scratching her cheek, like the point of the finger scratching her cheek.
What part of your nose?
Whatever part of the nose that the nail landed on, yes.
Oh, I mean, is it the bottom, the middle, the top?
I'm not sure.
And which cheek did she touch?
My left cheek.
Thank you. Do you remember giving that to?
I mean, that was actually really helpful because none of that came out in direct examination. Like, how did you get scratched? Was it like, Wolverine, or was it whatever? But she's saying, no, Cardi was pointing in my face and then hit me with her nails while she was pointing her finger in my face. She's like, I'm not sure exactly where, but in my face. I still don't. Okay.
Yes.
And if you need a moment, you can look at the incident report, but isn't it correct that in the incident report, you made no claim that Cardi struck you about the head and body?
I put in the incident report that she had her finger in my face and she struck my face.
She cut your nose, right? Isn't that what you put in the incident report? That she scratched your nose? I can read it again if you like.
I don't need you to read it.
Ma'am, you got to just answer the questions. You can't try to explain it or fix it. You've got to just answer the questions.
I'm not sure.
Is there anywhere in this incident report that you prepared and sent to your supervisor 2 days after this alleged incident that you said that Cardi struck your body?
And the incident report says that she struck me, yes.
Where?
It's in the paper.
I'm sorry?
It's in the report.
Where in the report?
I reported it that she had her finger in my face.
I understand that, but let's set aside putting her finger in.
Does it say in the report that she struck you? Yes. Where? It says that she put her finger in my face. Where does it say she struck you?
Let's set aside supposedly scratching you on your nose that time. That was what you were saying. Is there anywhere in the report that says that Cardi on that day struck your body?
I'm not sure.
Can you take a moment and go through it?
You just said it's on the paper. Where on the paper? Can you point it out? Can you? Ma'am, looking at it longer is not going to make it appear. Accio, accurate statement.
As I'm reading it, I reported that she put her 3-inch fingernails into my face. So that's what I remember reporting.
Well, let's be accurate. I mean, truth is important and accuracy is important. This report says, this report that you did 2
Big
days
fan
after
of
the incident
justice.
claims that she put her 3-inch fingernails in your face and scratched you on the nose, right?
Yes.
She's like, but counsel, it depends on what the meaning of the word in your face is. By in your face, I meant she put them into my flesh. Not like just pointed them in my face. She put them into my skin. In an incident report, and I have seen lots of incident reports, if there was an injury, there would normally be a picture of the injury, measurement of the injury, and then a description of the injury. Because all of those things are needed for what, chat? Workers' comp. All of those things are needed for workers' comp. You get scratched in the face at work. I'm like, I'm not, you're paying for me to go to the doctor. I'm at work. Unless you started the problem, and then workers' comp would probably be like, don't talk to me.
Okay, so let's talk about immediately after the accident.
But Your Honor, I'm going to object. He said in the face, but the document says into the face. There's a difference.
Why don't you clarify the question?
In the incident report, the only scratch that you report is a scratch on your nose that you supposedly suffered that day, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you need another moment to look at this?
I reported that she touched my face with her finger, sir.
Ma'am, the question is, in your incident report, you told your supervisor 2 days afterwards that you suffered a scratch on your nose and no other scratches were mentioned, correct?
Correct. That's correct.
This is okay.
Ma'am,
You agree?
ma'am, you're the one suing. Ma'am, your incident report says she scratched your nose. Her response is, okay.
I don't agree with what you're saying, but I'm saying okay for the purposes of your question.
I'm not quite sure what that means, but so let's move on.
That's clear.
You don't
That's
even
truth.
know if there was any blood, right?
She is
It
telling the
broke the
truth.
skin.
Please, ma'am, miss, answer the question I'm asking. You testified at your deposition that you did not know if the alleged scratch, this time on your cheek, even bled. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And you didn't go to a doctor that day for this alleged assault and battery, did you?
I saw a medical doctor, but not at the day of the incident.
Okay, again, let's focus on the questions I'm asking you. You allege that you were assaulted,
My
battered,
questions.
beaten
My
up,
questions.
scratched somewhere, sometimes on the nose, sometimes on the cheek, and you went home and took a nap, right?
I was
That's what you
upset.
testified to
Yes.
your deposition.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe called your mother, right? That's what you testified to, right?
Yes.
You didn't call your grandmother, though, did you?
No.
You never even put a Band-Aid on this alleged scratch, wherever it was, did you?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
No.
Counsel, that is one of the worst objections I've ever heard. You didn't put a Band-Aid on it that day, did you? Objection calls for speculation. Speculation as to what? Her own actions? She's the one suing. She's the plaintiff.
When your counsel was asking you questions today, he said that he basically elicited testimony from you that since you didn't think you were going to sue, you didn't take any pictures of your alleged injury in February 2018. Isn't that what you testified to?
Yes.
At your deposition, though, you testified you took pictures that day, and you can't find them. They disappeared somehow. You remember that?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so I would like to have our technician, well, first
The phone was rehomed. The photos were rehomed.
well, let's start at page 69, lines 18 to 20.
Any objection?
Yes, I would ask that he read both before and after, not just the specific lines that
Give me the pages 91 through.
The thing is, if you took pictures, they should have been attached to the incident
Another
report.
issue I have, Your Honor, is he's produced
I have never seen any workplace where if there is any type of injury, including like redness, that there isn't some, even if terrible and out of focus, picture of vague redness. Every incident report requires some kind of photo.
deposition transcripts to the court. He hasn't given me a copy of that.
I don't know if it takes to give you a copy of your client's deposition.
Yeah, you're good.
Even the camera's fed up with it. The camera's just like, I'm done. The camera just, there we go. We're back.
I don't see any objections, so go ahead.
They're going through the part of the deposition that he was asking about. Counsel, the court said you could go ahead. I don't think counsel heard the court.
Slowly but surely.
Did you take any pictures of your face at the time?
I did take pictures.
Okay.
I just love that they're playing the deposition. Look how well they cut together the deposition. This was well prepared because the deposition has a transcript scrolling below it. Love that.
There's several other examples where you testified.
That went so fast.
Take any pictures of your face at the time?
I did take pictures.
Okay.
I did take pictures. That's what she said.
There's several other examples where you testified that you took pictures, but somehow you just don't know where they are. You took pictures of the cut, that you supposedly suffered after this, or during this alleged assault. And you took pictures way back in 2018, but somehow can't find them. Is that what you testified to?
Yes.
Trisha in the chat said, I thought she said she didn't take pictures earlier.
And
That's
you
correct.
testified when counsel was asking you questions that you decided you didn't want to be a security guard anymore. Isn't that true?
Yes.
In fact, you were fired. Isn't that true?
Objection, Your Honor. We discussed this at length.
Overruled.
Isn't that the truth? You were actually fired by Allied.
Counsel's so mad. Objection. I wonder if that's why they withdrew the claim for employment law. Because counsel's like, we discussed this at length. And the court's like, that doesn't mean you're right. She said, I chose not to be a security guard anymore. And cross-examination saying, well, if I chose not to be a security guard anymore, it was because you were fired, then that's accurate.
Acting unprofessionally as a security guard. Isn't that true?
Same objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
There was more to that question. So I'm going to back up.
You decided you didn't want to be a security guard anymore. Isn't that true?
Yes.
In fact, you were fired, isn't that true?
Objection, Your Honor, we discussed this at length.
Isn't that the truth? You were actually fired by Allied for acting unprofessionally as a security guard, isn't that true?
Same objection.
Yes.
And in the incident
He said at the end, you were fired by Allied for acting unprofessionally as a security guard.
report, you apologize to your employer, Allied, for acting unprofessionally and exposing them to potential liability. Is that true?
That calls for legal conclusion. Ma'am, what are you reading?
Was there an answer?
I'm sorry?
Was there an answer?
No.
No, she's, I guess we need a report, but if it helps me here, I can direct you to the second statement.
Yes.
JJ Love said, how did I not see Emily was streaming this?
As a security guard, you got a new
I don't know. Lawnard app? Because YouTube doesn't always tell you, but I generally stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at 11 a.m. Though during the fall, it's going to be a little janky.
job that paid more money than the security guard job paid, correct?
Yes.
The judge, was there an answer? No, I guess she's doing something.
But if it helps me here, I can direct you to the second statement.
Yes.
And after you were terminated as a security guard, you got a new job that paid more money than the security guard job paid, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And you said that you
Not
consulted with
relevant for this.
Dr. McKenzie, excuse me. That was because you filed a workers' comp claim, right?
Yes.
And so
She did file a workers' comp claim. Oh, how did that go?
you filed a workers' comp claim against Allied, and that's why you met with Dr. McKenzie, correct?
Yes.
And you met with her in April of 2018?
Yes.
And you testified at your deposition that you told Dr. McKenzie.
Some of you are asking, did she already get money? I don't know if that'll come out or not. I imagine workers' comp was like, workers' comp in California, the goal is not to compensate the workers. That's from my personal experience. But she said that she is, that she filed a workers' comp claim with Allied, the company that hired her to do security. And that she didn't ask Allied for her incident report because they were not in communication. I imagine that they weren't in communication because the workers' comp claim was not well met. I imagine that Allied fought, because I imagine Allied has workers' comp claims where people twist a knee or this or that, but I imagine Allied was like, what we're not doing is this. Huh. Yeah, for all of you, I mean, I don't know how workers' comp is in other states, but for those of you in California, when you need workers' comp, it is a full-time job to try to get taken care of, which is preposterous when you are injured, ill, and need to, I could rant. It's, all right. Let's continue.
The truth about what happened on February 24, 2018, right?
Yes.
Okay. In this action, you served, well, you were a patient of Kaiser Permanente, correct?
Yes.
And in this action, we obtained a copy of your medical records from, let's see, beginning June 8, 2023. Bear with me for a second, please.
You
Actually,
should.
it goes back, I think, further, but have you seen those records?
I'm not sure.
Isn't it, well,
Wait, counsel, I don't give
I
a
hate to ask
shit.
this question, but they did not.
I don't care about medical records from 2023. What are the medical records from 2018 when she filed for workers' comp?
Diagnose you as having severe obesity, correct?
Yes.
And they did conclude that you had full capacity and no.
I'm going to back this up. They're talking about medical records.
Isn't it? Well, I hate to ask this question, but they did diagnose you as having severe obesity, correct?
Yes.
And they did conclude that you had full capacity and no history of patient status change. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Did he say they did not diagnose you as having severe PTSD? It was really hard to hear. I just backed it up again because I'm curious.
Isn't it? Well, I hate to ask this question, but they did diagnose you as having severe obesity, correct?
Yes.
And
Oh.
they did conclude that you had full.
Sorry, he was asking about her weight, which is why he said, "I'm sorry that I have to ask you about this." So he was talking about her diagnosis with regard to her weight. That's why he said, sorry, I kept hearing like severe something. Okay, that makes more sense. That's why he's like, "I'm sorry to have to ask you about this. They diagnosed you with regard to your weight." I imagine this is going to come up more based on opening statements. And then they were talking about the conclusions that she did have full capacity to do her work.
Capacity and no history of patient status change. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
The only pains that you complained of, January 25, 2021, December 27, 2021, were belly pain and low back pain, right?
Objection calls for expert opinion.
Correct?
The reason it doesn't call for expert is because he's asking her about her symptoms, and her symptoms at the time were stomach pain and back pain.
Yes.
And you hurt your finger at one point, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, I can show it to you, but let's just move on. You had various things, tailbone pain, right hamstring pain, but you had no report, no reference in 161 pages of medical records to a scratch on your face. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And there's no reference in 161 pages of medical records to anxiety, post-traumatic stress syndrome, blows to your head or face. Correct?
Yes.
That only
She's answering pretty clearly about the medical records. I'm sure she has read them. The medical records have talked about medical diagnosis relating to her weight, has talked about other aches and pains. But what he's getting to is in all of the medical records you gave to us, nothing talks about your face, a scratch to the face, injury to the face, etc. So, Betty Ann Fry said should be covered under workers' comp. Not necessarily. It depends on the circumstance. We have circumstances that are leading to questions. So, not necessarily.
came up when you filed this lawsuit, right?
I'm not sure I know what you're asking.
Also, you were in a car accident in 2021, isn't that true?
Yes.
And hit your head.
Yes.
You were in a car accident again in November of 2023 on Pico Boulevard, right?
I'm not sure if it was on Pico, but it was in that area, yes.
Right. You sued over that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may, if I could just consult with my colleague, I think I may be close to done.
So none of her medical records indicate the injury from this at all. Okay. Okay. All right, the attorneys are consulting. I'm zooming.
Bear with me. We talked about how you told Dr. McKenzie the truth about what happened, right?
Yes.
And you told her that Cardi B almost scratched you. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure saying almost.
You know the person at Women's Healthcare who intervened when you were basically assaulting Cardi B, don't you?
No.
Well, isn't it true that 3 weeks after that event, you called up Tierra Malcolm, the receptionist, who put her body in between yours and Cardi B?
This is the most compound question ever, but I just want to understand what he's saying, so I'm backing it up. They're talking about the receptionist at the medical practice.
Don't you?
No.
Well, isn't it true that 3 weeks after that event, you called up Tierra Malcolm, the receptionist, who put her body in between yours and Cardi B's and took your blows? You called her up to try and get her to help you in this case. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure.
What? What?
Let me just check one thing.
He asked, you called up the receptionist who got in between you while you were assaulting Cardi B and tried to get her to help you in this case. Well, we have to see the receptionist testimony. Chat's all like, we have to see it. Yes, we do. We have to see the receptionist testimony. She's like, I don't know.
Sorry, I want to be thorough.
Like, ma'am, if you don't care, why should the jury? You're the one suing. Nobody dragged you here. You chose to do this.
I'm just double checking. I also want to just reiterate that in your deposition, you testified under oath that Cardi spit on you after Ms. Malcolm and others came out of the doctor's office to try and stop you.
Yes, the timing of the spitting is
Yes.
in
And in your incident
dispute.
report, you reported to your boss, your supervisor, that Cardi supposedly spit at you before people came out because of all the yelling. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I think that's all the questions I have for this witness.
All right, fine.
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to read.
End of cross-examination. Back to redirect. Plaintiff is the first witness in plaintiff's own case. This is the civil Cardi B case from last month that happened right in the middle of the Adelson trial.
From the deposition transcript, page 61, lines 23 to page 62.
Let me turn this over to you.
Page 62, line 14.
I'm sorry, counsel, I was trying to get out of the podium so you can take it.
Counsel's asking to read something in.
Page 61 to 62. You want the line?
Yes, ma'am.
Line 23 on page 61 through line 14 on page 62.
Any questions?
Heather Ruth asked, is it typical for a plaintiff to testify in their own case? They have to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Plaintiffs have to testify. They have to say what they're suing for, why they're suing for, why the jury should believe them. Plaintiffs, they're the ones choosing to sue. They're the ones picking who to sue, how to sue, what to sue, and they have to testify.
Question: did you fill out any written paperwork about the incident? Answer: there was an incident report made.
He's trying to fix the impeachment.
For that day, yes. Question: when you say there was an incident report, is that something you completed? Answer: yes. Question: when did you prepare the incident report? Answer: I'm not sure. Part of what Jasmine wanted me to do was write an incident report. I'm not sure how long after it was done. Question: okay, when you say an incident report, is that something where you send an email or is it a pre-printed form that you complete?
This is from the deposition, so this is after the interrogatories where she said, no, I didn't do any of that.
Answer: normally it's a pre-printed form. We didn't have those forms at the location that I was at, so she did ask me to type it up. You remember at your deposition, a different attorney asked you questions about this incident?
Yes.
And you did tell that attorney that you made an incident report, correct?
Yes.
And that's the 2-page email that counsel asked you about?
Yes.
And in your incident report, on paragraph 3, it states that this time she continued to yell at me and point her 3-inch acrylic fingernails into my face, scratching my nose. I advised Cardi B that she needed to get her finger out of my face because I had not did anything to her. So, when you wrote this incident report, you estimated that the fingernails were 3 inches long?
Yes.
Yeah.
When you said that the fingernails went into your face, what did you mean by that?
I meant when she was going like this, her nail touched my cheek, touched my nose.
Did it actually cut your cheek?
Yes.
Did it cut your nose?
Ah, that was me.
No.
And then counsel asked you about the T-Mobile bill. You testified that this incident occurred at 1:30.
He asked about the phone records and the phone call. I think the phone call is noticeable.
Yeah, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And the T-Mobile bill shows phone calls at 1:10 p.m. and 1:40 p.m., correct?
Yes.
But it was a 22-minute call at 1:10. So it lasted till 1:32. If my math is correct. I mean, I know lawyers don't math, but come on.
You were not making any phone calls at the time of the incident, correct?
She was on the phone.
I can withdraw the question. Did you make any telephone calls at the time of the incident on February 24th, 2018?
No.
Did you make a phone call 10 minutes after the incident
She was already on the phone.
on February 24th, 2018?
Yes.
The phone number 424-219-2078. Whose phone number is that?
I believe it was my mom.
That's not what you said earlier. Are those different numbers?
Did you tell anyone that Cardi B was at this medical facility just before the incident occurred on February 24th, 2018?
No.
They're
If you
all
did
saying
do
the
that,
incident was at
Does
1:30.
that give Cardi B the right to assault and battery? Objection, Your Honor.
Assisting.
It calls for legal conclusion, but no, you don't put hands on somebody. No, you don't put hands on somebody, but counsel, right now, these questions are going to determine credibility and to whether or not Cardi B scratched her or just yelled at her. There's a large difference in between those two things.
Your Honor, if the court may take judicial notice of the complaint in this case,
I'm not sure for what purpose.
because the discovery response that was read is verbatim as to what the complaint says.
No.
The court, no.
When written discovery was prepared with you, was it done by your attorney's office?
Yes.
Do you know what written discovery is?
Yes.
What does the word form interrogatory mean? Do you know?
No.
Do you know what the word special interrogatory means?
No.
Do you know request for admission?
No.
Do you know demand for production of documents?
No.
These are discovery questions that are prepared with your attorney?
Yes.
I don't know how this plaintiff thought that Cardi B wouldn't take this thing to trial.
When I asked you earlier if any pictures were taken,
So far,
You
we
were
have no
truthful.
picture
You
of the
answered
injury.
Yes.
and when you answered me about whether pictures were taken, did you understand my question to be on the date of the incident?
Objection. It's argumentative. I'm sorry for last mention. It's
It is 100% an argumentative question. It's also leading.
It lacks foundation as well, sustained.
Did you take
The-
pictures of
The court added his own grounds for objection. It lacks foundation as well, sustained. I don't like what a shit show this is, but I do like the judge's retorts.
your scar or your cut or anything on your body on the date of the incident? of February 24, 2018?
Oh, Trisha Lynn, friend. I just have to say the lawsuit number was pinned in the millions and millions. 36,000 is just the medical bills. That doesn't include all the pain and suffering and the everything else. 36,000 is just the medical bills. So suing for millions, but the number that they're going to ask the jury for at the end of the case, like whatever they put in the complaint is just the headline numbers. It's monopoly money. When they get to the closing arguments is when I expect to hear them say how much they're asking for, this much for medical bills, this much for pain and suffering, etc. That's when we'll hear them try to explain it.
Sure.
Did you at some point later on take photographs?
Yes.
And where are they? If you're the jury, and this lawyer just said at some point, did you take photos? If you're the jury, aren't you going, and where are they? I would like to see them. Did you at some point take photos? Yes.
When you treated with Dr. McKenzie for your claim,
Workers' comp claim.
whether it was for a work comp claim or not, were you in need of psychological care?
Yes.
And her treatment was helpful to you?
Yes.
I think therapy is wonderful. However, if you told your therapist that you were almost struck, it is a big difference between I received an injury such that I need corrective surgery. That's just not the same.
Recross?
Yes, Your Honor. Just briefly.
And a recross. If the camera wants to recross. Daria asked a great question. If he knew there were pictures taken, why didn't he press it in direct? Because he also knows that his client has not produced them and they don't seem to exist. So it's a bad look. We're going to zoom until the camera comes back. Chat, I know a lot of you wanted to watch this in real time when we were in the depths of the Donna of it all. I'm real glad we didn't. This is definitely a watch after the fact kind of a case. Oh, the camera just doesn't come back. That's just it. That's all. The camera just doesn't come back. Great. Let's go to the day 2 of trial and see where we get to. The camera never comes back. It never comes back. So I guess we're gonna zoom to day 2. So the camera just noped out and was just like, peace. That is the end of the day 1 stream for the Cardi B civil case. The plaintiff testified and is suing for assault and battery and for medical bills due to an alleged injury sustained to the face. No pictures. Day 1, not a single picture. No, there's no other feed over the rest of day 1. We just have to go to day 2. All the feeds are the same because it's one pool camera. So there's not more. All right, let's go to day 2. Let me see if, let's go to day 2, which I have queued up. So let me just grab it real quick. I said we're going to be zooming through this trial. We are going to be zooming through this trial. So let me grab day 2, which as much as I would like to not have a banner at the bottom, I'm going to have to crop this a little bit. All right. The oddness of this case is that the pool camera keeps cutting in halfway. The opening statements weren't captured on any of the streams. I went and found them because they had been posted later. It was not a smooth experience. Hopefully today's a little bit more of a smooth experience. We're now going on to trial day 2 and we'll see what happens. I'm going to try to crop this just a little bit. I can't deal with the tickers moving at the bottom of the screen. It just makes me absolutely distracted, and I'm already fighting. I'm already fighting to stay engaged without tickers ticking across the bottom. Hopefully that works for y'all. It'll be fine. Day 2, let's go. Do you know the only way to keep track of the days in this case are Cardi B's different wigs? That's the only way we're going to know what day it is.
I believe so, Your Honor, yes.
Okay. I had a chance to look at the...
Did you see my opposition now?
I have not. Did you file one?
Yes,
So
I did.
this is
I gave it.
trial day 2 before the jury comes back in. They are doing the legally things on the record.
To the clerk this morning.
Let me grab the date.
Filed early this morning, you asked me to brief it, and I spent the time to do that. And I wish to be heard.
So they're going to do legally things.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, discovery was served on the defendant in 2022. Exhibit 1 are the form interrogatories which were served on her prior counsel September 30th of 2022. Prior counsel asked me for extensions several times so they could get the information that I wanted. And they finally responded on January 17th of 2023. As the court goes to Exhibit 2 on page 21 of the responses, it says there's responding party incorporates by reference preliminary statement and general objections set forth above, subject to and without waiving the foregoing objections. Responding party responds as follows. Responding party may be contacted through defendant's counsel. Emani Ellis may be contacted through plaintiff's counsel. Unknown staff employees at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, including at least 2 such persons who intervened during the incident. Discoveries continue. This incident did not happen at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. Cedars-Sinai Medical Center is 2 miles away from this office building. This was, in my opinion, either grossly negligent on the part of counsel for the defendant, or, as I've argued in my brief,
This is counsel for plaintiff arguing now.
Intentional way of hiding who these witnesses are. I can't see how the defendant would go to a doctor and not know the doctor's name, or at least do whatever it takes to get the doctor's name. It's really not that hard. When she went to this doctor, she could have found out his name and disclosed it in discovery.
Okay, so your point's taken on the defendant likely knowing the name of her own doctor. What about the receptionist?
All right, so the receptionist, also the issue with the receptionist would be that either her attorney or herself can call and say that, doctor, who's the receptionist that was there that day? Again, she's the patient, they would have to tell her. And I would like to also add, Your Honor, I did Exhibit 3, question number 15. Again, same thing. They refused to produce the witness information, and I was not able to take the deposition of these people. I don't know what they're going to say. It's highly prejudicial. It goes against the Discovery Act, and it should not be allowed. And they're arguing that I shouldn't be able to bring my witnesses. They're making the same argument that I'm making. So it would only seem fair that if the court's going to exclude mine, the court should exclude theirs. And
They're still fighting over who the witnesses are going to be.
So there's a hearsay statement in the defendant's brief, and I'm acknowledging that it's hearsay, but they contend that the witnesses both testify or both said that they had been contacted by you, and you're saying that that's not true.
So yeah, that's not true. I never contacted them. Not in 28. I never went to the building, even though it's across the street from my office. I did not go there till a few days ago to take 22 pictures. I took it on a Friday night, maybe around 6 or 7 p.m.
went back one more time to take a couple more pictures. But I never.
The client testified she took the pictures.
No, I took the pictures with her together. We were together.
Your client did testify that she took the pictures, counsel. That's inartful questioning.
Okay.
I did not go back. I did not know about the doctor. I did take a picture of the doctor's sign after they, a month ago or a couple weeks ago, told me there's this doctor. But this is not. This
I forgot
is not
to turn
the
the
way to
closed
do
caption on.
the work. This
Apologies.
is not the way to do business here. You have to disclose who the doctor is. It's her treating doctor.
The plaintiff's lawyer is arguing that he doesn't know who the Dr. Cardi B was going to see that day is. Remember, the incident occurred in front of the doctor's office and members of the doctor's office intervened, including the receptionist. I can't believe counsel is literally actually unaware of who the doctor is. Because one of the first things you're going to ask the receptionist is, whom do you work for? On the day of the incident, whom did you work for? Okay.
It's as if plaintiff would not disclose her treating doctor. It's the equivalent of that.
And then isn't it fair to say that the receptionist was identified in prior witness lists?
Never identified. It just says.
The receptionist was never identified. There's no deposition of the receptionist. I find this hard to believe.
Random person. There's not even a name there. So I would say this, Your Honor. I don't know what the doctor.
That's the feed, not you.
Outside. Okay, well, fine. So I don't get a deposit, not a big deal. But this random person that they're bringing up, that was never even named. You don't even have an actual substance name. The only time I learned about this person's name was yesterday, when in that defendant's memorandum, they brought up this person, Tierra. It's not even on the witness list. I don't even know who she is. So, in the middle of the trial, when I'm not able to depose this person and do nothing with her, they're just going to randomly throw out this person. Well, let's bring this person into trial. It's not fair, Your Honor.
All right, hear from the defense.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. First of all, regarding Cedars-Sinai, Dr. Finke was associated and affiliated with Cedars-Sinai. The building is the Medical Center of Beverly Hills, and
the defense is arguing that the doc is a doc at Cedars. They're saying he's affiliated with Cedars, but his office building is the building that we're talking about on Wilshire. Yes, doctors have offices outside of the hospitals where they work. That's not uncommon. In fact, it's incredibly common for, OBGYNs to work at multiple hospitals and then just have the office where their patients come and then they do deliveries. Okay.
that's the reason for the reference to Cedars-Sinai. Second, I'm going to start with the prejudice argument, which is that they didn't know who these people were. Actually, plaintiff testified yesterday that within a few weeks of this February 2018 incident, she called Ms. Malcolm. She worked in the building. She knew Ms. Malcolm. She knew Dr. Finke, who came out.
Ding, ding, ding.
And they didn't identify them. They knew them, and they didn't identify them.
So Cardi B's attorney is saying, hey, your client called the receptionist, and then you never identified this witness to us either. So we're all playing a game of, well, you didn't tell me, but I still know.
Say that, well, he's been prejudiced because he didn't take their depositions. She's known since 2018
there
who
was
the
no
doctor
depo.
was and who Tierra was.
That's a good argument.
You said there was testimony yesterday or in her deposition?
Yesterday.
Okay.
Yesterday.
We just watched it.
I asked her, did you contact Tierra Malcolm? And she said yes.
I disagree with that.
So the defense is arguing that they weren't disclosed, these witnesses, so the witnesses can't be called. And the plaintiff is saying that they weren't disclosed, these witnesses, they can't be called. And the defense is saying, I asked her yesterday, did you call the receptionist? And she said yes. So in 2018, she knew who these witnesses are. So there's not our problem.
So, but to me, the prejudice argument makes no sense. She worked in the building. She knew Tierra. They did not disclose those names in discovery. Now, on the other hand, they say that this doctor was Cardi's treating physician. That's absolutely wrong. Her treating physicians are in the East Coast. She was here on work, and she was pregnant. She asked to speak to someone. Someone made arrangements for her to go in. She met with Dr. Finke that day, 15 minutes, and left. 3 years later, they asked who.
She's traveling, she's pregnant, and she's like, I need to go see a doctor. Can somebody recommend somebody to check and make sure everything's okay? Is that what we're saying? And then they're like, well, this was her treating doctor. She's like, this is somebody I saw once when I was at work. 3 years later, you're like, who's that doctor? She's like, I don't even know. I would imagine she didn't make the appointment. I imagine someone on her team made the appointment for her.
This person was. No one knew.
That makes sense.
We asked who it was. Previous counsel asked. The only way, because they didn't disclose these names, the only way we found out was through Mrs. Moore's diligent work, which resulted, for example, in 2024, we identified Dr. Finke because she had actually literally, tried to contact every doctor in that office, finally pulled a photograph of the doctors from the website, showed them to Cardi, and she said, yeah, it's that one. And then we promptly identified him. Tierra, we had no clue. Cardi had gone to that office that day. She didn't go around and memorize the names of the receptionist or anyone else. The only one who knew Tierra's name until July 28th of this year is Plaintiff, who contacted her and worked in the same building. So, I mean, this idea that we should have, or prior counsel should have identified them.
He makes a good argument.
The problem is based on the assumption that Dr. Finke is Cardi's, and that's exactly what they say. Dr. Finke was her treating physician. That's absolutely false. She was traveling, she went in to see him, she saw him one day, and that was the end of it. And then 3 years later, someone asked, well, what was his name? And she's
like, I have no idea. That's a good argument.
I'm sorry, so Dr. Is it Finke?
Finke. Or Finke.
That person was on.
The court's like, what is happening? Cardi B went to see a doctor once when she was traveling who rendered treatment but was not her regular treating doctor. And the plaintiff is saying they can't have the doctor testify. We were prejudiced by not knowing who the doctor was. And they're like, your client worked in the building for 4 years and called the receptionist and knew who it was. Stop it.
Prior witness list?
Yes.
And it was on the witness list.
That was served in 2024. By then, Ms. Moore had tracked him down.
The defense, Cardi B is the defendant here. The defense is saying your failure to prepare is not our problem. We disclosed it.
Mr. John Fazza, can you respond to that? According to the
I will respond.
The Moore declaration that they identified Dr. Finke in early May?
I will look at that, Your Honor, right now, but to paint the picture that the plaintiff knew Tierra Malcolm's name is false. To paint a picture that you go to a doctor's office and you're not their patient is also false. It would be an impossibility for that to occur. And I'm sure Dr. Finke will testify that Cardi B is his patient, Your Honor.
Dr. Finke, I can make an offer of proof, will testify that he met her that day, saw her that day. They had minimal contact, 15 minutes, and had never heard from her again until we contacted him and added him to the witness list. I also would note Dr. Finke will testify.
I'm now invested in the drama of who disclosed what to who and when. I'm just invested in the drama with these lawyers at the moment because, again, the person in the best position to figure out who worked at the doctor's office is the plaintiff. You knew exactly which office it was. Go to the office and ask who was the receptionist on this day in 2018. Cardi B's like, I don't know. I went to some building. I went to an office and then shit got wild. The woman who worked in the building for 4 years is in the better position to know who everybody is. And she's the one arguing we didn't know who anybody is. You're the plaintiff.
That counsel went into his office multiple times, including by not only going through the reception area, but going through the back door, asking everyone there, do you know anything about this incident? Do you know anything about this incident? Repeatedly tried to contact Dr. Finke over the last 4 or 5 years. That's what Dr. Finke will testify if he's called upon to do so.
Okay, so let me do this. We got the jury's getting checked in. Do you have a rough from yesterday?
He said that plaintiff's counsel was door knocking the doctor's office. Okay.
Regarding that testimony?
I think we have a actually final, I believe, and so I'm not sure we have it with us, but we will submit it.
Okay, I want to see the testimony, so we'll resume the argument on this issue because we won't plan on calling them today, correct?
Depends on what. Yeah,
That's fine. Because we're here now, I want to add a sentence.
Okay.
Okay, because it's about me. Okay. I'm declaring under penalty of perjury I did not go into his doctor's office.
Okay.
That is an absolute lie and false.
Okay.
And I don't think that's right.
Can I say one last thing?
Sure.
No one's asked for sanctions yet.
This whole case is about, even by her own testimony, an altercation, an argument when two people came out of the doctor's office. When that was all that prior counsel knew and that Cardi knew, that's what she stated in the interrogatory response in January of 2022. That that witnesses included two people who came out and separated them. The only person who knew that was plaintiff, and she failed to disclose.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
I think we're still checking in our witnesses.
Plaintiff knew it. Plaintiff didn't disclose it. Leave it be.
Should we check them in now?
Not me today makes an excellent point. I went to urgent care 2 weeks ago. I couldn't tell you the name of the doctor if my life depended on it. Yep. I mean, I had multiple MRIs. A doctor came in to do the contrast injection, introduced herself, but I'm sitting there going, "You're going to put a needle in my joint." So, I have no idea. No, none, zero would have to look at my medical records. But to a doctor that you see once, that 3 years later, that does not shock me at all. All right.
So he does have a CV, and I know that the other side may say that I can't even introduce the CV because they won't even let me do anything. So I want to know if they're going to object to producing the CV to the doctor to review and to have it admitted as evidence.
And it's a hearsay document, right?
It's exhibit number 9. It's the doctor's
The court, it's a
CV
hearsay document, right?
and rate sheet. And it is, I'm going to ask him about it. I'll lay a foundation. But I believe that it should be seen by the jury because it has all of his credentials and the court limited my time to 1 hour. If that's the case, then I have to go through 22 cases.
Remember, this is a civil case. There are time limits. And the plaintiff's counsel is saying, Your Honor, I need to put in the CV. CVs don't normally come in unless there's misstatements about your credentials on them. I need the CV to come in because I only have an hour with this witness. So I need the CV so I don't have to go through all of it.
Pages of CV, that takes 2 hours.
The resume.
I can't do it in 1 hour unless he's going to stipulate.
Vitae.
I don't understand this. We wouldn't plan on objecting to a CV other than, I guess it's hearsay, but if he wants to offer it, he can offer it. I mean, we have...
No, so I'll just say, my practice is if the parties stipulate to admitting CVs, I'll admit them. If the parties don't, then usually it's hearsay, and I'm not going to admit it. I will tell you that, to me, it doesn't really matter. Most of the time when I've seen it admitted, it's been in med mal cases. In other cases, the doctor can explain what his training education experience is. So it's up to you.
Your Honor, I will make this offer that both sides can have their doctors' CVs admitted into evidence. It'd be Rosenberg for them and Mulliken for me. I'm willing to do that, so we don't have to waste jury's time on this.
I expect that we anticipate doing what Your Honor described, saying that the witness can testify to what he did. If that makes counsel happy, then a reciprocal stipulation that TVs can be submitted.
Okay, great.
It's fine.
The court's like, I don't care if you put resumes in, as long as you agree. If you agree resumes come in, everybody's resume comes in. If you agree that resumes don't come in, nobody's resumes come in. That's it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, are we ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you ready? All right, you want to bring in the jury?
Bring the jury.
All right, we're on day 2 of the Cardi B civil trial. This happened back in August. If this next witness is the treating doctor for the plaintiff, which it seems like it might be, we might zoom through some of this. So let's see who the next witness is, because I want to see what the receptionist has to say. But if this witness doesn't have pictures, we're zooming. So we'll see. This is witness number 2. We might zoom through some of this. We're not going to watch all of every witness.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Thank you all for coming back. Good morning, Dr. Maliki.
Good morning.
Dr. Molly. We're immediately putting this at 1.25. The background noise continues to be terrible. It sounds like they have a microphone very far away and they've just gained everything up to try to make it so you can hear, but ugh.
Were you the treating doctor for Emani Ellis, who's sitting to my right here today?
Yes.
And what did you treat her for?
All right, treating doctor for the plaintiff. If we get into the weeds, we'll zoom through that part. Are there pictures? What was her scar? What was her treatment?
She had a scar on her left cheek.
Understand. Okay, and what is your current occupation?
I'm a plastic and reconstructive surgeon.
Are you board certified?
Yes.
For how many years have you been a plastic and reconstructive surgeon?
Since 1995.
It's about 30 years?
Yes.
Okay. And early on in your, I'll strike that. Where did you go to undergraduate school?
To Purdue University for 2 years.
And where did you go to medical school?
At Yale Medical School.
And you did some work at Harvard as well?
Where did you go? Yale. You did some work at Harvard? Yeah.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I finished undergraduate in 2 years, and then I took a...
Excuse me, Doogie Howser, what do you mean you finished undergraduate in 2 years?
a position at Harvard University. It was a graduate position in literature, German and English literature. So that was for 1 year.
What?
And then I went off to medical school at Yale.
Wait. I finished undergraduate in 2 years. I then went on to take a graduate position at Harvard in either German or Dramatic and English literature. And then I decided to go to med school at Yale. That's an interesting trajectory, sir. I'm curious about what your book club is, though.
And you're also a clinical associate professor at UCLA?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what that
Well, at least it's not USC.
Yeah, so I've been, since 1995, I've been affiliated with UCLA. That means I'm a clinical professor there. So you teach the residents who are learning plastic surgery, and you teach the medical students at UCLA.
Okay. And
Sir, is Dee Reese still there, and is it still good?
we asked you to be here as an expert witness, correct?
Yes.
And a treating doctor?
Yes.
This is fairly fast,
And
actually.
in
Good job,
cases
counsel.
Where you serve as a treating doctor, in cases that are litigated, you then can serve also as an expert witness?
Yes.
And what does an expert witness do exactly?
Well, that's a good question. I'm not 100% sure at the different designations. There's a treating doctor, an expert, a retained expert, a non-retained expert, so that's way above my pay grade.
What do you do? I get. You pay me to answer questions.
Understood. Okay. In this case, were you forced?
Also, to anyone who's new to me, who's new to watching trials with me and what have you, my family's a UCLA family, so there will be shade for University of Southern California. It is what it is. No shade to you, just the institution.
To cancel patients so that you could appear here in court today?
Yes.
Okay. And you left your home at 7:30 a.m. to get here at 8:30?
A little earlier.
It's Los Angeles. It only took you an hour. Sounds like you made pretty decent time. The jury also had to not be at work and leave their homes to come and listen to this. And we are day 2 in and they haven't seen a picture of the alleged injury yet. The jurors also had, well, they're probably more local to Alhambra than this witness is, but
And you anticipate to be here at least till 11 a.m. or 12 noon?
Yes.
And did you cancel all of your patients for today?
Yes.
And in order to be here, how much money have you lost in income?
Irrelevant, thanks.
So I would estimate 20 to 30,000 in the procedures we would have performed, the patients we would have seen and scheduled.
And the reason you did that is because you want to help your patient, correct?
Yes.
And in order to be able to offset some of the loss, you're charging $2,000 an hour to be here as an expert witness?
That's correct.
that sounds about right.
And when you serve as an expert witness, you tend to...
I'm going to try to gain this down just a little bit because the background sound is so bad. But expert witnesses will charge different rates based on jurisdiction. For a plastic surgeon in LA, $2,000 an hour does not necessarily shock the conscience, but the jury might feel differently. But this dude doesn't strike me as someone who often works as an expert witness, more of a treating physician. That's the vibes. But yes, he said $2,000 an hour to be in court as an expert. He's like, I'm missing my entire day. You're going to compensate me for it.
Or for the defense, or is there some percentage that you could tell us?
That's actually better
It's roughly 50-50. So I'm retained by defense firms and by plaintiff firms equally.
So he does do some expert work.
Is it your understanding that in this case, the defense chose not to designate an expert? Is that your understanding?
Objection, calls for hearsay, lacks foundation.
Do you know of any other plastic surgeon that's rendered any opinion in this case besides
Lacks
yourself?
foundation.
The plaintiff has to pay for their experts.
Reports or any type of...
The plaintiff has to pay for their experts. So they are paying for that. If it's on contingency, like we talked about in the Tom Girardi case, the lawyers might pay it out and then take a percentage of whatever the plaintiff is awarded if they win. But if they lose, then generally the lawyers or the plaintiff end up out the money. Sometimes plaintiffs will like put up their houses against legal fees. That gets very complex. But no, this is a civil case. People pay their own side unless the jury awards them other things.
Documentation from a different plastic surgeon
No.
related to this case?
No.
When you serve as an expert witness, isn't it true that usually there's an opposing expert on the other side who would then argue with your opinion?
Objection, lacks foundation, irrelevant. 372.
Much move on.
The counsel just got told to move on.
Did you review 85 pages of medical records of Emani Ellis prior to testifying today?
Yes.
And if you were to look at your exhibit book, that's in
God
front
damn
of
it.
the
Did you
one on
take
your right,
pictures?
if you can go to exhibit 1-004.
Did you take pictures? Did you take pictures?
Yes.
At the bottom corner, it will say exhibit 1-001, and then 2, 3, and 4.
I think the exhibits are over here.
Can I approach your honor? Come in.
Yes. Yeah, so this is actually the same side.
And you reviewed all the records and bills?
I'm zooming
briefly, yes.
when I can.
And for your treatment in your office, did you charge Miss Emani Ellis $6,500?
Yes.
Okay. And surgery center, $11,000?
Yes.
Why do you charge these amounts for the treatment that you gave for Emani Ellis?
Well, her procedures were performed in an operating room. So we have the operating room staff and sterility, and it's done in a JACO, meaning joint.
What did you operate on? And when did you operate? And were the 2 car accidents intervening in that?
Commission approved surgery center.
Could you have done this outside the surgery center?
You could have done it, but it wouldn't have been as sterile.
And you wouldn't follow that type of practice?
I don't do that sort of practice.
All right. And in your review of the medical records, did you also see that Emani Ellis treated with 2 psychologists?
Yes.
And you reviewed all those records in middle?
Briefly, yes.
If we can just go to Exhibit 9.
Is it a picture?
Which is your CV. I just wanted to go over your CV a little bit.
The sound is so fucking bad.
Your CV is 22 pages long, including your rate sheet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, your CV is 22 pages long. Fantastic. I'm sure that you're lovely. You have 2 different offices. We're looking through their CV. You're a member of organizations. You're a plastic surgeon. You work at UCLA. Go Bruins. We're going to zoom through that. You teach medical residents. Fantastic. All right, let's get to the patient history.
Came to your office for medical treatment. Did she provide a history to you?
Yes.
Did you use the history in your treatment and diagnosis of the patient?
Yes.
And what was the history that she gave you?
Well, she mentioned that she had been, the left side of her face had been injured by fingernail scratches.
Okay.
So that was the basic salient history. And then I looked at her and
For those of you that know, I'm actually in the middle of a reread of Throne of Glass. So when we're talking about fingernail injuries, it seems very on the nose, if you will. So she came in and said she had a scar due to fingernail scratches.
looked at her wound. And so in order to determine what I need to do to help her out, I had to diagnose her problem. So I wanted to see if there was hypersensitivity in the wound. Hypersensitivity means, for example, if you have a splinter underneath your skin, it may not show much, but you can feel the splinter under your skin because it's hypersensitive. So I noticed that she had a focus of hypersensitivity on her face. Now when I examine for that, I touch many areas and see if the patient's pain symptoms are always the same. In other words, if they always come from the same area. So that's how I made my diagnosis of her scar, the visible aspects of it and the hypersensitivity.
He diagnosed the scar by looking at it and touching it.
The aspects of it.
All right, if you can go to Exhibit 4, to the gray, I mean the one that you have in your hand,
Okay.
the white one.
All right. To what number? I'm sorry.
4.
Oh, 4.
In your medical evaluation of the patient, you saw her for the first time on November 4th, 2022?
Yes.
Were you advised by Emani Ellis or anyone else that Miss Ellis was seen by a different plastic surgeon before you?
Objection calls for hearsay. Black's foundations.
If you go to Exhibit 4-009, at the bottom, can you read for us what it says in handwriting?
Yes.
Okay.
Reading it off a document doesn't make it not hearsay.
Are you aware that Miss Emani Ellis saw Dr. Scher before you?
Objection. Hearsay.
There's no foundation or hearsay for that, counsel. You're not getting closer to the point.
Is it important to you when treating a patient if they've seen any prior doctors?
Objection. Irrelevant. Black's foundation.
No, it's very important if they've done treatment. If they've done treatment, then I need to know what treatment they did.
Okay, so in order to do your work with this patient, Emani Ellis, you would need to know if any other doctor, such as a plastic surgeon, did any other work on Emani Ellis, correct?
Yeah.
Did any treatment? You said in opening statement the other doc didn't do any other treatment, that the other doc said you need to wait until it heals and then go from there.
And when you asked Miss Emani Ellis if she got treatment, did she tell you she saw a different doctor, Dr. John Scher?
Objection. Hearsay.
Do you know
the hearsay objections are on point.
Do you know him?
No.
Are you aware that Dr. Scher has passed away?
No.
Objection. Black's foundation. Calls for speculation. Overruled.
Do you know this person? No. Did you know that they died? What?
That's what I've been told. I didn't verify it.
Hearsay.
For a patient such as Emani Ellis, the kind of injury that she sustained,
Is it true that if Emani Ellis had came to you within a couple of months after the incident, that you would advise Emani Ellis to wait 1 to 2 years?
Leading, compound, possibly relevance, possibly hearsay.
To determine if this cut would become a scar. Is that, is that the proper course?
Okay.
For a patient like Emani Ellis, who's
The counsel barely got out the objection before the court said sustained. Hey, T. What? Okay.
sustained a cut, how long should she wait before getting plastic surgery?
So, counsel, why don't you establish that there are different treatments? What type of cut it was?
The court. Counsel, for fuck's sake. Can we do this better?
How deep the cut was, whether it was likely to scar, what he knows about the scar. Establish some foundation before you ask him opinions.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Can you
Counsel
describe
lay
for us the scar
foundation.
that Emani Ellis had when you examined her on November 4th of 2022 for the first time?
Yes, she had vertically oriented, in other words, up and down scars. There were actually two of them, but one was more prominent, and it was hyperpigmented, and it was hypersensitive.
Okay. And isn't it true that it would take at least 1 year before the scar formed?
Objection, lacks foundation, false or speculation.
Overruled.
No, scars can form quickly sometimes.
She had two that were hyperpigmented, hypersensitive. Two. But in her depo, she... Okay.
Sometimes it takes a long time for them to form.
Do you believe it was correct for Emani Ellis to wait before obtaining the medical treatment that she received in your office?
Objection, lacks foundation, false or speculation.
It's the same.
And the type of medical treatment that you performed, isn't it true that during the pandemic, which started in April of 2022 for at least several months and years, there was limited availability for patients to receive plastic surgery?
That's very true.
And your office was shut down for several months at least?
Well, I perform a lot of reconstructive surgery and emergency surgery, so my office was never shut down.
But if a patient needed to receive the type of
Counsel, better questions.
treatment like Emani Ellis received, and they contacted you in May of 2020 during the pandemic, you would not be able to work on them, or you probably would tell
Calls
them
for
to wait.
speculation.
Compound, false or speculation, lacks foundation.
Sustained.
We're getting a great lesson in objections and how not to ask questions today.
Isn't it true that a scar...
Isn't it true is leading. Just right out the gate. What if anything's not a cure-all? Isn't it true is leading. Counsel, the surgeon's clearly very bright and understands the English language well. Can you just ask him direct questions? Hey, if you have a patient who wants a scratch treated, what would you tell them? That's it.
such as Emani Ellis's, when she came to you in 2022, the scar would basically never have gone away unless you performed some type of medical treatment, correct?
Objection, leading.
Compound.
Lacks foundation.
Sustained.
Can you tell us in your, on 4-001 in the HPI, can you read the four lines there, please, from your report?
In the which line, I'm sorry?
It's hearsay. Why don't you move on?
When you treated Miss Emani Ellis, did she tell you that she was assaulted and battered by Cardi B?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
Did she explain to you that Cardi B placed her long fingernails with sharp objects in her face?
That's what you told me, yes.
Did she state to you that her face was red and hot after the incident?
Yes.
And can you tell us when you personally...
Counsel, what did you just say? You're telling me that she went to see you and described her face after the incident as red and hot? No no bleeding, no broken skin. I mean, you can have scratches that obviously don't break the skin, but what? Huh.
Examined Emani Ellis. Did you see 3 lines on her face on the left side of her cheek? Objection, Ricky?
Yes.
What is the significance of the 3 lines?
Well, it's typical for a fingernail injury when you have parallel lines going from the top to the bottom. So that's vertically oriented, so up and down rather than horizontally. So typically that's how fingernail injuries manifest.
Is it your expert opinion that Emani Ellis sustained an injury to her left cheek from fingernails? Objection, maybe?
I'm sorry?
It's the same. It's the same.
Oh.
I'm sorry. No, but your questions, though. Your questions are.
All right, can you tell us, please, how many times you saw Emani Ellis for medical treatment?
I believe 3 total.
Can you just please go through the treatment that you gave her from the beginning to the end?
Yes. So
Great.
there was an initial examination, and then I performed 2 procedures on her.
That was a great question. Can you describe that for us? Great. I don't know how we're adding lines. I don't know. They're adding lines of scratches. Just ding 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 ding. What? No, Emily, no, wrong lines. Scratches. We're talking about scratches, not Shaun of the Dead.
So those were done in the operating room, and I did what's called medical microneedling, which is a procedure where you place local.
What? What you in an operating room? You did microneedling in an operating room and charged, I'm sorry, almost $20,000 for microneedling? In an OR? Okay. I'm not a plastic surgeon. I'm just a girl that watches a lot of court.
Emani Ellis for medical treatment?
I believe 3 total.
Can you just please go through the treatment that you gave her from the beginning to the end?
Yes. So there was an initial examination, and then I performed 2 procedures on her. So those were done in the operating room, and I did what's called medical microneedling, which is a procedure where you place local anesthesia underneath the skin to numb the skin, and then you do deep microneedling at a depth of approximately 2 millimeters. It does cause the patient to bleed, but the bleeding is very small.
Is that a deeper level of microneedling than would be done elsewhere? Because lots of estheticians do microneedling. Is the medical microneedling a deeper into the dermis procedure? I'm confused. And whoever said they were running to go find the billing code for this procedure, I'm here for it. Because what?
Because the needles are very small. So then we apply various creams to prevent infection. And then we see the patient back in approximately 4 to 6 weeks. So after that period of time, she returned. We had noticed some improvement in the hypersensitivity and some improvement in the hyperpigmentation. So I basically performed an identical procedure.
So he said there was improvement. Microneedling, hopefully they will ask him to explain, but microneedling, I'm not going to explain well, but is thought to help the skin repair itself. I'll let him go back over that. Hopefully they'll ask him. But he said there was some improvement in the visibility of the hyperpigmentation and of the hypersensitivity. Okay. Amanda in the chat said up to 3 millimeters in office, 4 to 8 millimeters in the OR. And a number of you, including Empress, noted that tattoo needles go 2 millimeters deep. Good to know. Okay.
Also under local anesthesia. And after that, I believe I did not see her again. We may have Zoomed, but I can't recall exactly.
Do you believe that your patient benefited from the medical treatment she received from you?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the billing procedures and charges from your office and other medical providers, such as plastic surgeons and surgery centers and the like?
Yes.
Is it part of your practice to review the medical bills for your office and other types of medical providers?
Well, it's a part of my...
I mean, his team would do it.
That's the one part.
So it's my function as a medical director of a surgery center, which I've been for 25 years, to know the fees that are charged at the various institutions like UCLA or Cedars or in similar institutions in the community.
And when you examined Emani Ellis on November 4th of 2022, you performed an examination, you wrote a 4-page report, you reviewed medical records and medical bills, you spoke with the patient for how long approximately?
Well, we maybe spent 45 minutes total with her, but that includes the assistant going in asking the questions, and then she transcribes it to an iPad, and then I go in the room, I do the examination, I record the results of my examination, and then correct anything on the iPad that I want to add to.
And to write the report of 4 pages, review all the medical records.
Okay, you billed for your time to review the medical records. We're going to zoom through that. The fees have gone up because of inflation and the cost of medical care is what the closed captioning is telling us. The medical procedures were done on February 20th, 2023.
March 20th of 23, the 2 procedures, each one you charge $2,500, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the same procedures today, what would you charge?
Well, it would be approximately $6,500. If you notice in my initial report, that's the amount I quoted, but for some reason it was billed at $2,500. So that was an error, but...
$4,000 error? She was underbilled by $4,000? Okay.
It is what it is.
So then, in fact, the $2,500 charge should have been $6,500?
Correct.
Twice.
That's what it costs to perform surgery, in a surgery center.
And approximately how long does it take from the time the patient comes into the office, gets prepared for surgery, and is sent home for each of the 2 surgical procedures you did?
Well, approximately 2 to 3 hours.
And the surgery center has to be booked for a certain period of time?
Yes.
And you got to prepare it, do the procedure, clean it, make sure it's good. How long is all that?
Remember, civil cases are asking for money. They're going over cost to justify the money. And he's saying it takes 2 to 3 hours to get somebody into the surgical center, prepare them, and then do the medical microneedling.
How much time do you book the surgery center for Miss Emani Ellis?
Well, the 2 to 3 hours would not include the technicians, the surgical tech preparing the equipment or the cleanup. That was just the 2 or 3 hours would be the time from the time the patient arrives, fills out the paperwork, the consents are given. We again talk about the risks and benefits of the procedure. We put on topical anesthesia. We let that work. We take them to the operating room. We put on, we induce local anesthesia with injections. We do the procedure. We watch her postoperatively to make sure she doesn't have any allergic reactions or trouble.
Are you using propofol to do microneedling? Not just topical? Okay.
With her skin, and then we make sure she's dressed properly, has postoperative instructions, and then she's discharged.
And There's obviously different types of skin that you deal with in your practice, correct?
Yes.
There's lighter skin, darker skin, rough skin, soft skin. Can you just tell us a little bit of the difference in procedures that you would do to the different types of skin?
This is fair questions because different skin pigmentations are going to scar differently. This is actually helpful, but we all saw plaintiff testify. I don't know if plaintiff's, these are terrible cameras. I don't know if plaintiff's skin looks different in court, but plaintiff's skin looked smooth, even, and glowing in court.
Yeah, so there's a grading scheme from 1 to 5, and 1 would be a patient with very delicate skin, for example, a redhead, who might have very delicate skin and would not tan at all, it would just burn. So that would be Fitzpatrick 1. And then Fitzpatrick 3 might be Asian patients, Hispanic patients, patients of mixed race, and then up to Fitzpatrick 5, which would be black skin. So depending on the coloration of the skin, that determines what lasers you can use, what procedures you can use in a safe manner.
Okay, and what on that scale, what is Emani Ellis?
5.
5, okay. Is there a difference, for example, if you take photographs of a patient with 5 on the Fitzpatrick scale, if you take photographs of their skin versus someone with a 1?
Yes, in general, in black patients, the lesions are less visible just because of the coloration.
And
Scars are less visible because of their skin tone, but do you still take pictures though?
when you examined Emani Ellis for the first time on November 4th of 22, did you, with your own eyes and your equipment, you saw the scars, correct?
Yes.
And how many scars did you see?
Well, I saw one main one. That's the one I recorded. But I saw other things that were, differences in the skin, differences in the pores, an adjacent scrape mark. I saw those things as well. But the main thing was that there was one main scar. That was the hypersensitive one.
Okay. Is it your expert opinion that Emani Ellis sustained injuries to her left cheek from fingernails?
Objection, last foundation, speculation.
They're just skippy-dipping on by the lack of photos. He's like, no, I saw it. Okay.
What is your opinion as to where Emani Ellis obtained the scar in her left cheek?
He can't give that opinion. He wasn't there. He can say if it's consistent with fingernails, but he can't give more than that. Yeah, there's no foundation for that shit. What are we doing?
What was the size of the scar? Did you measure it?
Yes. It was approximately 2 centimeters that I noted. That was the main scar.
Can you tell us approximately how long is 2 centimeters in inches?
Yes, so an inch is 2.5 centimeters, so it's a little less than an inch.
Centimeters is approximately 1 inch, or look less?
2.5.
2.5 centimeters is 1 inch.
Is about an inch, yeah.
Why was it? Why was hypersensitivity important in this case?
Well, hypersensitivity is a very unpleasant sensation.
Well, yeah.
It's often associated with scars. So my job is not just to make the scar look better, but it is to reduce the hypersensitivity. That's in some respects the most important thing, is to reduce the hypersensitivity in the scar.
And when you examined the scar earlier, you testified that you were of the opinion.
You treated her after her car accident, though. Okay.
That the scar came about from from fingernails, is that correct?
Objection, leading, and this occurs as a
Scampering Dream, I'm wondering this too. Scampering Dream in the chat said if she's left-handed, wouldn't the scratches be on the right cheek? I also have that question.
Emani Ellis' left cheek.
Well, based on the direction of the scars based on the fact that there were 2 to 3 scars that were parallel and they were vertically oriented, in other words, up to down, based on the fact that the central scar was the deepest, based on the fact that the central scar started the highest. This is a pattern that is most closely associated with fingernails because the middle finger is longer than the index finger and the ring finger. So when the fingers are drawn down, the middle finger causes the deepest scrape. And
however, we weren't like volunteering as tribute with this. It was very smart of Cardi B's counsel to show the deposition footage of the plaintiff saying, I got this scratch from her putting her finger in my face and wagging her pointer finger at me, because the way she described it was her pointer finger extended and all her other fingers tucked back. So 3 scratches from pointer, middle, and ring finger don't even make sense with the way the plaintiff described this going down. So they may have been scratches, but I'm going to need to know how they're from this incident.
the other scars cause a lesser deep scar, and they also begin later than the middle finger, because the middle finger being longest, it grips the skin first, so it's the highest. The central scar is the highest, and the fact that they're parallel is highly suggestive of a fingernail injury.
Is that to a degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
And what does it mean for the jury, if you could explain, what does medical certainty mean when an expert makes that type of
51% or more. It's the most likely explanation. There are other explanations, but this is the most likely explanation.
And in order to formulate your opinion, you reviewed medical records, correct?
Well, I did, but that wasn't as important as the...
That's his opinion.
Of course not.
That's my opinion. That's his opinion. His opinion is that the injuries that he saw to the plaintiff's cheek that he treated were most likely from fingernail scratches. That's his expert opinion. We're going to zoom a bit. I'm really interested to hear from the people at the medical office who interceded in this event. Very interested to hear that. So he's like, look, it's most likely from scratches. That's what makes sense. And in a civil case, it does. A lot of you are asking about the costs here, the medical costs that the plaintiff identified earlier in the case that we're zooming all in today, it seems, includes all of the treatment, not just this. It includes psychological treatment, other follow-up treatment, the rest of it. We're going to hear cross of the doctor, but we're going to zoom through the more of the injury. And he says, this is from fingernails. Great. They're talking about medical billing. They're going to get to the amount of money. Fantastic. Let's zoom and see if we can get to cross-examination. Let's see where we're at.
Foundation culture speculation.
Overall. Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
She still has scarring.
And what could she get? What could she benefit from?
She could...
Objection, culture speculation, lax foundation.
She could benefit from some more medical microneedling.
How many more treatments?
Objection, culture speculation, lax foundation.
Well, that doesn't call for speculation. How many more treatments does she need? That's fair.
If she received one more procedure, what would the cost be for the entire process, which would include your charges and the surgery center charges?
Objection, lax foundation.
So it would be approximately $6,500 for the professional fee and then $9,500 for the surgery center fee.
The reason they're asking him about could she use more treatment is because they are asking for more money. They're going to ask the jury, she needs follow-up treatment. You need to give her money, award her money for the follow-up treatment.
So does that mean that the surgery center cost has also gone up recently?
Yes.
So is that approximately $15,000?
Approximately.
Yeah. And how much better do you believe the scar would be if she received that treatment you just told us about?
Objection, lax foundation. Culture speculation.
Do you have an opinion as to what benefit the treatment would give Ms. Emani Ellis if she had one more microneedling procedure in your office?
Objection, lax foundation.
I would estimate she would have an additional 15 to 20% improvement.
Is there any way to get to as close as you can to 100%?
Objection calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
Assisting.
Do you have an opinion of how Ms. Emani Ellis can make her scar better than just 15 to 20%?
Well, she will never.
Assisting. Give us that foundation.
Do you have an opinion as to what type of, well, strike that. Do you have an opinion as to the percentage of improvement that Ms. Emani Ellis can have if she has more than just one procedure in your office?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Over.
I can't say. It would take another treatment to determine that. If she had no further benefit, then that would be the end of the treatment. If she had further benefit,
Then we can
that
keep
would
going.
justify more treatment.
Right, it
And then I
depends.
want to ask you a little bit more about medical treatment on a lean basis.
Let's not. We're going to zoom past the money stuff. They'll ask for it at closing. Plaintiff still owes the doctor money for the treatment because of a medical lien. Great. Let's see if we can get across.
And reports, did you confirm that Ms. Emani Ellis had photographs taken in your office when she came in on November 4th of 22?
Yes.
And each time she came back, for example, on February 20th of 23 and March 20th of 23, you also took photographs, correct?
Yes.
And because
Can we see
she's
them?
a grade 5 as far as the coloration of her skin, the photographs don't do much justice, meaning they don't really show much, correct?
Objection, leading, lacks foundation. Assisting.
Leading as fuck.
Isn't it true that when you saw Emani Ellis on those 3 occasions, you could see the scar a lot better than in photographs?
Objection, leading.
Over.
Actually, if in a detailed photograph, you see it very well. So I remember during the deposition, the defense attorney showed me a very detailed picture, and you could see everything.
Can we? Excuse me? Can we see everything? Please? We would like to see everything.
If you can go to Exhibit 6 in your exhibit book.
Okay?
We would like to see the photos.
There's a total of 12 photographs, correct?
So low-resolution copies of the photographs, yes.
And it's hard to see the scar in these photographs, correct?
Well, you could still see it, but
Plaintiff's counsel is distancing himself so much from these photographs. And he's like, well, these are low resolution copies. Everyone's distancing themselves from the photos, which is why we haven't seen the photos, right? The jury's on day 2 of this case. Everyone's talking about photos. And the jury's got to be sitting there going, can I have some photos?
but you don't see detail.
Is it common practice to take photographs of their patients when they come in before they do procedures?
I would imagine
Why
so.
is that important?
Well, to document what their current status is, and also to document any improvement. And because memory is fallible, so if you have a photograph,
you
I
can
don't always operate on patients
look
right away.
at this
Sometimes it's months later,
photograph.
and then I like to have an accurate photograph.
Memories are fallible. Photos.
Your Honor, if I may show the doctor some of these photographs in Exhibit 6 on the Elmo.
Great.
I don't know that there's any foundation to
They can't be published until they're admitted into evidence, though. So can you lay foundation for them?
I can ask Your Honor if you want.
I don't even care what the foundation is. I just want to see the photos.
Will counsel stipulate to the photographs?
Which ones? Why don't we not propose stipulations in front of the jury?
Sorry.
He said, will counsel stipulate to the photos? And the court said, well, let's not offer a stipulation in front of the jury.
Blue exhibit book in front of you.
Until they put the photos on the screen, I'm not looking. All right, it looks like folks, we might be getting to photos. Let's go.
I'm going to use a pen, and if you can tell me where on her face you see the scar.
Counsel, there's a pointer there. If you would just want him to get down, he can just
Sure.
pointer on the screen.
There's a pointer there behind you. And if you could just show us where...
Are they going to say here?
So this is a terrible picture. It's sort of, oh, there you go, that's better.
No shit.
No, it's not good. Okay, there's the main scar here.
The expert witness. Well, this is a terrible photograph. Mm-hmm.
And this entire area here shows differences in the skin, sort of a general area that's very different from the rest of the skin. And there's a little linear mark here, and there's another one over here. So those are the three marks that I was talking about. This is the main scar down the center, and this is another mark to the side.
Well, we have photos
on this side. So those are the scars, and this is the whole area that's affected. So it has a little bit different. The pores are a different size, and they're a little washed out and a little. They've lost some of the normal undulations.
She said it was on her nose and then on her cheek by. Okay.
Skin, which are called reed pegs, but that happens often with scar.
Okay, and if we look at this...
Do we have
this
another
photograph,
picture?
Can you tell that in the photograph, Emani Ellis was wearing some makeup?
It appears she is, yes. She has lipstick and then...
If you are taking photos of scars that you are going to treat in a plastic surgeon's office, wouldn't you just, if there is foundation or facial makeup on, wouldn't you take it off of the skin? Like lipstick, eye makeup, fine, but you would clear the skin. Is counsel trying to downplay it by saying like literally she's wearing foundation?
It appears she's wearing something.
Thank you.
Are we?
And if on the Fitzpatrick scale she was a 1, would the scar be much more visible than it is in this photograph?
Objective cultural speculation, that's foundation.
I'm going to zoom till they ask a question. Lacks foundation. Did you examine the patient? Did she suffer pain from the injury? He has talked about the hypersensitivity. More objections about foundation. Did she suffer any blood loss? I'm not even going to. Okay, we're getting to a conversation about keloid scars. For those of you in the chat who are like, wait, what? I hope that the doctor explains. He explained microneedling a little bit, but he hasn't really been asked. So let's talk about other types of scars.
What is a keloid?
The keloid is an overgrowth of scar tissue from the original scar.
Do patients in Fitzpatrick 5 have more tendency to have their scars turn into keloids?
Yes.
And why is that?
We don't know.
Do you believe that Emani Ellis' scar was a keloid when you examined her on November 4th?
Objection, lax foundation.
No.
Counsel, have you never seen a keloid scar? What the fuck is that question?
Are there any future appointments for Miss Emani Ellis to see you in the future?
I don't believe so.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
All right, folks, why don't we take our morning break?
They're going to take the morning break before cross-examination. So we're going to zoom to cross-examination of the doc. I didn't think we were going to watch the doc testify, but now I have so many fucking questions that here we are. And the judge is going to be like, counsel, what are we doing? Why are we acting like we're new?
In front of the jury, which you're not supposed to do, so please don't do that again. Secondly,
somebody fixed the sound over the break. That sounds all juicy. I love it.
the local rules are also pretty specific on brief legal grounds for objections. I don't want back and forth on...
Stop with the speaking objections, counsel.
Arguing objections. If there's going to be a request for a sidebar, we can address it that way. I don't generally grant sidebars, but I don't want arguments regarding objections in front of the jury.
Sorry, Your Honor, it was an error on my part. I didn't
That's right.
know that.
But you do want the grounds?
Yes.
Okay.
Brief legal grounds.
Like, stop.
Your Honor, may I ask a quick question about a witness?
Sure.
So my client's mother is here, and she's her only day off.
Okay.
I want to swap her for the grandmother, or add her in as a witness.
Is she on the witness list?
Yes.
Oh, any issue with that?
It would be nice to have 24 hours notice. We haven't been getting that, but
I don't have an issue with that.
I don't know. We don't either, Your Honor.
Okay.
But it would be nice.
All right. You got 20 or 30 minutes across here?
I would say 30.
Okay.
And it's going to be Mr. Plan.
Okay. All right.
The court's like, you've got 20 or 30 minutes of cross because you don't need more time than that. All right. They are approaching about something. We are going to zoom until this witness is back on the stand for cross-examination. We are still at 1.25. We're going to zoom through this. And let's go. Counsel, I said let's go. No?
Come to you for evaluation.
All right. Different defense attorney, but this is Cardi B's attorney doing cross-examination.
Did plaintiff come to you for evaluation or treatment in 2018? No. The first time you saw plaintiff was not until 4 years later in November 2022.
Your voice is very soft and very sorry.
No problem. The first
I 100% agree that attorney needs to project a little bit more. The doctor's like, your voice is very soft. What?
time that you saw the plaintiff was not until 4 years later in November 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the photo that we looked at, trial exhibit 228, that was taken in your office before any treatment. Is that correct?
Yes.
It was taken the first time that you saw Ms. Ellis.
Correct.
Could you please open the white binder to exhibit 4?
I hope they show more pictures. So, pictures weren't taken by this doc until 2022.
Yes. Thank you. This is your medical evaluation document, is that correct?
That's correct.
Everything on the first page of this document was reported to you or your staff by Ms. Ellis, is that correct?
Yes.
So, for example, you're not diagnosing Ms. Ellis with headaches or depression?
Correct. It's self-reporting. They're going to go through the background a little.
Ms. Ellis had been in a car accident and hit her head in 2021.
This is the question I was curious about. Other possible causes.
Did you ask Ms. Ellis about other possible causes of the scar?
No.
At the time of your evaluation, were you aware that Ms. Ellis had been in a car accident and hit her head in 2021?
I'm not sure if I knew then. I don't think I knew then.
At the time of your evaluation, did you know what Ms. Ellis was doing for a living after she was terminated from her job as a security guard?
No.
Do you recall answering my questions in your deposition in this case?
Yes.
You were under an oath to tell the truth in that deposition, is that correct?
Correct.
Counsel, I appreciate that you have your questions written out, but even at 1.25, you're talking too slow.
Recall testifying at your deposition that, based on your examination, the most plausible explanation for plaintiff's scar is that a right-handed person struck downward on plaintiff's left cheek.
What now?
With both the index finger and the middle finger.
Objection, mistakes of testimony.
It's cross-examination.
Yes, roughly. I still believe that to be true.
You said in your deposition that the most plausible explanation was that a right-handed person struck the side of their face downward. Yes, I still believe that to be true. I wouldn't ask any more questions. Thanks, counsel. Thanks. I wouldn't ask any more questions. So a right-handed person, yes. Okay. Do you know what year these scratches were caused? Do you have any way to tell? No? You have no way to tell what year these injuries were caused? Okay. Done.
Sorry.
I would.
Sorry.
That would be my follow-up. And that's it. And then I would be done. And then you sit down. Let the jury sit with that.
You testified that was roughly what your testimony was at your deposition. But that was your exact testimony, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have the transcript here. I can't remember exactly what I said.
Sir, he's a surgeon. He's not going to say, I said those words verbatim unless you show them to him.
Could we please to page 77, line 3?
Great, let's let him look at it.
Yeah, this one I don't have. It was. Go ahead.
They're arguing over what's been produced and what's not been produced. All right.
This action, are you offering an opinion as to whether or not the scar
Here's the depot
that you diagnosed was caused by the defendant in this action?
Well, I can't say it was caused by any one person. If you ask me the most logical explanation, it looks like fingernails to me, striking in a downward direction. That's the most plausible example, or the most plausible explanation for the position of the start of the scars, for the higher position of the right scar. But it would be by a right-handed person to the patient's left side of their face, which is the right side that we're observing. Starting at the top, they both start at the right level for one being an index finger, one being a middle finger. The middle finger was a little deeper and wider, as it would be on a middle finger. And then the index finger continues on down further than the middle finger stretch. So that would be the most plausible explanation for me, given the appearance of the scars and the finding of the scars. That's my opinion.
That didn't say anything about a right-handed person that I heard, though.
The only treatment that you provided to Ms. Ellis was 2 sessions of microneedling, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in
Oh, he did say it? Did I? You guys are like, no, he said it. Thank you, chat. I did not catch it. All of you are like, no, he said it. Perfect. Don't listen to me.
I'd have to check about the dates.
Clearly, the lawyers have melted my brain. Thanks, chat.
Microneedling involves the use of a device that looks a little bit like an oversized pen. Is that correct?
Well, pens
I don't know if you need to describe microneedling on cross.
don't look that way. It has a head on it that reciprocates. It has a motor in it, so it's not really like a pen.
It's something that you hold.
More like a...
Yeah, you hold it in your hand, yeah.
And during each of those microneedling sessions,
You hold it in your
move that
hand and
device
it shakes? What?
5 times across the 2-centimeter area that you're describing as Ms. Ellis' scar. Is that correct?
Well, I also did areas to the periphery of that as well. So there was as I explained to you in the deposition, there was, and showed on the photograph, there's a...
Okay, perfect. He's going to talk about the treatment he provided with the microneedling and microneedling, not just on the scar, but around the area. If they don't get back to pictures and they're going to fight over fees, I'm going to zoom past fees. He's board certified. Yay for you. Medical director experience. I'm just zooming past the rest of this. We've seen now the pictures. We've seen what he said. He said what he said. Emily in the chat said, wait, that wasn't for the whole face? No, it was microneedling around the area of the scar, just on that cheek. It was not, he did not say the entire face, just that area. So I see that they're now talking about handedness of an individual, right-handed versus left-handed, so I'm going to pause it. Thanks for closed captioning for helping us get to where we need to be in this testimony as we zoom to try to do trial in a day.
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
That was the end of cross. Yay! Now we're on to redirect.
Thank you. Dr. Mulligan, you testified about the injury being caused by a right-hand person or a left-handed person.
Objection mischaracterizes the testimony.
Sustained.
That objection was mischaracterized as testimony. It was sustained because it was accurate. Interesting.
Does it, well, strike. Could this injury have been caused by a left-handed person?
Objection, last
I withdraw the question. In this case, the defendant is a left-handed person. Does that mean that she cannot have caused this injury?
Objection, last foundation, cause speculation.
Counsel asked you whether this
Sustained.
injury was caused by a right-handed person. You remember the question he asked you?
Yes.
I think he was asking what his testimony was.
Did counsel ask you about your testimony in the deposition that you gave on March 27th of 25?
Yes.
And during that testimony, counsel asked you and showed you a small segment of your deposition where you said that this injury was caused by a right-handed person. Do you remember saying that in your deposition?
I said most likely.
The fact that the person is, well, strike that. For example, I'm left-handed. If I take my right hand and I scratch somebody, is that possible?
Objection, last foundation, outside the scope.
Excuse me, doctor. He wants to ask if the defendant has two hands.
When you said right hand,
it is outside the scope. This court is on fire with the rulings, but also defense counsel is going to do their job when it comes to objections. They are not getting a question in that is even mildly outside the parameters on this point at all.
Right-handed person, did you mean that the injury, in your opinion, as an expert, was caused by the right hand?
Objection.
Over.
No.
What did you mean?
Well, if it's on the left side of the face, the most likely explanation is that it was done by the right hand of the perpetrator.
Of a person opposite them.
And just based on the positioning of one person, assuming one person was in front of the other.
And if you look at the perpetrator there...
Objection, Your Honor.
Or, I'm sorry, I withdraw that. If you look at...
What a shit show. No, we're not calling anybody a perp. If he's like, doctor, will you look at Cardi B and tell me if she has two hands? She's going to testify.
Defendant.
Ask her if she has two hands.
She has two hands, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Take a look, doesn't she?
Objection, Your Honor.
Does the defendant have two hands?
That whole... I'm sorry for everyone listening in the background who thinks your internet is frozen. I apologize. It's me. I'm the one who's frozen. They're fighting over whether or not Cardi B has two hands.
Over.
No.
What did you mean?
Well, if it's on the left side of the face, the most likely explanation is that it was done by the right hand of the perpetrator, for want of a better word.
And
just based on the positioning of one person, assuming one person was in front of the other.
And if you look at the perpetrator there...
Objection, Your Honor.
Or, I'm sorry, I withdraw that. If you look at the defendant, Cardi B sitting there, she has two hands, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Take a look, doesn't she?
Objection, Your Honor.
Does the defendant have two hands?
Objection. You need to wait for the court to rule on the objection. The objection's overruled.
You can look. Please, Doctor.
Yes, she.
Cardi moves her wig out of her face with both hands. I'm surprised she didn't just go like jazz hands, but she moved the flowing blonde locks out of her face. This is so fucking strange. Oh my.
Two hands.
All right. Cardi B, I will represent you as left-handed. In your testimony at the deposition, if you were to take that the way that they want you to take that, it would be impossible for Cardi B to have caused
argumentative.
This injury. However, there's no question. The question is this: isn't it true that Cardi B, who's left-handed, could have used her right hand?
Calls for speculation, compound, outside the scope, argumentative. This is terrible. Stop it.
to scratch Emani Ellis on the date of the incident?
Objection, lacks foundation, outside the scope.
Compound, argumentative.
Is that consistent?
When you testified that it happened by a right-handed person, did you mean that the person actually writes with their right hand?
He said it was most likely caused by, that was his most likely explanation. Say who caused it.
The court has now jumped in and is talking back to counsel. That's not what he said. The court is like, that's not what he said. The court has jumped in.
When you said most likely caused, did you mean it was caused by someone using their right hand, or the fact that they write with their right hand?
Objection, compound.
That's my question.
My apologies. Objection, compound, lacks foundation, outside the scope.
What?
It doesn't matter. I mean, in my opinion, it doesn't matter. It's just the left side of the face was scratched.
With the right hand?
Typically, if people are facing each other, it would be the right hand. It's hard to reach across with the left hand unless the person was standing to the side, which may or may not have happened. I don't know.
And in this case, the defendant could have used both of her hands to scratch Emani Ellis if she wanted to. Isn't that true?
Objection. He's not a causation expert, I don't think, right?
No.
Okay, so stop talking about causation then.
Okay, sorry.
The court just told him to stop talking about causation. The judge is done. This is the first witness on day 2, and the judge is like, eh.
Or 5 minutes, or 1 minute. That is the actual time that you're working on the patient's face when you're doing that procedure, correct?
Objection.
Well, not really. Yes, not really at all, because you can't just walk up to somebody and stick
needles
a
in their face.
needle in their
You can't just walk up to somebody and start microneedling their face, counsel.
face. You have to prep them. You have to make sure you're working on the right side of the face. You have to make sure your equipment is there. You have to make sure that the person is calm, that they're numb, that they've been numbed by topical agent, then that they've been numbed by a needle with lidocaine in it, and the patient is comfortable. They're adequately protected against lumps and bumps on the exam room chair. So you can't just walk up to somebody and cut their face.
I thought they were in the
You have to do
OR.
all this preparation. That's part of the surgery, and it's part of the surgery after the surgery to make sure they don't have an allergic reaction or they don't have, welts resulting or a burn injury that is incurred. All those are part of the surgery. It's not just walking up and cutting someone in the face. Yes, the actual pressing of the button might take 3 minutes, but without the proper preparation or the proper follow-up, it's not a surgery.
And in this case, when you saw the patient on the 2 times on February 20th, 23, and March 20th.
I don't care how long the microneedling took. I just don't care. He did outpatient surgery in an OR to do medical microneedling. Closed captioning thinks they're talking about how long it takes to do a breast augmentation and how much money it costs. I don't care. We're zooming past it. We will watch closing arguments probably tomorrow because it's been almost 5 hours today, but probably tomorrow. And we will take a look at what they're asking for. Hopefully they summarize it in closing. No, I'm not listening to you shuffle papers. That's no, we're not doing that. Nope. Is there? No, they must be at sidebar because there is no questions happening. All right.
I think these questions are fine to ask.
Sorry, can I have them?
Sure.
Wait. Can the jury ask questions? He said, I think these questions are fine to ask. Ooh. Oh, we will watch Cardi B's testimony, Chad. I just don't know when. We got to do things in order. I think the jury got to ask questions because the court said, I think these are fine to ask. And now they're looking at them. The jury has questions. I love a jury question.
All right, some of these overlap, and so I'll try and combine them. Did you see any evidence of a scratch on the nose?
No.
Can you tell whether the scar that you examined was caused by jewelry?
Good question.
The most likely explanation given the track.
Was it caused by jewelry? He said could have been, but the most likely explanation.
Trajectory is fingernails, but it could have been jewelry.
All right, can you offer an opinion as to the approximate age on the scar on her left cheek?
Oh, jury.
It's impossible to know.
Jury's doing everybody's job today. Can you offer an opinion as to the age of the scar? Hey, lawyers, these are the questions that you should have asked, especially as to the age. Good job, jury.
Because after roughly a year, the scar is mature, so it really wouldn't change very much, so you can't tell the age of the scar.
So more than a year.
You used the term medical necessity, or I think it was asked during a question. What is your definition of medical necessity?
If the patient is likely to derive a benefit from a procedure, then you could say there is medical necessity, if they're likely to derive a benefit from it.
Generally, can a scar form without breaking the skin?
Yes, a scar can form by scrapes or by breaking the skin, either one. But
Good
it definitely
question.
can occur.
Can a scar occur without breaking the skin? That's a great question. That's a great question.
In superficial scratches.
So the court's going to ask its own follow-up with regard to that. So can you describe how a scar can, or what the difference is between an abrasion and actually breaking the skin?
So the skin has
Jury, y'all are smart.
basically the epidermis, which is the recycling layer, and then the dermis, which is the thick layer. Most of the blood supply is in the subdermal plexus, just below the dermis. That's where the main blood supply is. So the bleeding typically happens most when that dermis is completely breached. So a laceration that went all the way through the epidermis, through the dermis, and down to the subdermal plexus, that would cause a lot of bleeding. But for example, when we harvest skin graft, for example, in a burn patient,
I appreciate this, but sir, as a human that has existed in the world and a parent, there is one thing I know about faces. I mean, I know a few things about faces, but there are some things I know about faces. Faces tend to bleed a lot. The fact that there was no bleeding in this case is wild to me. But it is a good question. Can, even if you don't break the skin, can you still have a scar? It's a great question. But faces bleed.
we go through the dermis. So we take a thin piece of the dermis, and it's a bloodless plane, meaning there's not a lot of bleeding when you go through the superficial dermis. But yet, we know that people who donate have a donor area for burns. That area can scar considerably, even though the dermis is never perforated. So yes, a minimal dermal injury may not bleed, but can produce scarring.
Okay. I think you identified a scratch and then some additional scratches on the cheek. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your opinion that all of the scratches came from fingernails?
Well, that's the most likely scenario given the patient's history. Could it have been a dwarf with sharp toes who jumped up? Possible, not likely.
What in the Lord of the Rings is happening in court? She wasn't scratched by a velociraptor, sir. What? Sir, do you drive a Lexus that is also a spaceship? I have questions.
But it could have been most likely fingernails, but there are many other things that would leave 3 linear marks. But just given the patient's history, that's the most likely scenario.
And I'm going to just rephrase this question. Is it fair to say that when you agree to treat on a lien, you're deferring payment until the resolution of the pending litigation?
Yes. So we defer the patient paying the bill until the case is settled.
But it's fair to say that, at least according to the terms of the lien, that the patient is responsible regardless of the outcome of the litigation?
Yes, the patient is responsible for the bill.
All right, thank you. Plaintiff counsel, do you have any follow-ups based on those questions?
Thank you, Amanda. It is new. It's new. All right, they're asking counsel if they have any questions based on that. So we'll see. Anything could have happened is always kind of ridiculous. But yes, we don't know what caused it. Lots of things could have happened. But to me, it looks like this. That's it.
Do you have any evidence that this scar could be caused by a car accident? Any medical record, anything at all?
Objection.
A car accident.
Outside the scope of this designation.
I agree, but I'll allow the question.
I don't have any evidence, one way or the other.
Thank you.
All right, anything?
I don't have any evidence one way or the other that this could have come or not come from a car accident.
From the defendant.
No, I know, Grayson. Don't take it.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
I'm interested who the next witness is. I want to see the front desk
Can I find
person.
another witness to call? Another witness?
Yes. Your Honor, plaintiff is calling Emani Ellis' mother as the next witness.
Does she have a name?
That's right. Ms. Schmidt, what's the first name? Leanne.
Does she have a name? All right, plaintiff's mother.
Ms. Schmidt.
All right.
Thank you.
This is going to be witness number 3. We're going to go through the briefest of brief on this and then zoom. Emily, we're not going through every witness. Emily, let's just see a little bit of what they have to say. Plaintiff's mother. Okay. I'm zooming. They are swearing in the plaintiff's mother.
You are Emani Ellis' mother?
Yes, I am.
Ma'am, I love your glasses. They're a vibe.
You gave birth to her, correct?
I did.
Fucking hell, counsel. You're Emani Ellis' mother. Yes, you gave birth to her. Sir, can we... Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Schmidt.
Good morning.
You are Emani Ellis' mother?
Yes, I am.
You gave birth to her, correct?
I did.
She's not adopted, is that?
No, she's not.
How in the world would it matter if she was adopted, though? How the fuck would it matter? It wouldn't.
And how many kids do you have?
I have a total of 5 kids.
She's the first?
Imani is the eldest.
It doesn't matter.
Did she live with you up until a certain period of time?
She lived with me from the time she was born until she was age 19.
Okay. Did Emani Ellis, during her time with you from 0 to 19, ever have one fight in her life?
Never.
Did she ever assault and batter anybody?
Never.
Did she ever hit anybody?
Never.
Scratch anybody?
Never.
Did anyone hit Emani Ellis in those 19 years?
Never.
I just want to know a little bit more about you. What do you do for a living?
I'm a licensed phlebotomist, currently working for Keck Medicine of USC.
And
She's like, no, I'm over at USC. I'm over at Keck, not UCLA. We won't shade the choice of job, ma'am. I'm gonna zoom through her background, work, and training. I don't know why it matters. A lot of you are in the chat are like, oh, she's the oldest of 5 and she's never gotten into an argument with anyone. Miss me. It's fair. She works for... Why are we here today? Objection assisting. I'm going to let that ride.
Yes, I am.
And what is your understanding of it? Why are we here today? Objection hearsay. Assisting.
Oh, objection hearsay.
Do you have any information about an assault and battery that occurred to Emani Ellis? Objection hearsay.
Unless she was there.
Why are we here today? Hearsay, hearsay, hearsay. Is this going to just be a battle of hearsay? Maybe.
Were you there?
I was not.
Were you there in spirit?
Of course.
What? Spiritual witness? Spiritual witness? Okay, we have 2 things I never thought we would see in court in this case. We have... Well, chat? We have a spiritual witness. The future Dr. P said, are we taking a voyage on the sea of hearsay? We are voyaging on the sea of hearsay. And we have a spiritual witness. I had to back that up. I am okay.
Objection hearsay. Assisting.
Do you have any information about an assault and battery that occurred to Emani Ellis?
Objection, hearsay, last witness.
Unless she was there.
Were you there?
I was not.
Were you there in spirit?
Of course.
Okay. What is your understanding about your daughter's profession in 2018? What was her profession, to your understanding?
Objection, hearsay, last witness.
I'm not sure what this is going on. Why don't you move on?
Was Emani Ellis a security guard?
The court. I don't know where this is going, counsel. Move on. 4 questions in. Move on. Move on.
From 2014 to 2018.
Yes, she was.
How do you know that?
Hearsay.
Objection, hearsay.
You may answer.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Was Emani
How do
Ellis
you
a
know your
security
daughter's
guard?
job? Nobody's questioning her job. Nobody's questioning her job. I'm zooming past. Okay, Emani told you she has a job. This is the part that this witness is called for. Did she change after the incident? This is going to go to the pain and suffering, etc.
February 24th, 2018.
Yes, I did.
What were the changes that you noticed?
I noticed changes in terms of a lot of anxiety, a lot of depression, and just her general well-being has changed dramatically.
Were you advised, did you notice after the incident that Emani Ellis had a scar to her face?
I did.
And where was the scar?
The scar was located on the left side of her face.
And after she left your home when she was 19, when the incident occurred, she was approximately 25 years old, correct?
She was, yes, correct.
So in those 6 years where she didn't live with you full time, how far away was she, and did you see her on a regular basis?
Objection, compound.
I would see her probably maybe 2 to 3 times a week. We would visit frequently, yes.
Good. Great.
And in those 25 years, did Miss Emani Ellis ever, to your knowledge, sustain a scar on her left or anywhere on her face?
Yes, she did sustain that scar. I visibly saw it myself.
No, I understand, but my question is, aside from the incident, I guess the question what I want to know is, do you have no...
The question you want to know is, did she get that scar some other way or on that day? Counsel. Oh, and now we're getting to hearsay. All right.
You can answer.
She did notify me and called me right after the incident, telling me that she had been scratched in the face and spit on.
Okay.
The reason that came in, A, the phone records show that there was a call. B, she said, that's my mother's number. And C, it goes to present sense impression. So there's an exception to hearsay there.
How long after the incident did you go and see your daughter?
She
come to you?
She actually came to visit me, I believe, later that day.
Okay. Did she look upset? Was she crying? What happened?
She was hysterical, upset, crying, just upset throughout the whole situation.
And was your daughter a fan of Cardi B before this incident?
Absolutely.
Were you a fan of Cardi B before this incident?
Yes, I was.
Are you a fan of Cardi B?
Objection, irrelevant.
Oh my God, these questions.
When you said that your daughter was spit on, did your daughter tell you that? Did you see that? How did you learn
Your
that?
daughter mischaracterizes the testimony and false state, and this is an explanation.
Are we going to get to a question? Okay. I'm going to zoom. They're going to ask her about the phone call again.
If the incident occurred around 1:30 p.m., how long after the incident do you believe she called you?
It's on the phone
I would say
records.
about 30 minutes after she called.
That's
Could
wrong.
it have been a shorter time?
Objection, false speculation.
Could it have been a longer time?
Objection, speculation.
How did you come up with...
She said it was 30 minutes after. Counsel, this was a dumb question. It's on the phone records. Why ask this question? It's on the phone records. Does your phone number end in digit 1234? Yes. And your daughter called you after the incident? Yes. Leave it alone and just put it on the phone records. Because it was moments afterwards.
30 minutes.
Based on around the time that she called, it was like a little bit after, right away after the incident. And so my speculation is 30 minutes.
And when she called you, was she crying? Was she yelling? What was she doing?
She was hysterically crying, upset, just overall just could barely get it out. She was so upset over the ordeal.
Well, what did she tell you?
Objection. Hearsay.
Counsel, if you're not going to ask anything other than, tell us about your daughter. She's never fought with anybody. Okay. Look at Cardi B. I'm going to back up because they're going to ask her to describe Cardi B from seeing her on television. And this is, I imagine, going to be hysterical.
Sorry. Have you ever seen Cardi B before today?
On television.
How many times?
Too many to count.
More than 5?
Yes.
More than 50? That's your relevance. When you saw her in television, isn't it true that her nails are always very long?
Leading.
Explanation, also speculation, and relevant.
Does, if you look at the defendant now, you see her.
Counsel, Cardi B having long nails in a music video vis-a-vis Cardi B having long nails on the day of the incident are not the same. Because, nails, you can just put on nail extensions and take off nail extent. Huh? Counsel? None of this is relevant. Sorry, I thought it would be funny, and then I annoyed myself by allowing this counsel to keep doing whatever this is.
Fingernails?
Yes.
Would you consider those short, long, or medium fingernails?
Objection.
Short.
Black foundation.
Did you, when you saw Cardi B, did she ever have fingernails that size?
No, they were always very long.
How long?
2 to 3 inches long.
So what you see now is not normal, correct?
Correct.
No further questions. All right.
Counsel, what we're seeing right now is not normal. But now on to cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The background noise in this court is killing me.
Just a few questions. You love your daughter, right?
Absolutely.
And you're here to help her, right?
Yes.
Right.
And you believe her?
Yes.
Right.
And you believe her even if you don't need evidence to believe her view?
I believe her.
Okay. Were you aware that when she was, when this happened, 2 days after the alleged incident, that your daughter wrote her boss and admitted yelling and cursing, yelling at Cardi?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Objection, hearsay.
Are you aware that your daughter...
No, see, the reason that he's allowed to ask this question is for impeachment. You love your daughter. You believe your daughter. You believe she's telling the truth. But do you know that she said this? Does that change your mind? Do you know that she said this? Does that change your mind? It's not hearsay.
In an incident report to her boss 2 days after the alleged incident, admitted to her boss, to her supervisor, that she had gotten into a screaming match with Cardi and had yelled at Cardi.
Objection misstates the document.
Are you aware that your daughter apologized to Ally for her misconduct that day?
Objection misstates the document.
Are you aware of that?
I was not involved in that conversation, so no, I was not aware of that.
And were you aware that in her report to her boss 2 days after the incident, she instead claimed that Cardi had scratched your daughter's nose?
Again, I was not a part of that conversation, nor email or text, so I do not know.
Okay. All the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's the end of cross. I imagine redirect is going to be, you didn't see those emails. There was one question. Or no. They asked if the witness is going to be recalled. The witness is being excused. And next witness. Let's see who the next witness is. Just remember, I do have this sped up a little. We're on 1.25, so it's a little harder to tell people's exact demeanors. But yeah, cross is generally different.
That's fine.
Right there.
That's fine. Thank you. Please raise your right hand.
So this
Do
will
you solemnly
be
state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
Dianne Schmidt, Dianneshmidt.
Great, thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch your step.
Is this grandma? Y'all done dragged in grandma. Ma'am, I'm sorry that they have dragged you in from Vegas. They have just dragged you. Grandma, I am sorry. I'm curious to what they're going to ask Grandma, but Lord,
Ms. Schmidt, you're Emani Ellis' grandmother?
I am.
You live in Las Vegas?
I do.
And what did you do for a living before you retired?
I worked for City National Bank.
For how many
Here
years?
in LA.
How many years?
Probably 12 years, 13 years. I retired from there.
Did you, you are, I'm sorry, on how many, what
I have this sped up and the pauses are still quite long.
type of basis would you see Emani Ellis over the last 8 years?
She tries to come see me every month, unless business takes her other way, elsewhere. She's there almost every month.
What if we go a little further? When she was born in 1992 up until the present?
No, we're not going to talk about from the moment that she was born. It sounds like she stays in touch with her family. Grandma is saying, and I'm just looking at closed captioning, she was the mediator. She tried to keep the peace. She had 5 or 6 brothers. Great. And then they're going to ask afterwards, did you notice a change? That's the point where we're going to rejoin.
What are some of the changes? Well, strike that. Did you notice a change in Emani Ellis in some point in her life?
Well, after this incident, she was depressed. She was really disappointed. I think she liked Cardi before the incident, and she was shocked that she was reacted that way. And she just was depressed. And every time she relived it, listening to her music on the radio, and it was kind of she couldn't really avoid it. So it affected her because she couldn't make it right.
And the incident you were just telling us about, when approximately did it happen to your knowledge?
Well, it was right after my birthday, but it was, I don't know what the year was, but it was long.
I'm curious about she couldn't make it right. I'm really curious about she couldn't make it right. That I'm curious about.
Some time ago.
When is your birthday?
February 16th.
If I told you the incident happened on February 24th of 2018, would that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, that sounds pretty clear. I don't know. Is it 2018?
Yes.
Yeah, that's about right.
And you noticed a change in your granddaughter after 2018?
Yeah.
Right after your birthday?
Yeah.
Did you see the scar to Emani Ellis' face after February 24th of 2018?
Objection, my foundation, leaving.
You can answer.
I can't? Yeah, I did. She was, she's a pretty girl. She wants to maintain her face, and it was like she felt.
Ma'am, we all do. I like Grandma. I like Grandma. Grandma, of course, is here to help the plaintiff, but I like Grandma. But it's interesting that Grandma said she couldn't make it right. I'm going to be a little bit stuck on that. But I like Grandma.
It damaged her face, and she was trying to make that right.
All right. Now, let's take it from birth, 1992 up until February 24th of 2018.
Okay.
In that time period, did Emani...
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to go through everything in Emani's life from 1992 to 2018. Yeah, I'm not. Nope. They're moving on to talk about the plastic surgery. Let's hear that.
Okay. Did it improve?
Objection, my foundation.
You can answer.
Yeah, he was actually a very good surgeon. He covered it very well.
And it is still present now a little bit, correct?
Very slightly, but she's lucky.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now they're getting into cross. Look, Grandma's going to be Grandma. If you told Grandma what happened at a grand jury, I bet you Grandma wouldn't go put it on Twitter. Grandma's like, what are you going to ask me on cross-examination, sir?
Hello, Ms. Schmidt.
Hello.
My name is Peter Anderson, and I just have a few questions for you. Thank you for coming in. I take it you love your granddaughter, correct?
Yeah.
And you're here to help her, right?
I like Grandma a lot. Be nice to Grandma.
Well, if I can.
Thank you. And I apologize for objecting. It's one of the things that I have to do in order to be a lawyer.
I understand.
But thank you. I appreciate that. And you don't need evidence to believe her. She's your granddaughter, right?
She either has it or she doesn't. I mean, you either see it or you don't.
Okay.
She has it or she doesn't. You see it or you don't. I think the jury's going to take that away with them.
You know she was employed as a security guard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
yes, but...
That's a yes.
Yes.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard for the court reporter if someone says, So you knew she was employed as a security guard, and you note that she was fired after the alleged incident with Cardi.
Objection, misstates the testimony.
Well, let me go back. You knew that she was employed as a security guard, right?
Yes.
And were you aware she was fired?
Objection calls for speculation.
You can answer the question.
Grandma's like, I'm not sure what's happening. Yeah.
Were you aware that she was fired as a security guard?
It was my understanding she was told that she was going to be fired.
Okay.
By Cardi.
Were you aware that...
Oh, Grandma snuck in a little more information, didn't she? Grandma said, it's my understanding that she was told she was going to be fired by Cardi. Grandma just dropping in a little bit of information, isn't she? Counsel, don't play with Grandma. She will run you over. And if you get feisty with her, the jury will hate you. Yeah, Grandma's just like, she was told she was going to be fired by Cardi. Could you ever see a world where a celebrity says to someone, you're going to lose your job for this? Because I can. I don't know if that happened here. But Grandma's just like.
At the time, 2 days after the incident, she apologized to the security guard company for her own misconduct that day of the alleged incident.
I told you she's a person that tries to make sure everything is straightened out, so she apologized for what she saw as a disturbance, I think.
Were you aware that she apologized to the security company that employed her for her own misconduct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Did she ever tell you that?
No, I didn't discuss that with her.
Did she ever tell you that she told the company that employed her that Cardi scratched her on her nose, not her cheek?
Objection, misstates the document.
Over. She didn't tell you that, did she?
What?
She didn't tell you
just that she was like, her finger was all over her face. So, I mean, it could be land anywhere.
Okay, but you only saw a scar, you said.
Ma'am, it's not pin the tail on the donkey. It could just land anywhere. Or roulette. She's from Vegas, right? It's not roulette. That's a better analogy, Emily. She's just like, her finger was just all up in her face. Her one finger.
On her cheek.
On her cheek. You never saw any scar on her nose, did you?
No, not on her nose. I didn't.
Did you notice the scar on her nose, ma'am?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh.
And I think that's all the questions that I have for you. Thank you.
All right, you're right.
Yes, sir.
We have the benefit of being able to see Grandma look at plaintiff because camera's back behind plaintiff's table. So we can see Grandma looking at her granddaughter.
Are you aware that in the incident report that counsel asked you about, your granddaughter expressed that the defendant pointed her 3-inch acrylic fingernail into her face?
Objection. Outside the scope.
That's not outside the scope. I just don't know how to help.
In the incident report,
I didn't even hear the court rule.
which counsel represented that your granddaughter apologized, are you aware that she apologized for being belittled?
Objection. I'm sorry. Objection that mischaracterizes the document outside the scope.
Are you aware that she apologized for being called?
Counsel, I don't want to establish that she knows anything about that statement.
Do you know things about the statement?
The thing that's different here is that Grandma was talking about the credibility of plaintiff, the character of plaintiff. So the defense attorney, Cardi B's attorney, is allowed to say, but did you know that she said this? Did you know that she said that? Does that change things? Did you know these other things? There's more information here. But on the other side of that, it's being introduced not for completeness, but as hearsay. And so it now changes the questioning, and it's not going to go well. It's not going well. I think they should have just left Grandma alone on redirect, because Grandma's like, no, I didn't know that. Okay, leave it be. But it goes to Grandma's perception of whether or not the plaintiff is telling the truth, and that's not what defense counsel's offering it for, or plaintiff's counsel's offering it for.
Like the different words that were used against your granddaughter?
Objection. Hearsay. Argumentative.
Are you aware that your granddaughter was called the N-word?
Objection.
Grandma's face answered. Yeah, Grandma's face answered. Grandma was like, I was aware.
If your granddaughter apologized,
Calls for
could she have
speculation.
been apologizing for
This immediately calls for speculation.
her part of the incident?
Objection. Assisting.
Isn't it true that in every incident there's two parts?
Objection.
And people are responsible for their side
The
of the
fact witness, do you have any questions about facts?
Oh, that's the judge getting snappy. I'm going to slow this down in real time because I just want to hear that happen again because, well, I think it's funny. And I feel the same way. We're 4 witnesses. And the judge is like, this is a fact witness. Do you have questions about facts?
Granddaughter apologized. Could she have been apologizing for her part of the incident?
Objection. Assisting.
Isn't it true that in every incident there's two parts?
Objection.
And people are responsible for their side
She's a
of the
fact witness. Do you have any questions about facts?
No. Wow, Your Honor.
Sorry, one moment.
He's trying to find the facts. I'm sorry, Your Honor. He's trying to find the facts. We're going to let him look for them.
That's all, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
His entire fucking redirect, he was not able to elicit a single answer. The entire redirect, he got not one answer. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. He couldn't even get one answer and just sat down. Do you have any fact questions? No.
All right, questions from the jury? Do you want to write that out, please?
Do it.
Jury has a question. I am now in too deep. I am now invested. The judge was so sassy. You will notice in criminal cases that the judges do not pop off at the lawyers the same way, because especially when it comes to defense counsel, you do not want the judges putting their finger on the scales of justice when people's constitutional rights are on the line. Civil cases is a whole different vibe. And when the judge is done, he's just like, no, move on. Immediately move on. That was funny.
Ma'am, do you have an approximate time as to when Miss Ellis called you? Do you know the approximate time?
I really couldn't tell you.
Did she tell you how long ago on that phone call? Did she tell you how long prior to the call that it happened? Or in other words, should you say this just happened or it happened earlier?
Well, she called me right after.
Right after?
And she was humiliated, so she was crying.
Okay.
I 100% believe Grandma's characterization of that. She was humiliated. She called me, she was crying, she was upset, and she was humiliated.
And she was humiliated, so she was crying.
Okay. Any follow-up questions?
Did she during that call tell you that she was cut on her face by Cardi B?
Objection.
Assisting.
Yes.
Did she tell you on the call that she...
Counsel, the question was about the time. It's not. We're not going to reopen a new area of testimony.
Okay.
Did I detect a giggle? Did I detect a giggle from the jury?
Assisting.
Yes.
Did she tell you on the call that she...
Counsel, the question was about the time. It's not. We're not going to reopen a new
There was
area
a giggle.
of testimony.
Okay, I understand.
There was a
Did she
giggle.
call you the same day of the incident?
Objection. Last foundation calls for speculation. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Your answer?
Yes.
And that was February 24th of 2018?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ma'am, could you please give us the last 4 digits of your phone number in 2018?
They 100% should have asked the mother that, not the grandmother. I'm going to zoom past the grandmother's last 4 numbers.
I don't remember mine, but thank you very much.
It took me a long time to remember the new one.
Yeah, I know how that is. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, we may have to recall it.
Okay. All right. You
Can this witness be excused? No, Your Honor, we may have to recall her.
can step down, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our lunch break. We're going to resume promptly at
All right, they are taking the lunch break. We're going to zoom past lunch, see who the next witness is. But we cannot go too much longer today, unfortunately. But let's see who the next witness is. Because, well, it's been 5 hours of streaming. We did 5 hours of stream yesterday. We might not get a 1-day trial. It might have to be a 2-day trial. Let's see who the next witness is real quick.
I have another witness to call.
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff will call Nichole McKenzie to the stand.
Nichole McKenzie, the therapist. I think we are going to skip the therapist. If we need to circle back, we will. But the therapist is going to say what we've already heard, which is after the incident, she was anxious and depressed, and that's how she felt about it. Maybe we can get to cross of the therapist. Maybe we do that. Let's see if we can jump into cross and then see if there's any jury questions. Because I don't know if we need the entirety of this is what she told me happened.
The applicant's note.
But if we can get to cross, I'm interested. Okay. That's Cardi B's attorney. We're going to jump into cross just a little bit of the treating therapist. And I'm going to put this back at 1.25. Let's see where we get.
As to that information, that sentence?
Yes, thank you.
As to that information, I declare under penalty or perjury that the information accurately describes the information provided to me, and accept as noted herein that I believe it to be true.
And is it correct that what you verified under perjury was that you had correctly recorded what plaintiff told you?
Correct.
Okay. Did you at any point, anywhere in this document, in this verification page or otherwise, verify that what she was telling you was true?
No.
Okay. Now, if we go back to the second page.
Again, I will say the purpose of treating therapists in court, this is going to come up in cross most of the time. It's not their job to determine and investigate the facts of a situation. It is their job to determine what the person in front of them is telling them, what they perceive, believe, and are reporting, and then how they're reacting to it. It's not, their job is definitely not to investigate the facts. So this comes up on cross every single time.
The first paragraph.
So the self-report is what it
as
is.
reported by the patient. Could you read the first 3 words?
Your Honor, I would object because she's not an expert and also hearsay.
I'm not sure. It's first 3 words of what?
Of Exhibit 206, where she confirms that she is, the statements that counsel read are the statements of the reputable. Thank you.
The applicant reports.
Right. And
so they are
third
self-reports. Right.
First 3 words.
Miss Ellis reports.
And could you read the last sentence of that?
So it sounds like on direct, and this is just speculation based on the questioning here on cross, it sounds like on direct, counsel left out the Miss Ellis reports to try to make it seem as though the doctor was the one saying, or the therapist was the one saying these things happened, versus the person I am seeing, patient told me XYZ. So he's filling in those gaps.
After Miss Ellis reports?
Yeah, objection. He's only picking and choosing words that he likes. You should read the whole thing as a whole.
Please open the speaking objections.
I apologize, Your Honor. Objection for completeness.
That's overruled.
What paragraph again?
Yeah, the paragraph that begins Miss Ellis reports. I'm only asking you to read the last sentence, full sentence, complete. Don't leave anything out.
I like the
Her
scarf.
notes were really long, almost touching the applicant's note.
Right. Is there? Let's go to the second.
That's what they wanted to get to. Miss Ellis, plaintiff reports that defendant Cardi B's nails were long, almost touching her nose. Almost touching.
Your Honor, for purposes of completeness, I would ask...
You can address it on redirect.
Let's go to the third page. Can you read the first full heading in bold on the third page?
Associated physical symptoms.
Right. Is there any mention, well, first of all, is this a portion of the report where you record any physical symptoms that plaintiff reported?
Yes.
And even though this is a psychological report, you in fact, as a matter of practice and in this document any, would have mentioned any physical symptoms that she had, correct?
Objection calls for expert opinion.
Over.
Correct.
That is a stupid objection. The objection was calls for expert opinion. It's her report that she is filling out because this is the treatment provider that the plaintiff saw in the course of seeking workers' comp. So there's she's going through the standardized form that she's filling out. It's her form. It's not,
Anywhere in that, well, actually, could you read for the jury, please, the complete associated physical symptoms that plaintiff reported to you 2 months after the alleged incident?
Objection. I would ask that counsel can read and not the witness.
Over.
Ms. Ellis reports that she experiences headaches at least 4 to 5 times a week that last several hours. She is also sleeping more than she used to.
That's it. No mention of a scar?
Not in this statement.
No mention of any physical
headaches. No mention of a scar. No mention of hypersensitivity.
injury?
No mention.
Not in this report.
And you took down this information that's in this report as plaintiff provided it to you, as you put it, at the time that she said it, correct?
Correct.
And you verified at the end, under penalty of perjury, that you had correctly recorded what she said, correct?
Correct.
Also,
if you look at the,
if you're going in for workers' comp, you would assume someone would tell them everything. I mean, workers' comp is going to assume that you're telling them things in addition to things that are true. So,
page 2 of this exhibit, 206, and let's go to the fourth paragraph. Do you see the language, it turned into a screaming match?
Same objection, Your Honor. He's
over.
Correct.
And that's in quotes, isn't it?
Yes.
And that is what the plaintiff told you, right? She didn't mention any physical symptoms. She just said it turned into a screaming match. Is that correct?
According to the report.
Do you have any reason to doubt that the report is correct or inaccurate?
No.
And in fact, you verified at the time, under penalty of perjury, that it was correct.
According to what the applicant reported.
Right. And I apologize. Yes, that's an important distinction. That it correctly recorded what plaintiff said, right?
Correct.
You were not verifying that she was telling the truth, were you?
No, we typically do not verify unless provided with other reports.
I mean, it's really not her job to verify unless that is part of the diagnostic criteria that's needed. It's not her job to verify. It's her job to have the person tell her what happens and accurately report it. And I imagine that's going to be persuasive, right? I imagine that's going to be persuasive to the jury that the treatment provider said, this is what she told me happened close in time and the closest in time of anyone that she sought treatment from. Did I speed this back up? I hope I did.
I asked you to go to
yes, I did.
207, which is the other document that counsel showed you. Do you see it?
Yes.
And do you recognize it? And feel free to thumb through it if you like, as the other portion of his exhibit that he showed you.
Correct.
And that is a initial comprehensive psychological evaluation with associated psychodiagnostic testing. Is that what the label is?
Yes.
And that examination was done on August 10th of 2018?
Yes.
So what, 4 or 5 months later?
Correct.
And if you look at the second page, it's got another history of the incident as reported in preliminary evaluations.
Ooh.
See that?
I'm interested in that.
That's the heading?
Yes.
And that's as reported by plaintiff in August of 2018?
Not on August of 2018. It's usually the information that was captured in the preliminary.
Okay, got it. And that also, in the third paragraph, states that Ms. Ellis reports that the celebrity's nails were really long, almost touching the applicant's nose. You see that?
Yes.
And then on the next page, associated physical symptoms, it still doesn't mention a scar or any physical symptoms, correct?
Correct. It's the same information from the previous report.
And you also, at page 12, verified under penalty of perjury that you had accurately set out what plaintiff told you, right?
Correct.
Okay, let's...
Interesting.
Bear with me for just a
Right?
second.
Sorry, counsel, I can't bear with you for just a second. We need to keep going. She had a deposition taken. She was deposed. She said the same thing. Now he's going to ask about if you noticed any scars, it looks like, based on the closed captioning, and I'm going to pause it here.
Doctor, if Ms. Ellis had shown up for her examination and had a scar or scars or bruising on her face, would you have noted it in your report?
Objection calls for speculation.
If it was indicated on one of the intake forms.
I'm sorry?
If it was indicated on one of the intake forms.
If you saw her with bruises and a scar on her face, would you note it in the report?
Objection calls for speculation.
This does not call for speculation, counsel. You are missing a nuanced difference. But if you saw her with physical injury, would you note it on the reports while doing this evaluation?
I believe I would on the mental status.
Okay, thank you. Bear with me for a second.
Oh my God, the background noise in this court. They're turning to more exhibits. They are going through the psychological testing for depression. The plaintiff was diagnosed with depression. They are seeking compensatory damages. So her relative mental state matters to the damages they're seeking. So they're going to talk about feelings of guilt, which will be interesting. So we're catching back up now.
At the end of the first column, 5, question 3. What did she circle there?
5, the guilty feelings.
3, line 3, the very last line. On the first page. So if you look under guilty feelings.
Correct.
And what did she circle?
I feel guilty all the time.
And if you can turn to Exhibit 225. Is this the same type of form?
Correct.
And is this the form that she filled out on January 15, 2019?
Correct.
And what did she circle about guilty feelings at that point?
I feel guilty over many things I have done or should have done.
Sorry, where was that? I'm sorry, where are you reading? I couldn't find it. Under guilty feelings, if I may, Your Honor.
Go ahead. I don't know what exhibit you're on.
225. Okay.
These attorneys are so put out with each other. So they are going through the diagnostic self-report scales, and it looks like they're asking about the plastic surgery. So we're going to catch up there.
Plastic surgery.
She did not.
Are you a plastic surgeon?
I am not.
Any reason for you to note that there was a scar there or was not there when you saw her in April of 20?
We're on redirect. You know what? Treatment providers, when they are seeing someone, if they notice new or obvious injury, I imagine most of them would note it, because what people say and what people don't say matters when it comes to a therapeutic setting. So
18.
This is redirect.
Answer that. Any reason for me to note it? No particular reason.
Is there a reason for you to note someone's injury?
And the question that counsel asked you about guilty is Exhibit 222, guilty feelings. I feel guilty all the time. Does that mean that she's guilty of something?
Objection. Type foundation.
And then in 225, I feel guilty over many things I have done or should have done. What does that mean?
Objection. Hearsay. Type foundation.
What is the purpose of guilty feelings?
What is the purpose of guilty feelings? Sir, I can't answer your question. I was raised Catholic. I can't help you there. What is the purpose of guilty feelings? Are we talking about in like the broader sense of like, oh, humanity? Counsel, what are you doing?
What is this all about? Why do you have this in here?
The overall measurement is to capture symptoms related to depression. And so it asks about different symptoms that would meet the criteria for depression, like sadness, loss of pleasure, guilty feelings.
Can someone have psychological problems and have guilty feelings at the same time?
She did a really excellent job taking a shit question and giving a very good answer. Ma'am, I'm sorry that these attorneys are the attorneys that have to ask you about your work because you're doing your best and they are just asking you the wildest questions.
Objection. Expert testimony.
Isn't it true that no matter which one of the four were circled, it wouldn't have mattered for the diagnosis of this patient, correct?
Sustained. We're going to stay with some expert testimony.
When you have number 5 here, guilty feelings, does that mean they're guilty of a crime or something? What does guilty feelings mean?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you explain to us what guilty is?
Counsel, you need to move on.
One question.
Guilty feelings got no rhythm. Shoulda known better than to cheat a friend. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. What is happening in this court?
About this guilty issue. When you have this here that says guilty feelings, does it mean that Emani Ellis is guilty of the incident, or is it guilty feelings about psychological issues?
Objection.
Sustained.
I don't think she's feeling guilty that she's having psychological feelings, counsel. I think the guilty is part of the psychological evaluation. That is the weirdest question. Is she feeling guilty about having psychological distress? I mean, that may also be true, but that's not the question. This witness is just this poor witness. Ma'am, I am so sorry that you have to sit there with this.
Isn't it true that if a patient is coming to you for
She is trying so hard to not have subtitles, and she is being so incredibly professional. And they are talking about diagnostic criteria on this form, and counsel is just like, boom, 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 just all over the place.
psychological injuries, they're not going to tell you about all of their physical injuries. For example, if she has a dental complaint, she's not going to tell you about her dental complaints, even if it's related to the incident.
Objection.
That's possible, correct?
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation, outside.
You can answer.
When the patients were referred for psychological treatment, they filled out a claim form. If the attorney on that claim form only put that we were to focus on the site, then that's what we focused on.
So it was the attorney, it was her attorney who decided what was going to be on the claim form. Is that your testimony?
I believe so.
And if the attorney put in physical complaints, do you think that an attorney would send that to you, or would an attorney send it to a medical doctor?
That calls for speculation.
If you know.
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Okay, and then I want to go back to what counsel was talking about in the report where you read from.
This is the worst redirect on the history of the planet. I'm going to see if the jury has any questions. Their questions have been great. Plaintiff's counsel's questions have not been great. And so this is going through again the description of the situation. And then one of the jurors is asking for a pen. That's funny.
Your Honor.
What's that? New pen for juror number 5, please.
Juror number 5 has all the questions.
For pens and paper.
I want to hear the juror questions.
Up with a broken finger, broken back, broken other body.
Okay. These questions are just, you can tell that plaintiff's counsel, jurors are writing questions, you can tell that plaintiff's counsel did not love the questions about, well, would you have noted it if you saw injury? And if you're treating the psychological fallout from the injury, if you saw the injury, wouldn't you note it? All right, I'm going to try to get to where the questions get read to the witness. The questions are getting handed to the judge. Let's hear what the jury has to say. I love zooming to what the jury has to say. This jury's great. I've enjoyed their questions thus far. Jury question time. I love it. I kind of wish these lawyers would start asking fewer questions and then just let the jury ask what they want to know. They're not going to do that, but. William, I know. William said you're still going. I know. We're just going to get through this day. We're going to do day 1 and 2, and then tomorrow we can do day 3 and 4. So now I'm invested, even though we've streamed for a very long time. But I'm invested. So the court is putting those questions in order. There we go. I'm going to zoom to the court starts talking.
All right, Doctor, I'm going to ask you a couple questions. They're a little bit overlapping, but I'll go ahead and ask them.
I want to hear the juror questions, so I'm going to put these at real time for the court, and then we'll speed back up.
If a physical injury is not reported to you, is there any reason you would still take a note of it?
Do I just answer yes or no, or explain?
No, just explain.
From what I recall, when individuals were referred for treatment, they were asked to fill out paperwork. On that paperwork, they were asked to document if they had physical injuries or physical pain symptoms. In those situations, I would review it and include those in the report.
So the court's going to ask us some follow-up. So when the patient is coming in, they provide their responses to questions relating to their history and physical, correct?
Correct.
And so they would note any physical symptoms.
So the patient also notes it on the intake.
Whether or not they related to the reason for their visit.
Correct.
All right. And that's all part of the form?
Correct.
However, if somebody comes in and doesn't note something and has obvious recent injury or bruising, I would think that one would still note it because it would potentially be important that it wasn't noted.
Was it your practice that if the psychological trauma was caused by a physical injury, that you would note that on your chart?
Yes.
Ding, ding.
Do you recall actually seeing any marks on plaintiff's nose or cheek?
I do not recall.
All right. Any follow-ups from counsel regarding those questions?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
The earlier.
Great question, right? If the psychological evaluation is being done because of a physical injury, wouldn't you note that? Like this didn't just happen. There was an event, and this is tied to an event. Not a, hey, something's up, I'm not feeling like me, can we figure out what's going on? Not that circumstance. There was an event, and now there's a change. The event would need to be noted. I love the interview. I love the jurors. I love their questions. They're locked in.
Testified about the attorney filling out this form
and it's the attorney who actually puts on what the patient is coming to see you for, correct?
Objection is made ambiguous as to what form.
The form we just spoke about.
That question was leading as hell. There's two forms.
Overall.
Correct.
Do you have the form?
I do not.
Where is the form?
With the Psychological Corporation.
Right. So we really don't know what the form says at all, correct?
You could have subpoenaed the forms, counsel.
I do not.
So when the court asked you this question, you're not sure what relates to this case. It's a general response to the form as to any of the patients, correct?
Like I said, I cannot recall.
And the question about, well, straight back. Just want to ask you, the form that you're talking about that's filled out by the attorney,
The claim form is filled out by the attorney.
the claim form, this form that is at issue now, would an attorney ever put physical injury so that you would then treat the patient for physical injury, or?
You're asking this treatment provider to speculate about what an attorney may or may not put on a form for an evaluation for workers' comp? No.
Every time you get the form, it's really psychological.
Objection.
I withdraw the question.
Objection. You're right. You're right. My bad.
I have no further questions.
Thank God.
Yes, Your Honor, just one. One of the questions, I believe you answered, that if a claimant comes in and the report of physical injury, that's included in whatever documents that the company generates. And you noted in your psychological report, is that correct?
Yes.
And so can we conclude from the fact that there is no reference to scars or other physical injury in your preliminary report that when plaintiff first claimed, plaintiff or her counsel at the time, first made a workers' compensation claim, they did not report any physical injury?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overall.
I cannot recall.
Well, it's a matter of practice.
Well, a matter of practice.
If they had claimed a physical injury, that would have been reported to you, and you would have included it in your preliminary report, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overall. Did we get the answer?
No. She said I would have.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you very
Your Honor,
much.
there's one follow-up I forgot to ask about.
No.
Briefly.
Yeah, briefly. Thank you very much, Your Honor. There was a question the court asked you if
Plaintiff.
Emani Ellis came in 2 months after.
Plaintiff's counsel's like, I forgot one, Your Honor. Can I have one more? Please.
You saw her 2 months after, and you saw a 2-centimeter scar on her face. Well, how do you know today if you really saw it or you didn't see it? Isn't it true that you didn't? You don't know.
This is
it
your
might have been there and it might have not been there. Is that fair?
This is your additional fucking question. This is the one more thing, counsel. That's the worst question. You didn't say what, if any, but good Lord.
Objection. Argument is speculation.
All right, can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, let her go,
All
man.
right, folks, why don't we take a break until 3:15? As usual, do not discuss the case.
All right, the court's taking a court break. We are almost getting to the end of day 2 of this case. So let's get to the next witness, which is the most replayed part of this video. So, I imagine we know who's up next. Does the plaintiff have another witness to call?
Yes, plaintiff calls defendant Cardi B as a hostile witness.
Thank you.
Whoop, there it is. Chat, come back with me. Listen to what he says. We're going to run it back one more time. We're running it back one more time.
And does plaintiff have another witness to call?
Yes, plaintiff calls defendant Cardi B as a hostile witness.
Thank you.
Plaintiff calls defendant Cardi B as a hostile witness. Y'all, you were here. You were here when it happened. Everyone asks about hostile witnesses all of the time. And I always say, this is not a hostile witness. This witness might feel hostile, but this is not a hostile witness. And today, well, I mean, really in August 2025, but on this channel today, we now have, in the cases we have watched together, the first real, true hostile witness called by a plaintiff. Why is it a hostile witness? Because Cardi B is a witness opposed to the plaintiff. She's the defendant. And the plaintiff is calling that witness as their own witness. Can you do this in criminal cases? No. Can you do this in civil cases? Yes. And in the Depp Heard case, it got complicated because there were cross complaints. And so with the cross complaints, you didn't really have a hostile witness. You had agreements of the parties to call the opposing parties, so that Depp's team called Depp and Heard's team called Heard. But this is properly the plaintiff calling the defendant to testify. So, whoop, there it is. This is the actual scenario where there is a hostile witness. We're going to, one more time, and then we're going to let Cardi B take the stand. At the end of this court day, because we're on day 2, I am also going to have to end. We're at like almost 6 hours. So at the end of this court day, we will end. We will resume tomorrow for the next court day because they are at the end. But we finally have a hostile witness. Whoop, there it is. Equality said, why couldn't they wait till the defense calls Cardi? Because they need to call Cardi B in their case in chief. Because what if the defense doesn't call her? Then they can't call her. So they have chosen to call Cardi B during their case in chief. So, let's go.
Yes, plaintiff calls defendant Cardi B as a hostile witness.
Thank you.
Yes, Chad, at this point, Cardi B is just a legally hostile witness. We will have to see how that progresses because of this trial. I have seen a few clips on social media. Also, the calendar array is just, it's so LA courts. I'm just having flashbacks. All right. It's time to party with Cardi. Let's go. She's like, I just go up there? Yes, you do, cutie. Let's go.
Ma'am, may I please have you stand right next to the court reporter? Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Delphine Moreno Saunders.
May I please have you spell it?
The whole thing?
You want me to spell the whole thing?
Okay. VELCHILMANZA.
Great, thank you. You may take a seat, please. Watch yourself.
The look is totally giving Elle Woods. It's 100% giving Elle Woods. They've also now killed the sound in the courtroom. So give me one sec while I try to. They have gained up the sound so much that it is so uncomfortable to listen to. But all of you that just came in from the app notification, welcome. We have been watching day 1 and day 2 of the Cardi B civil case that went on during the Donna Adelson case. So the background noise here is just horrendous. The plaintiff has called Cardi B to the stand as a hostile witness. And away we go. Oh, and because it's noted on the video, this is back at the end of August, but it is about 3:50 p.m. local time. So there's not going to be a ton of testimony for the rest of the day. Remember what I've told you about LA courts.
Thank you all for coming back.
Brittany said, I want my hair to ever look that good. She's got a fantastic wig team.
Do you prefer I call you Miss Almanzar, Cardi B, or it doesn't matter?
I mean, y'all can call me Cardi B.
Okay. You feeling better today?
Maybe.
And I'll need you to speak up, man.
Yeah.
Hard to hear you.
Yeah, a little better.
Your birthday is October 11, 1992?
Yes.
You're left-handed?
Yes.
Also, one day off from being 10-10 with Sarah Boone and others. But October 11th, he's like putting her birth year out there, and she's just like, "Sir, really? Do you need to put my date of birth out there? Come on. I'm who I am."
Are you the firstborn child?
To my mom.
Did you take any medication, drugs,
We're gonna get
or
people's
alcohol that
business.
would affect your ability to testify today?
No.
On the date of the incident, did you have black hair, blonde hair, or different color hair?
I quite don't remember. I do know I had.
Who cares what color her hair was or what color her wig was the day of the incident? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares?
A hoodie on.
Okay. Yesterday you had black hair, short hair. Today it's blonde and long. Which one is your real hair? Or are they both real?
They're wigs.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know that. It's a good week today then.
What the fuck? Counsel. First of all, it doesn't matter what color her hair was the day of the incident. She was wearing a hoodie because she was trying to be like low-key undercover. Which one is the real one? Bitch, none of them. They're wigs, sir. Huh? Did you not watch like a single one of her music videos or anything like? And then he's like, well, then it's a good wig today. Sir, don't try to back it up. Just stop being a weirdo. Just stop it. For anyone who's like, I want my hair to look like that, it is a wig. It is a wig. It has been professionally styled. It is fantastic. But if you cannot get your hair to look like that, it is because you do not have a professional wig team. It is okay. Me neither. But also, it's just so ridiculous. I would love to see the age of the jury because a lot of the jury is going to be like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Ew. Like, this is not going to go well with the jury, and it's so out of touch. Which one is real? All of them. They're all real, sir. I do not wear polyester hair. All of them. Good Lord.
No.
The wig did wig.
On the date of the incident, did you have black hair, blonde hair, or different color hair?
I quite don't remember. I do know I had a hoodie on.
I wanted to watch it again.
Okay. Yesterday you had black hair, short hair. Today it's blonde and long. Which one is your real hair? Or are they both real?
They're wigs.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know that. It's a good week today then.
There was a chuckle. I imagine it was from the jury.
Do you have any affiliation at this time with a gang?
Objection, Your Honor. Motion relating that violation.
What the fuck is that question? Is that your real hair? Are you gang affiliated? I just can't even. What label is she signed to? Though, that's a real question. She's like, yes, UMG. If my channel gets struck, you know why. I want to know which record label, but it's just ridiculous questions. Also, you're not going to outcharm Cardi B on the stand, counsel. Just, good Lord. Oh, the court admonishes him too. The court admonishes him too. I'm in real time. We're going to listen to the court admonish him as well.
Do you have any affiliation at this time with a gang?
Objection, Your Honor. Motion ruling that violates the motion ruling. The order.
Assistant Counsel Uniback.
Your fingernails, can you show them to us for all of us to see? How long are those fingernails?
The court said, counsel, you know better. He's getting into her fingernails. It was very hard to hear her attorney, but her attorney said that violates the court order. It violates the pretrial motions, etc. So, counsel, you know better. It's a dirty move. This came up in, the court said this came up in pretrial motions and in motions in limine. Dirty, dirty move. Also, not relevant at all to the case. Like at all.
Just your best estimate. I don't want you to take a ruler to it, but if you were to give your estimate, is that half an inch?
They're
1
cute.
inch, 2
I
inch?
think it has to be less than an inch.
And,
Way less than an inch.
right. Can you show them to us again? All right. Are they pointy?
They're like a rounded stiletto.
To me, are not pointy. They're like circle, oval.
Oval.
Okay. Are those your real nails or are they fake nails?
Fake nails.
If I wanted you to change them to 3-inch nails, how long would it take for you to do that right now?
Wolverine.
Well, it really depends. Like these.
I took Griffin with me to one nail appointment. And he was like, does this always take this much time? Yeah, buddy. The fact that he's like, if I wanted you to just swap out nails, how long would that take? It's like, I mean, it depends on what we're doing. I'm here for the entire explanation of Cardi's nail routine. I'm here for it. Let's go.
These are like glued on, so they will be a little bit quicker. Sometimes I do acrylic, which could last me on for 2 weeks. I will literally have to take like 2 hours to melt them off if they're acrylically on.
What about gel? Do we fuck with gel? Do we not fuck with gel? What are we doing?
Do you remember going to 8920 Wilshire Boulevard in Beverly Hills?
December?
I'm sorry. February 24th of 2018. Do you remember going to 8920 Wilshire Boulevard?
I'm looking at through it with a yes or no.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Do you know Dr. Aziz Olai, who's in that building?
No.
Do you know Miss Parsi, who's in that building?
No.
Do you know Brianne Soraya, who's in that building?
No.
I'm here for a Legally Blonde spinoff with Cardi B as the next Elle Woods. I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Well, at the time, I went to see Dr. Finke. I had an appointment with him that day. So that's who I went to see that day.
I'm going to gain this up now that the
Do I
volume is...
personally know him? No.
Okay. When you went to see him, were you seeing him as a friend or as a patient?
As a patient.
And when you went to see him, it was a Saturday, correct?
Yes.
And you filled out an intake form and you signed some other documents that he would be your treating doctor, correct?
No, for that day, yes.
Yeah.
I don't live in LA. So.
I understand. You came all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, correct?
Jersey and Atlanta.
I understand. So when you went to see Dr. Finke on February 24th of 2018, when you went to see him as a patient.
Yes.
And got medical treatment from him, whether it was for 1 minute or an hour or longer, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How much time did you spend?
You need to answer yes or no.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. How long did you spend with the doctor that day?
I'll say about 25 to 30 minutes. Around that time. Not that much.
And when you were there on that date with Dr. Finke,
Closed captioning is struggling with Dr. Fink or Finke's name. Ignore closed captioning.
did he examine you?
Yes, he examined my baby for a little bit.
And what baby was that? What number?
Number 1.
Oh, that was the first child you ever had?
That's my first child, yes.
And you were 25 years old at the time?
Yes.
You're aware that plaintiff was the same age as you at the time?
No.
Do you see how happy she was when she was talking about being her firstborn? Just glee, you know?
Besides examination, what did Dr. Finke do for you that day?
Assisting. We're not here for her medical care. No. Yes, Your Honor.
The judge interjected and said, "We're not here for her medical history." So the court is telling him to move on. The fact that this is his witness on day 2 of trial and he doesn't have a list of questions prepared is insanity.
Did you keep Dr. Finke's, well, strike that. Who referred you to Dr. Finke?
I asked somebody to find me like a very upscale private doctor. So I was like, I need to go to the doctor's like tomorrow. Like I feel so weird. And they were like, we're gonna find somebody. And that's just how it goes.
When you were outside in the hallway, before you entered Dr. Finke's office, did you see this individual, Emani Ellis, in the hallway?
She was waiting for, she was right in front. As soon as the door of the elevator opened, she was waiting, I guess, for the elevator. She was going inside the elevator.
And you were coming outside of the elevator?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time it was when this occurred?
About, I guess, like in the afternoon, 1 o'clock, around there. Yeah, 1 something.
The sound in this court is actually killing my ears, but so I'm going to try to gain this down just a little bit and see if it helps. You will notice the difference in testimony from other witnesses we have seen. She is listening to the question and then just answering the question. That's it. There's no selling. It's just, how did you end up with Dr. Finke? I didn't feel right. I asked somebody, can you find me like a private doctor? Like I need a good doctor, but I need someone who's going to keep it quiet. I don't want the public to know that I'm pregnant. Like, okay, for real. But the sound is so hard.
Have you ever seen Dr. Finke either before or after February 24th of 2018?
Nope.
When you went to Dr. Finke's office, your security guard drove you there?
Yes.
And his name is Karan Newton?
He was my security guard. Yes.
Did you have more than one?
It depends, but he was just my main one, yes, at the time.
Did he go up with you to the medical?
No, I didn't want him to know that I was going to an OBGYN.
You didn't want your security guard to know that?
No.
Why?
First, I didn't want people to know that I was pregnant. Second, I was a little I don't want a guy that I work with to know I'm going to a vagina doctor.
Did you trust your security guard?
In certain ways.
I mean, fair. That's so for real. That's so fair. That's so fair. Look, my security guard drove me to the medical building. I didn't want him knowing I'm going to the OBGYN. I don't want people to know I'm pregnant. Well, why? Well, I don't want a guy that works for me to know I'm going to the vagina doctor. Completely fair. That's so funny. I'm going to let her answer that again because you can tell she's like, do I just say it? We just say it. She just says it. Right. And then I'm going to just let it roll into the next question. Like, I'm going into a doctor's office. Security drove me.
With you to the medical?
No, I didn't want him to know that I was going to an OBGYN.
You didn't want your security guard to know that?
No.
Why?
Well, first, I didn't want people to know that I was pregnant. Second, I was a little like, I don't want a guy that I work with to know I'm going to a vagina doctor.
Okay. Did you trust your security guard?
In certain ways, yes. In certain ways, no. I don't know. Sometimes you just really don't trust everybody in your business. You don't want everybody in your business.
Fair.
Do you remember what floor you were on when you exited the elevator?
The 5th floor.
At any time did your security guard come into the building after learning about there being some kind of incident in the building?
He was waiting for me, like, not necessarily like inside. He was like waiting for me like by the exit, like by the door. Around there, yeah.
Do you remember the building?
Yes.
Do you remember?
Well, I kind of remember, but I do know that he was waiting for me by the door.
Okay.
And you're talking about the lobby area where you
Yes.
take the stairs up?
Mm-hmm.
Right, to make sure she got to the car.
Inside the building or right outside?
I don't really recall, but he was like, maybe it was in the inside, it was in the outside, but he wasn't like in, like deep in. He was like waiting for me by the door. And the door, he had it open for me to come out.
All right. So would you consider that your security guard was with you at the time, whether it was upstairs, downstairs? In your mind, would you agree that your security guard was with you at the building? Is that fair?
I couldn't hear the objections.
Guard with you in the lobby of the building at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard on February 24, 2018?
In the lobby, yes, when I was exiting. When I was exiting.
He was in the lobby with you,
In
right?
the lobby. I can't say he was with me because we was leaving. He never went upstairs, so.
Okay. Do you know if your security guard, Karan Newton, spoke with Miss Ellis at any time that day?
He did not tell me he spoke to her at all.
Do you know if he did?
He told me he didn't. So I'm going to go with his word. No, because I was like, I told him like what happened upstairs. He was like, damn, I should have went upstairs. But he never told me that he spoke or seen her, so I wouldn't know.
You came to this courthouse with another fine gentleman security guard, correct?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
And when you go to different places with your security guard, if an incident occurs where you're threatened or you're injured or anything happens,
yes,
aren't they supposed to come help you?
Objection, relevance.
Travis is fine.
You don't have to answer. When the incident occurred, did you call your security guard or send him a text message or do anything?
I think that's a fair
to
question.
Let your security guard who was with you know that something happened where you wanted his help?
Objection, argumentative as to with you.
It's a fair question. It's really compound. He needs to break it down. He needs to break it down into parts.
I told him, like, yo, you wouldn't even believe what just happened upstairs. And he was like, what happened? And I practically told him, like, I'll tell you later, like, when I leave. I'm like, wait for me.
I'm trying to move the closed caption.
But I told him, like, wait for me downstairs, like, by the door.
They fixed the
That's what I
sound.
told him.
Thank God.
If you were in any danger, would you call your security guard, or would you call the police, or would you call both, or do nothing?
Objection, compound.
Did you feel that you were in danger on February 24th, 2018, when you were upstairs on the 5th floor?
For like those 50 seconds, yeah. After I went to my appointment and like the argument just passed me, I didn't even mind it anymore.
Because she was in her appointment.
Did your attorney show you a photograph of Dr. Finke to refresh your recollection as to who the doctor was that you saw on that date?
Yes.
And you had a different set of attorneys before, in 2022 and 2023. Did they do the same thing?
No, they didn't.
So, do you know what's discovery?
Really? You've barely talked about the incident. Your client is suing her. And now you're asking about discovery? Leave it till the end. What happened?
Yes.
What are form interrogatories?
Honey, I don't know what that means.
What is special interrogatories?
I do not know.
What are requests for admissions?
Counsel, if you're trying to make it look like she doesn't know, the condescension isn't going to go well. She understands that she needed to participate in discovery. Stop being just awful. Counsel, this is the worst. But she is going to make the jury love her with the way she's answering, because he is being incredibly demeaning. And she is just like, it's a terrible look for him. She is winning this. She is winning this engagement.
Yes.
What are form interrogatories?
Honey, I don't know what that means.
What is special interrogatories?
I do not know.
What are requests for admissions? You don't know, right? Is that fair? You don't know?
No.
You do know?
No.
Okay. And when your attorney responded to the written discovery on your behalf, did he or she show you the discovery responses? Did they email you a copy of it?
I mean, I will have to see what you're asking me.
I will show it to you.
Excuse me, counsel? You're going to be Exhibit A on why people hate lawyers right now. Because you just, ugh.
May I approach, Your Honor? To show her the discovery only? Thank you, Your Honor. Could you identify it, please? Yes. I will show it to you.
They're going to approach with the discovery to show her the form interrogatories and the discovery sets.
Did your attorney show you those documents at any time in your life?
In her whole life, counsel?
I'm not quite sure. I don't think so, no. Whoa.
And I'm going to show you, with the court's permission, the responses which were drafted and served on January 17th of 2023.
He's approaching.
Do you ever remember receiving these documents from anyone, whether it was your attorney, the attorney's paralegal, a family member, anybody? Did they ever show you these documents when they responded on your behalf?
This one I saw. This one I saw.
Okay. You saw that one?
Yeah.
I want to go over it with you. On the one that you're on the right, if you can look at 12.1. You see the question, 12.1? It would be, I believe, on the 6th or 7th page. And it will ask if there are any witnesses to this incident.
Well, can you
There's not a question for you.
point it to me?
I'm sorry?
Point it to me. Yeah.
Point it to me. Point it out. What are you asking me? This is a great question. LEG in the chat said, genuinely curious your thoughts. She looks incredible. EDB, is the look court appropriate in your opinion? I love it, but just wondering. Here's what I will say. Court has elements of theater. So the way that you dress in court needs to support your side of the thing. Cardi B's side of the thing is that the security guard recognized her because she was a celebrity, then was recording her. And then when she said, why are you recording me or whatever, the security guard got into it with her. So her coming into court looking like a celebrity and looking like herself and being comfortable is 100% appropriate. She's in a great suit. She's got fabulous hair. So for her, she's trying to project, look, I am someone who is known. This is how I look. And she's also where it's being televised, where when Gwyneth Paltrow came to court, very put together, very expensive clothes, but very subdued, appropriate for the type of case that she was appearing in court for. Donna Adelson, they tried to make her look older. They tried to make her look like a sweet little cardigan wearing grandma who had never heard a fly. So court attire has to match. If Cardi B was in a different type of case, she might pick something more subdued. Here she is being sued over something that is wild. So yeah, I think it's completely on point for what she is trying to convey in this case. 100%. Just 100%.
It's on page 5.
Lyndon makes a good point. Also, as always. You're also looking at a Los Angeles jury versus a Utah jury. So is a Los Angeles jury going to expect that somebody who is famous is going to come to court looking like somebody who's famous? Yeah, I would imagine that that's not off-putting to them at all, right? So, yep, 100%.
If there were any witnesses to
But the nails are short, aren't they? The nails are short. And the nails are short for a reason.
Relevance, Your Honor, this is a discovery issue. It's not a discovery issue, Your Honor. I'm asking her questions about if there's any witnesses, and it's for impeachment purposes.
SF and TX said, wait, it was in California? It was in Alhambra. Yeah, it was in Los Angeles County.
And if you look at the response, there's a response there in the 50-page document to your left. May I show it to her, Your Honor?
What?
Yeah, the nails are very understated, right? And the nails are understated because she's being accused of like wilding out with weapon
I can
nails.
show it to you first if you'd like.
I just, what do you?
I wanted her to talk about the response.
All right.
That's. We read the question. May I read the question when I go back to my seat?
It's your direct counsel.
Not all LA courts allow cameras. This judge did. Some judges do. It's a case by case.
So first, I want to ask you if this is your signature on page 47. Is that your signature?
It could be, because if it's like by electronic, that's how I sign. Like
That's how we all do it, by electronic, ma'am. Counsel's asked one question in the last 15 minutes.
That I showed you.
Is that your signature? She's like, if it's electronic, I'm just like, nah.
You want to read it or you want me to read it to you?
You can read it.
State the name, address, and telephone number of each individual who witnessed the incident. This is A, so paragraph A. Or the events occurring immediately before or after the incident.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the question is.
Yes.
As you sit here today,
I need more snacks. We didn't even take a lunch break.
Is it your testimony
Peanut butter crackers.
that Dr. Finke is a witness to the incident?
Absolutely.
He is a witness.
Yes, she knows. She was there.
Is Dr. Finke outside speaking with you?
Outside where?
On February 24, 2018.
Outside like...
In the hallway?
Yes.
He came out of his office?
Yes.
He was there. She knows.
And your response in 12.1, this is what you responded with your attorney's assistance. So I won't hold you 100% at fault for it. But question, I withdraw.
The commentary, counsel.
The response is, responding party incorporates by reference the preliminary statement and general objections set forth above, subject to and without waiving the foregoing objections. Responding party responds as follows. Responding party may be contacted through defendant's counsel. Emani Ellis may be...
The fuck are you doing, counsel? He's trying to say that she didn't say that Dr. Finke was a witness? Nobody cares, counsel. Nobody cares. Your client was there too and she worked in that building. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Contacted through plaintiff's counsel. And then it says unknown staff / employees at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, including at least 2 such persons who intervened during the incident. Discovery is continuing. Were you at Cedars-Sinai Hospital or Cedars-Sinai Medical Center when this incident occurred?
No.
Okay.
But to my knowledge, Dr. Finke works also for Cedars-Sinai, but we wasn't for Cedars-Sinai.
Is there any reason why your attorney or your prior attorney...
Speculation, attorney-client privilege. The judge is calling him to approach because he wants to yell at him more than he should in front of the jury. That's my speculation. The second I decide to eat a cracker, the court is like, no. Counsel, we addressed this. All right.
The time when you saw Dr. Finke, you knew his name at that time, correct?
I didn't know his name. And for a while, when I was getting asked by lawyers like his name and like the receptionist name, I didn't know it because I saw him one time. So I kind of like just forgot about him.
But when your attorney asked you for the name for purposes of trial, then you did remember the name.
I didn't remember the name. I told him there was 2 witnesses, the receptionist and the doctor. I told him it was a doctor. My doctor came out at the time, the guy that checked me, and the receptionist. She knows. She was there. He was there.
Who knows?
The plaintiff. She knows.
How do you know she knows?
Because that's who separated. That's who separated, got it.
She's like, she was there. I was there. She knows. The doctor who checked me came out and the receptionist came out.
In between us while we was verbally arguing.
Who got in between you?
The female receptionist, she came out first and she started like telling her like, you're security, what are you doing? And then that's when the doctor came out. He was like, go to my office. And that's when I just walked away and that was the last of it.
Okay. And 12.1 question. 12.1 subparagraph D. State the name, address, and telephone number of each individual who you or...
Counsel, if you had a case with any substance, you wouldn't be picking at a witness over interrogatory 12.1. You have just indicated that you have no case, and whether or not the attorneys had the name of the doctor on whichever interrogatory form you're talking about is the crux of your case. That's a problem. You should move on to the claims here, which is that your client was assaulted. You should really focus on that.
For anyone acting on your behalf, claim has knowledge of the incident. You just testified that Karan Newton was downstairs in the lobby on the date of the incident. You also testified that you told him...
If he was downstairs in the lobby, he wasn't upstairs, was he?
Different things about the incident. What is the reason, this is the question, what is the reason you did not disclose Karan Newton's name in discovery?
Because he wasn't upstairs.
And wait for the objection. It's a question.
The person mischaracterizes the testimony, it's compound, it's irrelevant to the merits of the case.
Sustained.
In written discovery, were you asked to provide the name of your security guard?
Your Honor.
Yeah, but why don't we... I don't know what you're trying...
The court. What the fuck is happening, counsel? I don't know what you're doing. Stop it. Sir, where are your questions for this witness about the incident?
The person mischaracterizes the testimony, it's compound, it's irrelevant to the merits of the case.
Sustained.
In written discovery, were you asked to provide the name of your security guard?
Your Honor.
Yeah, but why don't we... I don't know what you're trying to impeach her on, because she hasn't testified to anything yet. You're saying it's impeachment, but you're not impeaching anything.
Correct. He is grasping at straws badly.
Respond to special interrogatory set 1 through your attorney. Your Honor.
All right, the court's going to sustain its own 352 objection. Why don't you move on?
The court's now making its own relevancy objections. The court's like, I object, move on.
Do you consider Karan Newton to be a witness in this case? Objection?
No,
Sustained. Counsel, I need you to move on. This case isn't about discovery. You might want to move on to what it is about.
The court, you might want to move on to what it is about. The judge, this isn't about discovery. Move on to what it's about. He's obviously got no questions, Your Honor. You called a hostile witness with no plan.
Counsel, please.
I need to shut up because the judge is just doing it for me. I need to just be quiet. The judge is just like, fuck, stop it.
Counsel, I need you to move on. This case isn't about discovery. You might want to move on to what it is about.
Is Tierra Malcolm a witness to this case?
Counsel, please.
Do you know of who the witnesses are today?
All right, we're going to take a break, folks. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? We'll resume at 3:55. In the meantime, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research.
Oh my God. We're going to take a break, everybody. I'm going to look at counsel and ask him literally WTF. I hope they bring this back around. I want to see what happens. I want to see the judge yell at the attorney when the jury leaves. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a break. Counsel can't find common sense or a question with 2 hands and a map. So we're going to need to turn this trial right around. You spin me right round, baby, right like a record. This judge is so done.
Counsel, let's define what we mean as impeachment. Impeachment is she says something, and you've got evidence that she said.
The fact that you have to give a trial attorney a lesson on what the fuck impeachment is terrifying to me. But you can't impeach someone when they haven't given any testimony. And the court gave him some leeway.
Something else. Right. She said, I didn't know anybody's name. I got sent there. I was seen for a short amount of time. I didn't remember what their names were. Okay, so. And then you're saying, here's this document that says you don't know what their names were.
Okay, so maybe I'm going about it the wrong way. That's why.
You absolutely are. Yes, you're not listening to the court's direction when I'm asking you to move on.
I'm sorry, I'm not doing it intentionally.
It seems like you are.
I really am not. I understand the court's issues, but I want to explain if I may.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I was going to ask her if she believes that Karan Newton is a witness in this.
He wasn't there. He was in the lobby.
Right, but 12.1 subsection D talks about witnesses that have knowledge about this case.
What knowledge does he have? He was in the lobby.
I was going to ask her. She spoke to him about it. That's what D is all about.
Okay, so he was a hearsay witness, but she told him something.
Well, he's a witness.
Okay.
Also, in special...
So here's the other issue. You didn't depose her. If you wanted to ask these questions, you could have taken her deposition.
I understand.
Wait. What did you just say, Your Honor? The judge just said you didn't depose her. Cardi B wasn't deposed by plaintiff's counsel for this trial? Counsel, you thought Cardi B was going to blink. Did you not see what happened with the Tasha K case? Cardi B's not going to blink at you, counsel. She's going to say, let's go. Let's go then. Let's go. You want to go to trial? Let's go. I'll pick out outfits. I'll pick out the outfits, counsel. I'll pick out the outfits. You bring the questions. Cardi B was not going to blink. She was not going to blink and pay you money. And based on everything we've seen, I'm not shocked by it. Didn't depose the defendant. There have been some attorneys that we have watched that I have not been fond of their style. I have not always necessarily vibed with their strategy, but this is not strategy. I don't know what the fuck this is. But this judge is just like, I don't know what the fuck it is either, Your Honor. I'm in the same boat that you are. What the hell are you doing, counsel? Darkfire Zero, I understand the IAC vibes doesn't count in civil. You don't have to bring a civil case. You don't have to hire a lawyer. You don't have to file a lawsuit. You can opt to not to. So nope, doesn't count. No. I mean, the plaintiff might argue that she shouldn't pay her attorney down the road. They might fight over billing. But no.
If she believes that Karan Newton is a witness in this...
He wasn't there. He was in the lobby.
Right, but 12.1 subsection D talks about witnesses that have knowledge about this case.
What knowledge does he have? He was in the lobby.
I was going to ask her. She spoke to him about it. That's what D is all about.
Okay, so he was a hearsay witness, but she told him something.
Well, he's a witness.
Okay.
Also, in special...
So here's the other issue. You didn't depose her. If you wanted to ask these questions, you could have taken her deposition.
I understand the issue with that. But there is a special interrogatory number 15, which is on point, which asks a disclosure of the security guard. Okay. She didn't disclose his name, but she knows his name.
Okay. So what are we going to do with that?
We're going to have the jury know that she didn't give the name of her security.
No, the fuck you're not. You have not had a hearing on discovery, failure to disclose discovery. You have not asked for a jury instruction about discovery. No, the fuck you're not. What are we going to do? Well, we're going to have the jury know she didn't tell us the name of her security counsel. No, you're not. Or your security person. No, you're not. This is not how you do this.
And so in order to be admissible, it has to be relevant. In order to be relevant, it has to be probative. So it's got to be more likely to show, prove, or
counsel. Trial ad students do this way better. The fact that the court is breaking down the fundamental 1L rules is embarrassing.
disprove a material fact in the case. None of this has anything to do with any material fact.
Let me explain. Her testimony.
There is nothing you can explain that makes this shit relevant at this point. Let me explain. The court's not the one not understanding, counsel. Hi, it's you. You're the problem. It's you. You are the issue. Let me explain it to Your Honor. Your Honor has it clocked properly. Counsel, you do not. Yikes.
Your Honor, is that Karan Newton doesn't know anything about this case.
However, she doesn't say that. She hasn't said that. She said he was in the lobby.
Even better. Plaintiff has testified that she has spoken with Karan Newton.
Okay.
It's in the medical records.
Okay.
He's a witness in some form or
So the appropriate means for you to do that is, one, to file a motion to compel, or number two, seek evidentiary sanctions, which would have been handled pre-trial. But we're not going to have this witness testify.
Hey, counsel, there's a lot of ways you can do this. This is not one of them.
In trial in front of a jury about discovery issues.
That's fine. Okay. The issue is, if it asked her to provide the name of the
Hey, counsel, whatever loop you're stuck in, it's wrong. Be done.
security guard, and she didn't disclose it, why is it not fair? These are under penalty.
Then you file a motion to compel, or a motion for evidentiary sanctions. You did neither.
She testified in her discovery that she was alone. Today she testified she was with Karan Newton.
That's not what the fuck happened. Look at the judge's face. That's not what the fuck happened. She said she was alone. She was alone. Her security guard was in the car. Cardi B's face is just like, the fuck? And so is the court. The court and Cardi B have the same vibe. Both of them are just like, that's not what's happening.
I want to ask her about that.
You already did.
I didn't show her the discovery. She's on point on that issue, Your Honor.
You're going to impeach her with the document saying that she was alone when she was alone in the elevator and the incident happened. That's your impeachment?
That's not impeachment.
No. My impeachment is she did not reveal that she was with the security guard.
Oh my God.
In the lobby, didn't do anything to provide his information when the other side...
Again, it's a discovery issue, so we're not going to go there.
Well, Your Honor, the other side was able to impeach plaintiffs.
With what?
With this discovery. They went into it at
she offered inconsistent statements in discovery.
That's what's happening here, too.
No, she hasn't said anything inconsistent.
He just said, well, they impeached my client. And he goes, yeah, with inconsistent statements. He goes, that's what I'm doing here too. No, you're not. No, you're fucking not. That's not what you're doing at all. Oh my God.
She said she didn't know the person's name.
She knew Karan.
In discovery, she said she didn't know the person's name.
She knew Karan Newton's information. Okay. We asked for the name of the security guard.
All right.
She made it appear to...
I'm going to ask you to move on. We're not going to get into further discovery issues.
See, I just raised one.
Sanctions, 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 sanctions. Come on, Your Honor. Come on. You know what you haven't said, Your Honor? You know what you haven't said? Counsel, do you have your checkbook with you in court today? Come on, Judge. I'm ready for some find out. I am so done. This is obnoxious from counsel.
I don't want the court to overlook. I want to point out this questioning started with a direct contemptuous violation of the order on the motion to eliminate, excluding any mention of gang affiliation, and that's the first question he asked.
Yeah, I don't expect it.
I think it was the third question he asked because he talked about the wigs, but direct, contemptuous question.
There's going to be anything further than that. I mean, you knew it was wrong when you said it.
No, I didn't.
You didn't know that there was that.
Sanctions, sanctions, sanctions. Started with a direct, contemptuous question. And the court looked at counsel and said, you knew it was wrong when you asked it. You knew it was wrong when you asked it. I love that defense counsel's like, well, we're here outside the presence of the jury, Your Honor. Let me remind you that you specifically ordered that none of this was to come up. And he immediately went there. I think the jury should at least get admonished. Though the court did say in front of the jury immediately, you know, something to the effect of, you know, that's not proper.
Violation of the order on the motion to eliminate, excluding any mention of gang affiliation, and that's the first question he asked.
Yeah, I don't expect that there's going to be anything further than that. I mean, you knew it was wrong when you said it.
No, I didn't.
You didn't know that there was a specific motion in limine excluding?
The motion in limine, Your Honor, is prior bad acts.
Nope. You might want to look at your...
The court just noped. The court just noped. The motion in limine is prior bad acts. The court, nope. You might want to refresh your recollection, counsel. That's a giant fucking nope.
Nope.
Nope. Try again.
You didn't know that there was a specific motion in limine excluding?
The motion in limine, Your Honor, is prior bad acts.
Nope. You might want to look at your trial binder to see specifically what it says. All right? All right, we'll resume in 5 minutes.
Counsel, you fucked up so bad. Nope. And this court is not having it. It's actually fairly refreshing to see a judge hold their feet to the fire when they're wilding out. The attorneys should be held to a higher standard. They should be held to an appropriate standard, and they shouldn't get to just do whatever the fuck they want. I love it. I love that the court's like, I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. We're almost at the end of the day for day 2 of this trial. I thought we would be able to zoom a little faster, but we've failed. So let's continue on. Thank you, mods. I'm sorry. I didn't anticipate this being like an 8-hour stream day. I truly didn't. Oh boy. All right. Judge is coming back. Jury's coming back. Yikes.
Nope.
Let's see.
And counsel, you want to resume your questioning?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Jury's back.
Aside from Karan Newton, is there anybody else who drove with you to the building on February 24th of 2018?
Counsel still hasn't really moved on, has he?
No.
So now I want to take you a little bit through the incident.
Should have started there, counsel.
Do you agree that an incident occurred on February 24th, 2018?
It was a verbal.
Nope, that was me.
Incident. Verbal.
But it was an incident, correct?
Objection, relevance, ambiguous.
I don't feel like, I personally feel like if there's no physical touch, there is no incident. There was a verbal altercation. If you think that that's an incident, a verbal altercation, then it's an incident for you. But we both have different opinions. It's a verbal altercation. She didn't hit me, I didn't hit her. There was no touch. So to me, it wasn't no incident.
Was there spitting?
Absolutely not.
Did you spit on Miss Ellis?
No.
Did you call her the N-word?
No.
What is your background? Are you Hispanic, white, something else?
My
Counsel, The fuck are these questions?
Background?
Yes.
Well,
What's the objection?
Of relevance.
Assisting.
Would you consider yourself African American?
I consider myself Afro-Caribbean.
Ma'am, you need to give your attorney a second.
The court's like, ma'am, you don't need to answer that. And the other attorney is like, what relevance? This jury has got to be so annoyed with this attorney. Attorneys reap what they sow in court. They reap what they sow.
What's your question?
Sorry. Relevance, yeah.
Assisting.
The judge is like, you don't have to answer that. She's like, I'm sorry.
Have you ever used the N-word with Miss Emani Ellis?
No,
Did you try to take a swing at her?
no,
When you say there was a verbal altercation,
yes.
do you know what the word altercation means?
Like a conflict.
Like a fight, right?
It was.
Was it, in fact, conflictual? Huh? 2 days. 2 days we got to use conflictual. It was, in fact, conflictual.
Yeah, it was like a verbal fight, but it didn't get physical at all.
When I'm talking to you now, are we having a verbal altercation?
Not yet.
We having, we'll see, a debate.
And we're debating about...
Oh, counsel, the jury is not on your side. Did you hear the chuckling in the classroom? Because Cardi B is schooling this attorney. Did you hear the chuckling in court? Did you hear that? That's got to be the jury. Because if it was the audience, the court would admonish the audience. Counsel.
Like a fight, right?
It was, yeah, it was.
I had
like
to back
a
it up. I
verbal
wanted to see
fight,
it again.
But it didn't get physical at all.
When I'm talking to you now, are we having a verbal altercation?
We having, we'll see, a debate.
And we're debating about whether you assaulted and battered Miss Emani Ellis, correct?
Just no, well, I guess so, but I didn't touch her. She didn't touch me, so.
What proof do you have that you didn't touch her?
Objection, relevance, and also
burden shifting. That's burden shifting. She's being sued.
Do you have any videos of the incident?
No.
Did you try to get videos of the incident?
I asked if there was videos. Like I told them to, I told my lawyers to check if there was videos, but there's no cameras. I guess there was no cameras.
And when did you ask for that? What year?
I feel like when I got sued, I was like, when I got sued, I was like, oh, I know I didn't touch her. Like, it's like, look for them cameras because they'll tell you. I ain't touching her.
I believe 100% that's exactly verbatim what Cardi B told her lawyers. Do you? The way that she expressed that, I believe that's exactly what she told her lawyers. No, when I got sued, I told them, go find the cameras because you know I didn't touch her. That's exactly what she said to them. That's exactly what she said to them. Exactly the way she said it, too. Yep.
Touch her. Like, it's like, look for them cameras because they'll tell you. I ain't touching her.
When you went to the building of 8920 Wilshire Boulevard, and you saw Emani Ellis there on the 5th floor, was she wearing her uniform as a security guard?
Yes. Okay.
You remember?
Again, you might want to just take a breath so your attorney can object.
Are you aware that my office is across the street?
No.
Okay. 8920 Wilshire Boulevard. You remember that number? You agree that that's the correct number? The address.
I remember that I went there, but I don't really remember the address and stuff like that. I don't.
If I show you the building with the number on it, would that help refresh your recollection?
Sure.
I don't have to really waste time if you don't want me to. When you were sitting here throughout the trial, you saw the 22 pages I showed, correct?
Yes.
Was that the correct building?
Dude, what? This isn't in dispute, counsel.
Yes.
And you remember entering the building, going up some stairs, taking the lobby elevator, and going to the 5th floor, correct?
Yes.
And when you exited, you saw Emani Ellis right there in front of you.
Yes. No. When I exited the elevator,
Okay.
not the building, the elevator.
Correct.
Yes.
On the 5th floor.
Mm-hmm.
And there was 3 elevators there?
I do not remember that.
At least 2 different elevator bays?
I don't remember that. I just remember me getting out the elevator. She was coming in. I was coming out. I could hear her. She was talking on the phone, and she said, "Oh my God, yo, Cardi B's here." So I kind of speed walk, but I feel her behind me. Then I hear her talking like, "Oh my God, Cardi B is here." So I turn around, and she had her phone. She didn't have it here no more. Now she has it here. And I asked her, "Yo, why are you recording me?" And she clearly looked like the security. She looked like the security.
I appreciate that she's like, her phone wasn't by her ear anymore. It was down by her chest. Like, fair. It looked like she was recording me. Fair.
She's uniformed down. And I'm like, "Why are you recording me? Are you security?" And she's like, "Oh, my bad." But then I'm walking, and I feel her still following me. So like as I'm walking, speed walking, trying to look for the office, I turn around again. And I'm like, "Why are you following me?" She's like, "Because I can." It's like, "No, you can't. Why are you following me for? Like, ain't you supposed to be security?" And she's like, "Because I can." It's like, "No, you can." And she's like getting closer and closer. Like now she's like in front of me where I can't even like really maneuver. And I'm like, "Ain't you supposed to be security? Like you grouped out, you recording me. Now you following me. Like back up." And she's like, "I can do what I want." It's like, "No, you can. Like you can't do what you want." And that's when we started arguing.
And what did you say?
I was like, "You can't do what you want. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's like you invading my privacy." And now we're like chest to chest practically. So I keep telling her like, you need to back up. And I'm thinking to myself like, this girl is big. She's big. She got big black boots on. And I'm like, damn. The hell am I gonna do now? She's literally right in my face, like on my chest, and we're arguing. And I keep telling her to back up, but she's not backing up. And we arguing, cursing at each other. I did call her the B word. I did call her a bitch. Like, "Bitch, get out of my face." I did say, "Bitch, get the fuck out of my face. You're in my face. You're screaming in my face." We're like literally screaming at each other. And she kept telling me like, "You're gonna leave my building." I'm like, "I'm not leaving. Like, how you harassing me? I'm not leaving. And you telling me, how you telling me to leave? I came to see a doctor. You following me. You're recording me. I'm just trying to check my cat. You're recording me."
Oh my God. I'm just trying to check my cat. Like, 100%. Oh. Wop. Wop, 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 wop. I'm just trying to check my cat. Look, her story is so linear. He's like, he stumbled in to tell me what happened. And she's like, I'm going to tell you what happened. This bitch was in my face. And I was like, "Get out of my face." Okay. Just trying to check my cat. Oh my.
And we're arguing. That's when the receptionist came out. She started wilding out like, "This bitch hit me. And I'm like, I did not hit her. I'm looking at her like, "Girl, I can't even hit you if I want to. You're bigger than me and you're pregnant." And she just started wilding out like, this bitch hit me. Then the doctor came out and he's like, "Go to my office." And after that, I just walk away. And that's just that.
Are you aware in the city of Beverly Hills, if a security guard tells you to leave the building, which they are security of, you would be required to do that? Do you agree with that?
Objection.
Do you know if in the city of Beverly Hills, if security tells you you have to leave a building, you have to leave a building? Counsel, stop it. She's trying to go to the doctor. And she's like, I'm not leaving. Why are you telling me to leave? I'm not leaving. You're following me. Okay. Also, chat, I appreciate that all of you are like, forevermore, I am just calendaring doctor's appointments as checking my cat. Yep, I get it. Fred and George are going to be like, what? No. All right, continuing on.
A
security not supposed to.
Did Miss Emani Ellis tell you that you're causing a disturbance in the building?
No. She was causing a disturbance. She's recording me and following me.
Well, let's talk about that.
No, I'm not out of order. You're out of order.
Are people allowed to record you if they want to?
This isn't a public
in
space.
A public place.
This isn't a public place. It's a private office building. That's why there's private fucking security. What kind of question is this, counsel?
Objection. Which will be the building that you were at.
Objection. Yes or no? Objection calls for a legal conclusion. Mischaracterizes. Sorry.
Excuse me. Cardi B. L. Woods has an answer to that. She's going to say, actually, counsel, I was not in a public space. I was in a private doctor's office, and she does not have the right to record me there. Neither does TMZ or the paparazzi or whoever. She's like, actually, I know, counsel, I know this. Like, I know this. She's ready to answer. She's like, equitable division of the assets. But counsel's doing his job and objecting.
Do you know?
She knew that answer. She was like,
it's okay for someone to videotape you?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
When she videotaped you, or maybe she didn't, what proof do you have that she was videotaping you?
She had her phone went from here to right here, and she said like, "Yo, Cardi B," like she I seen her. I turned around and I seen it. I seen it with my own eyes.
Did you ever see the actual?
It's not like Cardi B's not seen people record her before.
Video recording of you on her phone? Yes or no?
No.
Could it be possible that she was recording you? She was simply holding her phone in front of you. Is that possible?
Objection.
Yes or no?
Calls for speculation.
What proof do you have that you were being recorded by Emani Ellis on February 24, 2018, aside from what you just told us?
Objection.
Do you have any other proof?
What proof do you have? She's like, I believed she was recording me based on what she was saying. What proof does your client have that she was scratched?
Objection asked and answered.
Wait, are they still doing Legally Blonde on Broadway? Can we have Cardi B on Broadway as Elle Woods? Could that happen? Can we make that happen? Chat. I don't know if that's something Cardi B would ever want to do, but can you imagine?
Isn't it true that you usually wear your nails longer than what they are today?
Sometimes, most of the times, yes, and some of the times, no.
It depends.
Most of the time, 90% of the time?
Lately, as in so far, I'll say about, in the past year, I'll say about 70.
70% of
Yes.
the time. And when you wear them long, would you agree that they're about 3 inches long?
No, not all the time, no.
2 inches or more?
It really depends.
It depends.
She said in the last year. I don't know how long she has her nails in the last year is relevant to anything.
And when you had them in 2018, you also wore them long at that time too, correct?
I wear them long, but it really depends on the inches.
How long were your nails on February 24th, 2018 when you were at the building speaking or arguing or whatever you were doing with Emani Ellis?
I want her to just be like, well, if we had the video your client took of me, we would know how long my nails were. So.
They were 1 inch, they were square, coffin squared, and they had flat rhinestones.
Are rhinestones sharp?
Not if they're flat, because they're annoying as fuck. If you're trying to wash your face, you're going to scratch yourself. She's like, no, they were flat rhinestones. I love a coffin. I love a square coffin. I love a square coffin now. Love.
No, not if they're flat. And they weren't 3D, they were flat.
With the nails you have on right now, do you think that these nails are sharper or the ones that you had on the date of the incident?
I believe that they were not sharp that day. They were square. And sometimes, like, when it's acrylic and it's square, it's like a texture. And I always tell this to my nail tech, make sure that like you shape, like when you shape them, don't make them sharp on the side.
Yeah, you don't need the sharp edges.
Don't make them that sharp.
Yep.
Because I don't want to
cut yourself. No, she doesn't want to cut herself when she's doing whatever. She doesn't want to cut herself, counsel. She doesn't want to cut herself putting on makeup. She doesn't want to cut herself just pulling her hair back. She doesn't want to cut herself going to the restroom. She doesn't want to cut herself. It's counsel. No, she has to just go to the bathroom, counsel. Okay, we're gonna leave it at that.
I don't want to hurt myself. I don't want to hurt nobody. I just...
You don't want to attack the cat. I get it.
When you had them sharp, you did hurt yourself, correct?
I never really hurt myself, but like just in case, I just be like, don't make them too pointy, because I just don't want them to be uncomfortable. Not pointy, but it's like a certain type of sharp that you just don't want.
Yeah, you don't want the sides of the coffin nail to be too sharp.
And if you wanted to scratch or cut Miss Emani Ellis' face, you could have done it with both of your hands.
She's like, I'm a whole ass celebrity and she has a phone out. I don't want to scratch her face. It will become a thing. I don't want it to be a thing.
Either one or both.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. I'm not saying you did that right now. I'm asking a different question. Did you understand my question?
I mean, how would I fight? How would I fight somebody? I am mostly left-handed, so if I was to like do anything mostly.
If you were gonna fight, how would you do it? Like when you were sitting there and she wouldn't get out of your face, were you just like, do I run? I don't have car keys. Like, what do I do? He's like, well, if you were gonna fight somebody, how would you do it? And she's like, how would I do it?
I'll do it mostly with the left hand. I'm really like...
You're good at fighting with your left hand, aren't you?
Objection is characterized as the testimony.
Are you?
She said I would do it with my left hand.
You're good at fighting with your left hand.
Objection lacks foundation.
Sustained.
Do you have any experience fighting with any martial arts experience or other type of experience to defend yourself should something occur in your life?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Not really, no.
So any type of fighting that you would be able to do?
He just wants to know if everybody was kung fu fighting and if they were as fast as lightning. That's what he wants to know.
It would just be freestyle from your own knowledge of fighting, correct?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
If you wanted to fight with someone, would you use your left hand, your right hand, or both?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained. Why don't we move on?
The judge, why don't we move on? The jury, yeah, I want to know too. And all of us, like, no, just let Cardi B answer everything. Are you going to freestyle it if you got into a fight? She's like, I don't know.
When you enter a building, such as this building or any building, oftentimes you will see that there's a security guard or a police officer or a sheriff guarding the building, correct? You saw that today here in the courthouse, didn't you?
Yes.
Bless you. I guess it's not. And
witnessing is dynamic, ma'am.
On the date of the incident, the security guard, police officer, or person securing that building,
compound,
in your mind, when you saw Emani Ellis was in fact Emani Ellis. In your mind, when you got off the elevator, Emani Ellis was in your mind, your state of mind was that she was a security guard.
Yeah, she was in her uniform.
I think she's answered.
Yes.
And was there any doubt in your mind that she was a security guard?
There was no doubt in my mind that she was a security guard. She had the security guard outfit on. That's why I was so confused that she was so aggressive and she's supposed to protect me, the patient.
I understand. If Emani Ellis had in fact told you to leave the building, would you have listened because she was a security guard?
No.
Objection. This is big hypothetical.
They're objecting to the hypotheticals. I think it's appropriate to object, but also, what in the world?
Irrelevant life foundation.
Did Miss Emani Ellis tell you to leave the building at any point during your verbal or physical altercation on February 24th, 2018?
She told me, "You gonna leave my building. You gonna leave my building."
Okay. Are you aware that Emani Ellis was hired by the owner of that building and had the right to tell you to leave?
Who cares?
Legal conclusion.
Sustained.
When Emani Ellis told you to leave the building, did you follow her commands?
Objection. Relevance. Life foundation.
You can answer.
No, she wasn't acting like a security guard.
But she was a security guard.
Objection. He's arguing.
The security guard tried to attack patients.
The objection is sustained. We're not going to argue with each other.
Did you believe in your mind that Emani Ellis was a police officer?
No.
If you thought she was a police officer, would you have handled the situation the same way?
Why the fuck does that matter?
Hypothetical.
Sustained. Let's just focus on what did happen.
It's not relevant at all.
Now, when Emani Ellis
I'm almost out of
spoke
snacks.
with you, when you exited the elevator, she spoke with you directly outside the elevator, the area directly outside the elevators, correct?
I don't believe she got inside the elevator. I don't believe she did.
That's my question is, did whatever happened between the two of you, did it happen inside the elevator, at the point of entry, or outside the elevator?
Outside the elevator and down the hallway.
Fine. And when Miss Ellis was asked the same question, do you remember her saying that it happened outside of the elevator as well? Do you agree with her testimony?
It wasn't in front of the elevator anymore because I was walking and she was following me. So it wasn't in front of the elevator. It was outside the elevator because I already got off the elevator. I don't think she ever went inside the elevator because I felt her, as soon as I'm walking, I felt her walking right behind me. And then she said something. She said, "Oh my God, Cardi B." That's when I turned around. And she got the camera right here, like she recorded me. And I'm like, "Yo, why you recording me?" And she practically did admit that she recorded me because she said, "Oh, my bad." So,
because she got caught.
And when she said, "Oh wow, it's Cardi B," or whatever you just said right now, when she said that, was that offensive to you?
it wasn't offensive. I just kept power walking so I could avoid more contact. But she just kept following me.
Okay. And isn't it true that sometimes when you're walking around, different people will say, "Oh wow, it's Cardi B."
Yeah.
Because they get excited.
Yeah.
And you had experienced that many times before you had that experience with Emani Ellis, correct?
Yes.
And the reason you didn't like it from her is because she was a security guard and you felt it was unprofessional for her.
No, it's because she was recording her at the OB's office when she doesn't want the world to know that she's pregnant because she's 4 months pregnant and she doesn't want people to know, counsel. It has nothing to do with her job. It has to do with the location.
To say that to you. Isn't that true?
When she first said it, I didn't tell her nothing. I kept walking.
Why couldn't she say it? Why?
I never said she couldn't.
Okay. And she said it to you.
She said it to me and I kept walking.
What if she was not a security guard? and she was just a random human, and said, "Oh wow, it's Cardi B," would you have taken offense to that?
No,
You can answer.
I didn't even feel offended when she first said it. I felt offended when she kept following me, she recorded me, and you're supposed to be a security. You're not supposed to be recording patients going to any doctor, any.
But again,
that's what offended me. When she first said, "Oh my God, it's Cardi B," I just kept power walking. I didn't say nothing. I said something the second time she said it, and I turned around and I saw that she was recording me. And I'm like, "Yo, why are you recording me? Ain't you supposed to be security?" And she said, "Oh, my bad." Then she kept following me, and now I'm getting annoyed. Like, it's like, you're the security guard of the building.
No question pending. No question.
All right, counsel, I think that might be a good time to end the...
Counsel, there was 100% a question you asked her to explain. She's explaining. She's explaining. She is inside a private building.
Because we've got some things that we need to deal with outside the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume right back at 9:30 again. Thank you for your patience today and your attention. We will see you tomorrow at 9:30. In the meantime, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research.
If you have ever felt badly for a juror not being able to talk about this case, I think this one is at the top. Could you imagine witnessing everything that we have watched today and then not being able to talk about it with anybody? Because we were watching the Adelson case. I think some of you were watching both at the same time. Some of you were watching this. That's no shade, because this is wild. But to finish the day and not be able to talk to anyone. So we are partway through the direct examination with Cardi B called as a hostile witness. I want to see if the judge is going to yell at the attorneys more, and then we will end for the day. I'm going to answer a few quick questions, but then I have to break because we have not taken a food break, a restroom break, a nothing break, and I'm going to absolutely have to take a break. But the examination of Cardi B by plaintiff's counsel has been more illuminating to what happened outside the elevator bay at the doctor's office than the plaintiff's testimony. The plaintiff didn't illuminate any of this. And Cardi B's like, look, she said, "Oh, it's Cardi B." And then she was still walking. And then I turned and saw her recording and then was like, "Why are you recording me?" Fair. All right, let's take a look. It'll be very interesting to see how the rest of the testimony comes in when we resume tomorrow. We'll finish up this trial tomorrow. We're going to finish up this trial tomorrow. I am now determined. I will be tired. It will be fine, but we are going to finish it up tomorrow. I just wonder if the judge is going to yell at the attorneys again. So I'm going to zoom. We'll take a look. All of you are like, it's too much recording to track a cat. Exactly. And celebrities have the right to privacy. Cardi B saying she didn't put hands on anybody. They yelled at each other. I'm invested. So, and her testimony was just, there's times when you see people struggling to testify. Her testimony was just linear. The times I felt her struggling in testimony was when she was struggling with the attorney not understanding. But Munch in the chat, is this trial already over? Yes, it is. This trial's already over in real linear time. But we haven't watched it, so for the law nerds, we still have another 2 days, but I who knows? I'm hoping we'll be able to finish it tomorrow. That's my goal. We got through 2 days of trial today, so I'm optimistic.
In the presence of the jury, you could step down, ma'am. All right, so let's address the issues
Counsel's
of
behavior.
Tierra Malcolm and David Finke as witnesses.
May I argue that after counsel does?
Yeah, so let me just make sure that
I'm going to speed this back up to 1.25 as we listen to, nope, not that one, as we listen to the arguments of counsel regarding discovery.
we squarely get everything on the record in terms of what defendant's position is. And so defendant's position, if you want to summarize what you knew and when you knew it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Excuse me. As Ms. Almazar testified, she did not know the name of the receptionist. She did not know the name of the doctor that she visited that one day. In the January 17, 2023 discovery responses of defendant, she responded in a verified response that the potential witnesses included her, plaintiff, and unknown staff employees of the medical center building who intervened during the incident. There was no motion to compel that was filed against that, and at that point in time, neither she nor her counsel knew the identity of the two individuals. There's actually another response where, and I don't see it here, that's what happens why. My copy of these. I'm not sure where it went to. Oh, yes, it disappeared, and now I got it. Okay, so in Exhibit 1 to the motion, the supplemental motion that we filed, excuse me. She identified at page 10 Emani Ellis and unknown staff employees at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, including at least two such persons who intervened during the incident. She described them, identified them as people who intervened, specific people, two people who intervened in the incident, and but she at that point did not know their names. It was years after that she never had gone there again. Plaintiff's counsel did not move to compel and did not file or serve a response to supplement discovery. Exhibit 2 is a comparable discovery response in January 7, 2023 that also referred similarly to the two by what they had done, at least two such persons who intervened during the incident. It was not until last year, last year we learned of...
Did you bring all your glasses today?
I didn't either. It's not until 2024 that we actually identified Dr. Finke, which was Ms. Moore's hard work. It wasn't easy. Things happened.
We put Finke on the 2024 witness list, which is Exhibit 5 to the memorandum that we filed.
Okay, why don't you move on to Ms. Malcolm?
Okay, and Ms. Malcolm, she was the receptionist. She no longer worked at that firm by the time that the litigation had started at that medical center. And Malcolm's identity was only discovered on July 28, 2025, following further investigation by defendant's counsel. So then we talked about adding her to the exhibit list, witness list, and she was added to our witness list. I think counsel's looking at me like I don't know what I'm talking about. But
Okay, counsel, we let it be that you were laughing earlier. I think everybody's a little punchy this late in the day in this trial day. I also have this at 1.25 speed, and counsel is just like, she's looking at me like I don't know what I am talking about. Counsel, we watched you not know what all the causes of action were during opening. So yeah, I'm not surprised co-counsel is like, excuse me, what's happening here?
But I believe that she was put on our witness list. Yes. In July that we filed. There have been times when the court has referred to defendant's witness list, which omitted her, even though they knew of her. Plaintiff's August 9. Oh, I'm sorry. They actually had intended to call these two people as well. They did not identify them by name, even though plaintiff worked there and knew these people. She knew who Dr. Finke was. He intervened. She knew who this receptionist was. She worked there. Plaintiff worked there as well. Their August 9, 2022 discovery response identified as witnesses, quote, employees of doctor's office located near the scene. Then also,
that's me messing with
in her deposition,
the video, y'all. I was just trying to get a better view.
Quote, she is going to be bringing forward at the time of trial people from the doctor's office. So these are people that she knew about. She didn't identify. We didn't know about it. We found it out on our own, and we promptly disclosed it. Again.
Well, and I guess that's the question: is what is promptly disclosed? You learned about it on the 28th. Did you call plaintiff's counsel and say, "Hey, we found her"?
July 28th, 2025 was when Malcolm's identity was discovered, and that's when we added the I think it was July 30th, When we filed, I could be wrong. We filed
I believe it was the following week.
the following week.
They're talking about
Am I
discovery.
wrong? We'll clarify that. May I respond?
The defense is trying to block witnesses, it sounds like. They've been fighting about this on and off all day. I'm going back to 1.25 speed. It's late in the day. We have covered 2 days of trial today. And oh boy.
I just want to make sure that I understand the defense position. I don't see anything. I see the next witness list after that is being 820.
That's the one that I filed.
That's when he filed, he admitted her.
I did not write her name there because I did not know about it.
Well, that's an issue.
And so how did you communicate Ms. Malcolm's name to plaintiff's counsel?
May I?
Yes.
Your Honor, we were we were providing drafts for this latest round of the trial filings. And as soon as we found out, we put it on the witness list. And on one of those drafts before they were filed.
And I'm asking, when did that happen?
I'm not sure. I know it was before August 20th.
Okay.
Go
ahead. Well, actually, let me first start. So, Ms. Ellis, you understand you're still under oath, yes?
Yes.
Okay. I have a declaration from Tierra Malcolm, and she states that you...
Oh boy. The court has turned his attention to the plaintiff. You are still under oath. I have a declaration from the witness that is being discussed, and she states that you called her. Oh boy. The defense is saying, or the plaintiff is saying, we didn't know about these witnesses. And the defense, Cardi B, is saying, you worked in the building with her. You knew about these witnesses. Stop it.
Okay. I have a declaration from Tierra Malcolm, and she states that you telephoned her approximately 2 months after the incident, and that you asked her for her assistance in pursuing claims, and she said she didn't want to get involved. And she said, quote, she told you, you've got to be kidding me. Did that conversation happen?
Never.
Did you do anything to investigate your claims after the incident?
No.
Okay. All right.
Oh my goodness. The receptionist at the doctor's office has a signed and sworn declaration saying, hey, the plaintiff called me, asked for help pursuing these claims against Cardi B. I mean, or I guess it could theoretically be the workers' comp case. And she said she didn't want to get involved and said, are you kidding me? And the plaintiff is saying, I never said that. Oh, well, we're going to have to watch the receptionist testify, aren't we? Because that's what Cardi B's side is asking to have happen. They're asking that the receptionist be allowed to testify and saying that the plaintiff was aware of the receptionist because she called her. She knew who that witness was.
Go ahead, Mr. John Fawson.
With respect to Malcolm, the first time I learned of it, I was given a partial document which only has about 50 pages. I was given it yesterday for the first time in the middle of the trial.
It was on your joint witness list on May 10th in 2024.
What was it?
His name.
I'm talking about the Malcolm.
The court is not having plaintiff's counsel's nonsense at all.
Not the name of the document.
I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So what I want the court to know is I've been intimately involved with this case. My office is located across the street. And I know
Nobody gives a shit if your office is located across the street, counsel. Nobody cares. Your client was aware of these witnesses. You are not prejudiced in any way. Stop it.
25 Wilshire Boulevard. As an officer of the court, I declare under penalty of perjury. I never walked inside Dr. Finke's office one time. I never gave him my business card. All that's written there is not me. It's not true. It is false. It is a mistake or false. Not my problem. I'm just telling you this as an officer of the court.
What?
I will not damage my reputation with you for this small issue. So just
Oh no, that you've already done that. No, you've already done. Counsel, I will not damage my reputation with you over this issue. No, counsel, no, it's everything that happened today. Counsel.
Want it to be clear.
Okay.
I never did.
I think there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for this, that it might have been workers' comp counsel.
I don't think so. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't me.
Did she have an attorney in the workers' comp case?
It wasn't
I
me.
understand that she did, but not for this. They're not going to go after
Shorty
this
came in and she
document.
caught
No, I
me
understand that, but just
red-handed.
to get witnesses to what happened.
I don't think, Your Honor, that that's what the purpose was. So,
Okay.
is there a need for me to argue more?
No, well, as to Finke, he was on the witness list in 2024.
May I finish? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Oh.
So why don't you address why you didn't want to do any, you knew who it was.
It wasn't me.
So I'll address it, Your Honor. Your Honor, I did spend a lot of time doing the opposition, and I tried to do the same thing with the witness, Miss Belcalis Marlinis Almanzar, Cardi B. She herself testified that she was able to get the doctor's name in a matter of a few days, or whatever it is.
So let's just focus on the fact that in May 10, 2024, you knew who this doctor was.
I did not.
The court is saying you knew who this doctor was back on May 10th in 2024. And counsel's like, I work across the street. I didn't even walk over to the building to look at the door. Are we kidding? The court reporter's face. What is happening? Crazy Cat Queen, why is he not standing? Seems rude. It's not uncommon, depending on jurisdiction, it's not uncommon in LA to have counsel not standing. It really just depends.
No.
You knew he was on the witness list.
I don't remember it being on the witness list.
It was.
That's not your problem.
I'm
But
telling
at
you it
that
was.
time, I believe.
You not remembering it's on the witness list is not the court's problem. It was on the witness list.
Your Honor. So what
A
I
year
want to
ago.
say to the court is, at that time, we knew we were not going to trial. It wasn't real yet. What was real was coming to trial now in August. And in discovery, it was never produced. So if it was...
But you never sent supplemental rocks.
Okay, I understand. But
Okay.
the point is, when they were responded...
The court said, and then you never sent supplemental interrogatories. None of this is my problem, counsel. You failing to do your work is not the court's emergency. No one's responsible for this but you, counsel.
to the defendant could have easily gotten the name of Dr. Finke. She testified today under oath that it was her doctor. The same way plaintiff has to go and get the doctor's information in form rocks, so does the defendant. This goes against the Code of Civil Procedure. It's unfair. It's prejudicial.
Now we're getting to follow the code. He doesn't want the doctor to testify. He doesn't want Dr. Finke to testify. He's like, stick to the code. It's unfair. It's prejudicial. Your client was there. Oh.
Prejudicial. It's damaging. I wasn't able to depose this person. I get it. I didn't depose the defendant because she was out of state. But I did depose Dr. Rosenberg. And if there were witnesses to this case,
Counsel? For real? Your argument at the court is, yeah, it was on the witness list in May of 2024, a year and several months before this case went to trial. And your argument is, yeah, but trial wasn't real yet. Tough shit. It was on the witness list. Your failure to plan and your miscalculation is not the problem of the court or the opposing party.
would have deposed them. Why not? So, first of all, Your Honor, with respect to Dr. Finke, my position is that he should not be allowed to testify for several reasons. Really, he didn't really see anything. He didn't. And it's really not that exciting.
How do you know that?
Cardi B doesn't agree. Cardi B doesn't agree at all. Look at her face. Cardi B doesn't agree. He really didn't see anything and it's not all that exciting. And the court's saying, how do you know that? You didn't fucking depose him. It's not all that exciting.
He should not be allowed to testify for several reasons. Really, he didn't really see anything. He didn't. And it's really not that exciting.
How do you know that?
Because I know that. I know that. And we'll see that. If the court wants to allow him to testify, I'm open to that thought process because he didn't see anything. I really wouldn't care about him. But this random person.
I really wouldn't care about him. You're fighting an awful lot for I really wouldn't care about him.
Tierra Malcolm is a problem. Why? Because I wasn't able to take her deposition, cross-examine her. She was never put on any witness list. Even my own that I did on August 20th, when I filed it, it wasn't there. The two individuals that I thought were the witnesses are Dr. Azizolai and Miss Parsi. Those two people are on the witness list. This whole idea came about because counsel said, well, we shouldn't have Aziz Olai, we shouldn't have Parsi. And then I said, well, then I'm going to jump on the bandwagon too, and you shouldn't have yours. And that's why we're here today, Your Honor.
Okay, so let me...
Your argument is, I know you are, but what am I? Counsel, your argument right now is really, I know you are, but what am I? Well, they're going to do this, so I'm just going to jump on that and just do that too. So, meh. That's your argument? Your argument is like, I know you are, but what am I? It's just a full tit for tat, 100%. But Your Honor, if they can impeach my witness, why can't I impeach their witness? Because you're doing it wrong. Like all of this, globally, you're doing it wrong. Like you're doing it wrong.
Refresh my recollection. I don't remember if we had a court reporter at the time. But at the time of our final status conference, there were discussions about this receptionist. I think there were discussions about you were actively engaged in trying to identify her, and you would inform counsel if and when you did. That conversation happened, correct?
Nobody informed me nothing. All I was given...
No, I'm saying at the time of the final status conference, that was a conversation that was had.
I don't remember it that way. I'm not that smart like the court is. I don't remember it that way. All I can say is it's inappropriate.
Counsel's just still yelling.
To be given a document in the middle of the trial with this court, the way that it is, it's super fast. The court doesn't want me to spend a lot of time asking people questions and practically doing a deposition. So I would submit that...
let's just...
Counsel, I'm sorry that court is moving too fast for you. This, maybe discovery review. This litigation might not be for you.
For the record, I let people try their cases. I'm not going to let you waste the jury's time.
Of course,
okay?
I understand.
Bam!
So my request is Tierra Malcolm is out because no one at any point called me, did anything to give me this information till yesterday.
Your Honor, they didn't tell me. Your client was there, counsel. This isn't hidden. Discovery is about things that the other side could not possibly know. The other side knew this. You know why your client knew it? Because she fucking called the witness. If your client didn't tell you, that's between you and your client. This is not what discovery is for. Also, law nerds, some of you are going to be like, wait a second, Emily, you have said this in other cases, like in the Rust case where you said it doesn't matter if Baldwin's lawyer knows it. The problem is that Morrissey didn't tell him. Big difference between civil and criminal. Big difference in those circumstances. This has to do with who had the information. It seems that both parties had the information because defense and plaintiff were there.
When their attorney, Lisa Moore, who's not the main attorney, there's another lawyer here, he could have signed the declaration. I don't know why he didn't. Why is she doing it? Everything's been done by Peter Anderson and Eric Lamb with all of his other attorneys that he has helped him.
Well, I think she was the one with boots on the ground, according to her declaration. But
Your Honor, they have more lawyers than I do.
So let's. So we find out about her on the 28th, and
Good luck, Kelly Kell. This is great review of what not to do.
So I guess my concern is the gap of period of time, or actually, can you confirm?
Mind the
Did
gap.
we have that conversation that you were actively trying to find her?
That's my recollection, that she definitely came up. I don't recall if we had just found her or if we were still actively trying to find her. Unfortunately, we don't have the back and forth. And for example, Mr. Lamb's sorry. I think that point's been made.
Counsel, you just giggling isn't going to help either, though.
If Your Honor likes, we can check to see when we actually sent a draft with her name to witness list with her name to counsel. He definitely did not just find out about her yesterday.
I'm sorry.
If I may. And so
Doctor Who said this case should have been an email. The email should have just simply said,
nope.
The entire case. We're suing you.
Nope.
Here's the thing, and we've talked about this in the TikTok psychic case, and I didn't think today we would have a hostile witness, a spiritual witness, and more. But alas, here we are. But we've also gone from daylight to it is now dark outside. It's all good. But I apologize to the mod team. We're almost done with this day. We're almost there. I said that like 4 hours ago, but we're really almost there. I completely lost my train of thought. They are trying to get to the heart of this discovery, but like the TikTok psychic case, this case illustrates when you are the one being sued, there is not a lot you can do. A lot of you are like, this should have been just thrown out. Cardi B didn't have much of a choice but to go to trial on this and be like, no, I'm not paying. I'm not paying. I am not paying. No, not doing it.
We can do that. We just can't do it here because we've got a lot of trial documents and not many discovery documents or drafts of discovery documents. Yeah. But we can't submit that. I can tell you, Your Honor, that once we found her, and this is a woman, by the way, who's integral to the case that plaintiff has known about since day one. And counsel says his office was across the street, but he never bothered to walk across the street to find out her name. Anyway, to make a...
Okay, so counsel never bothered to walk across the street and ask the receptionist her name. It's an excellent point.
Long story short, we can provide that information. We can check if you like, but we did promptly disclose, I believe it was in a draft joint witness list that we had submitted. We submitted several as soon as we found her within a week.
May I reply, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
They're like, we did his work.
This case was set to be tried in 2024. It was continued over and over and over, and discovery was closed. This court did not reopen discovery. So this issue has been sleeping for at least a year, and it's unfair and prejudicial to the plaintiff to allow this random witness to show.
Counsel keeps saying it's unfair and prejudicial to allow this random witness, the receptionist who broke up the verbal altercation, to testify. Your client called. Come on.
Show up at the eve of, not even the eve, in the middle of trial.
I think, let's be fair, you both identified people at the medical center. You both knew that these were people, I mean, your client testified that there was people that came out, so she knew that there were people that came out.
No, the two individuals that I have, these are people that know about the incident. These are not the two individuals that they're talking about. There was nobody at the scene till after the fact. So whoever these people are, they're not going to really say anything fair. And for them to drop...
This is not how you make an argument in court. They're not, Your Honor, they're not going to really be fair.
Drop it on me in the middle of the trial is unfair. If they want to bring Dr. Finke and he wants to say, I came out and I heard there was an altercation, I'm not too concerned about him. I'm more concerned about Tierra Malcolm.
I bet you are.
Who she is, what she's going to say, and that one has never been given to me.
Too bad.
In this case, discovery has been closed for over a year. Why should she be allowed to testify?
Why shouldn't she be allowed to testify?
Just very briefly.
Sure.
They were aware.
We've been asking, and counsel hasn't told us who this Farzi, I'm not even going to try to, I don't know if that's, I just don't know how to pronounce his last name, and the woman, and we've been asking how they're relevant, given that Farzi, for lack of just attempt to avoid trying to mangle his last name, he's on floor 3, and he doesn't come in on Saturdays. He wasn't there. And the other person they identified is the receptionist at the building office, which is closed on Saturdays. The suggestion that the two people everyone's been talking about throughout this case who came out of the doctor's office for some reason weren't the doctor and the receptionist is just absurd.
Your Honor, he's testifying things he doesn't know. How does he know if my doctor and my...
Your Honor, he's saying things he can't possibly know. Y'all knew. Laura asked, why weren't there cameras in the hallway, though? Medical building. It is a medical building. There might have been in the lobby, but not up in the hallways in and out of the doctor's offices for the sake of privacy. It's a medical building. That doesn't surprise me. But he's just like, but Your Honor, he doesn't know. Well, you would know if you deposed somebody, counsel, but you didn't. This was supposed to go to trial a year ago. You should have been prepared then. You weren't.
his assistant were there on Saturday. How does he know that? If he can prove me that, I'll withdraw all my objections. He can't. He's just making up stories. He's absolutely.
So I guess the question is, let's just talk about reasonable diligence. And so, plaintiff's counsel knew that the receptionist of the Women's Care of Beverly Hills was at least identified as a category of a person to be a trial witness, correct?
The court has now brought it back to the law. You knew that there was a receptionist at the office from the time of the incident. Done.
I believe so.
Okay. Did you do anything to try and figure out who that was?
There was nothing to do. It's a 6-year-old issue. I didn't know that somebody could even pop up. Why would they? How could I?
This is the dumbest answer. It's not even done, and it is one of the dumbest things. Your Honor, this happened 6 years ago. You filed the fucking lawsuit. You should have gone and talked to the eyewitnesses before you did what now? Filed the lawsuit. I really am beginning to get the vibes that you thought you would just sue Cardi B, she would give y'all some cash, and y'all would ride off into the sunset. Counsel, you did not do your research on who you were suing, did you? Because that seems to be exactly what you thought. You'll sue her, and she'll just fork over some cash. You got yourself in way too deep and didn't seem to do any of the work. Your Honor, it's a 6-year-old issue. How would we think that the receptionist might still work there? I don't know. We have seen plenty of witnesses who worked with the doctors that they worked with for 10, 20, 30, 40 years. Dr. Adelson's dental assistant worked with him for 35 years. You've said a million times you work on Wilshire, walk your ass across the street and knock on the door. Ugh.
I do it, Your Honor. How?
This is preposterous.
And to what extent, if any, is it possible to get her deposed between now and
tomorrow?
Tuesday?
Well, Your Honor, it sounds like plaintiff is going to be resting tomorrow. We expect her to testify tomorrow. She also, she's out of town. Yeah, our plan is for her to testify tomorrow. And if it helps, maybe without the jury, she can give an offer of proof or something. Yeah. But we're talking about a 30-second incident. The idea that, and by the way, he didn't take Dr. McKenna's deposition. He didn't take, that proceeded without him because he didn't bother to show up. He didn't take the defendant's deposition. The idea that at this late point he gets to take a deposition of someone who he has known about and his client has known about since she worked there, I just don't see the fairness in that.
All right, let me do this. I'm going to rule that Dr. Finke can testify. I'm going to take it under submission. I'm going to look a little bit further into the Malcolm issue. I will tell you, I'm leaning, since the person was identified apparently for years, I don't think that it's an unfair surprise that she was finally identified.
Agreed.
So that's where I'm leaning, but I'm not going to make that decision right now. So I'll rule tomorrow morning on the issue of the receptionist.
And how about a deposition?
Well, I'll rule tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
9:30 tomorrow?
Yes. So I think there was a discussion at the final status conference regarding who was demanding jury, and I thought defendant was demanding jury.
I assume plaintiff had demanded a jury.
I believe both sides.
I thought both sides.
Oh, okay. So I didn't realize that. We weren't counsel at the time.
No, I think it was addressed at the final status conference in terms of paying the jury fees.
Oh, I don't recall that at all. I'm sorry.
Is that an issue?
No, we'll split them.
Okay. All right. Fine.
They were talking about who was paying jury fees and splitting the jury fees.
Exhibits for today.
Oh, exhibits for today. See? Keep me on track.
Okay, they're going over the exhibits. They're looking at the exhibits. I just want to, if they're just going to mark exhibits, we are zooming past them talking about the 15 pages and what's being admitted.
-4.
Nope. List of medical bills. Okay. Are we... let's see. All right. They are moving in exhibits for our purposes. We are going to zoom. The judge tells them all to go get some rest.
Thank you. All right. See you. Why don't we...
Can I get some rest? 9:30. Victor, I'm so tired. I apologize.
That's how trials are.
I need a break.
Sleeps for transactional attorneys.
I like this judge a lot. I'm going to back up. That joke was worth it. That joke was worth it. I'm slowing that down to real time. That's what we're ending. Oh, we're on real time. That's what we're ending the day on. Sleeps for transactional attorneys. Facts, Your Honor. They have this little thing called work-life balance. Litigators have none. That's funny.
I'm not going to admit any of them McKenzie documents.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a great day.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay. No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. See you. Why don't we...
Can I get some rest? 9:30. Victor, I'm so tired.
Cardi B's defense attorney said, "Can I get some rest? 9:30. I'm so tired." That's Cardi B's defense attorney saying to the court, can we please not start court at 8 a.m.? Me.
I apologize.
That's how trials are.
I need a break.
Sleeps for transactional attorneys.
I'm going to write that down.
You said 9:30 and it's always 9. What else do we have to talk about, Your Honor?
Verdict form. Jury instructions were good?
Well, we've got the competing jury instructions.
Okay. Why don't you work on those? And who are you calling tomorrow?
That would depend on this ruling of...
Well, I just ruled on one.
Well, on Aziz Olahi, there's no ruling. On Parsi, there's no ruling. How would I know?
The court's asking plaintiff's lawyer, who else are you calling? He's like, well, I don't know, Your Honor. Counsel, you sued. You're the one who sued. You're the one who sued. You sued. You need to have your shit together.
The only thing we asked for was an offer of proof because we don't know who these people are.
Who are those people?
It's the same thing like their side, Your Honor.
The court, who are these witnesses? Well, it's just like them, Your Honor. We don't even know. The plaintiff's counsel is... I don't have words for how bad this is.
There are witnesses who are at the last minute thrown on the witness list.
Who are these witnesses, counsel? Your Honor, they're throwing witnesses at us left and right. You know, the eyewitnesses that were there from the beginning when your client was there in the building that she worked in. It's the exact same. But it's not.
I did what they did. I'm admitting to it. The difference is I can admit to my faults.
No, you can't. You're not self-aware enough to admit to your faults, counsel. Go back and watch the tape.
What are they going to say?
Yeah, just what is the offer of proof? What are they going to
The
say?
same thing that their witnesses are going to say, that there was a disturbance in the building. They came out and they saw things after the fact. It's worthless. All of these four witnesses are worthless.
Are all objections with...
Plaintiff's counsel just said his witnesses are worthless and then tried to loop in the eyewitnesses as being worthless. Gaslighting is not a form of successful argument in court, counsel. Judges tend to not be swayed by you just gaslighting them.
Drawn then? You get your witnesses, he gets his?
Well, Your Honor, he just said his witnesses are worthless.
I didn't say they were
different
One at a time, please.
Defense counsel's like, well, Your Honor, he just said his witnesses are worthless. Can you just go ahead and have those witnesses withdrawn? He said his witnesses are worthless. Just go ahead and withdraw his witnesses.
So there's Michael Shook, who saw the incident.
Wait, Cardi B's other attorney, the blonde attorney, is trying to hold back actual out loud laughter. She is holding her face together. That's hilarious.
So there's Michael Shook, who saw the incident. There's Dr. Azizulahi. There's Anita Parsi. These are 3 witnesses. And if they're getting their
Cardi B's like, there was nobody else out there. Who the fuck are these people?
witnesses, then I want to get mine.
Well, he's just asking. So they're witnesses to the incident.
Yes.
And you just learned of them. You didn't have.
No, I didn't learn of them. The same way that they did their investigation, we did ours, and this is what we found, and this is what we wanted to do. To streamline the case, I think what would be fair is they get to have Dr. Finke. Malcolm is out, and if that
100% Cardi, you've clocked the situation correctly. You've clocked the situation correctly. This fucking lawyer. I'm back to somebody needs to start asking for sanctions. This is preposterous.
If that were to occur, I would consider withdrawing a couple of these witnesses and just having 1 and 1. Maybe we'll have 2 doctors.
You are not playing tit for tat, counsel. He's like, well, I'm just doing what they're doing, Your Honor. No, you're not. And if they withdraw one of their witnesses, that's really bad for me, I suppose, then I'll withdraw one of mine, Your Honor. If they can do it, we can do it. And we're just doing what they're doing. No, you're not. Is this some bullshit arguing? This is not how any of this works. It's just slimy lawyer bullshit. I hate this. I hate everything about what this attorney is doing right now.
Malcolm is a crucial witness that both sides have witnesses who have testified to. She intervened in the argument. I don't know who these other people are, and if counsel knew about them, he was obligated to at least let us know.
Why don't you guys meet and confer about it? We'll discuss it tomorrow. So potentially you've got some other witnesses.
100%. Cardi B goes, this is insane. Girl, correct. I'm here to allow Cardi B to give legal commentary during her case while it's going on. This is insane. 100%, girl.
And if counsel knew about them, he was obligated to at least let us know.
Why don't you guys meet and confer about it? We'll discuss it tomorrow. So potentially you've got some other witnesses.
Yes.
Okay. All right. See you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Well, at the end of day 2 of the Cardi B trial that we were going to zoom through and then got hopelessly invested in, the attorney's behavior for plaintiff is so wild to me. The gaslighting in the arguments is abhorrent. The questioning is, the questioning is going to earn him the ire of the jury. So you reap what you sow on that one. But it is outside of the boundaries of where you should be questioning. And I think the jury is going to clock it immediately. The entire argument that Cardi B's witnesses, the doctor and the receptionist from the office where Cardi B was going to her appointment, should not come in because he says the witness list in May 2024 wasn't real because the trial wasn't real yet. I don't even know what that argument is. That is the most ridiculous thing. And he then is trying to argue with the court in a bartering fashion. Like I'm not going to make nice analogies, so I'm just going to leave it in my brain. He is trying to barter with the court. All these witnesses are worthless, Your Honor. But if they get one, then I want one. Like, if you give them one, then I get one. That's not how it works, counsel. The witnesses were on the witness list. Deal with it. If you didn't do any investigation, that's on you. This is a civil case. You're the plaintiff. You brought the lawsuit. It seems like you didn't expect it to go to trial because your preparation says you didn't expect it to go to trial. But it's in trial. And your behavior in trial is not to the standards of a trial lawyer that we have witnessed. It is just absolutely wild to watch. And then he's like, well, I have these other witnesses. They're garbage, but we're going to call them. Okay, so these witnesses are not relevant. So on that note, I thought we were going to zoom. 8 hours later, we have done 2 court days in one. I mean, but it's California, so we really did 2 court days in 2 because we've done 8 hours of streaming. We're going to resume this tomorrow. Are we going to resume it early so we have more wiggle room? No, we're going to resume it at 11 a.m. so I can get some sleep. You can get some sleep. The mods can get a break. It's been a really long day. No, we're going to rest. The attorneys aren't because they're not transactional lawyers, which just today we got a spiritual witness, a real true hostile witness, the judge telling the attorney, nope. And then we got to the judge saying, sleep is for transactional lawyers. The most inside baseball joke of all time. I just cannot believe this. But I'm a legal commentator. I'm no longer a litigator. I do not litigate. I consult, but I do not litigate. I have moved on. I definitely want to get some sleep and go see my kiddos. So I'm baffled by what we have witnessed, but we're in the middle of Cardi B's testimony. So tomorrow, what we're going to start with tomorrow is Cardi B's testimony. I'm invested, you're invested, we're invested. And then it sounds like that's the last witness for the plaintiff. And then I imagine we'll get the doctor and the receptionist because the judge is totally going to let them in. And then I don't know if I can handle their closing arguments. We'll see. We'll see. This was wild. But I'm glad we had plenty of room to zoom. I'm glad we got to squish 2 days into one. It's only a 4-day case, so we should be able to wrap this up. So we'll see. Phoenix Paw asked, can the jury award Cardi lawyers' fees? We're going to have to take a look. I do not think there's a cross complaint. I think it's just, well, we'll see. I need to take a look. I haven't even pulled up the complaint. We just completely went into the trial blind. It's like, Cardi B's on trial. I saw a few clips on social. Y'all asked if we'd cover it. And 8 hours later, here we are. I thought they would maybe describe the causes of action in opening statements. They didn't. He basically said assault, battery, and spitting. So we'll see what they're asking for when we get to closings. Brentwood Chick said, if John Stamos knows Cardi B, we need him to get her watching EDB. Would love to see Cardi B react. Cardi B's like, I don't have time for this shit. She didn't have time for it the first time. She definitely doesn't have time for it the second time. It's a good lesson in how not to lawyer. This was really, really, really appalling lawyering to watch from plaintiff's counsel. I know you are, but what am I? But Your Honor, they did it, are not legal arguments. This is wild. Lauren Patterson in the chat said, as a family law attorney waiting for my remote hearing to commence, I love listening to you. Thanks for your positive vibes. You are welcome. I was definitely more positive earlier today. I am definitely less positive now. And say something in the chat. This chat came in this morning, said, I'm guessing we may finally see a hostile witness. Yes, we did. We're just going to cling on to that, y'all. We saw a hostile witness and Cardi B just being like, what is happening? And I guess we'll resume that tomorrow. So I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you, mods. Thanks, team. All of you were like, we were going to zoom. What happened? We got invested. We zoomed some. We really did. We got 2 days done in one. We'll see what happens tomorrow. We're going to get through Cardi B's testimony tomorrow, and then we'll go from there. All right, chat. I need to go. You need to go. What in the world today with this lawyering? I'll see you guys tomorrow. Don't forget to get the Law Nerd app so you can stay in the loop. Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It'll make sure that you know when we're live, when we're still live. and all the things. It'll just keep you in the loop. So I will see you tomorrow, 11 a.m.-ish. Not a transactional lawyer, but I definitely need some sleep. Look, I'm still sick. My eyes are telling you so. I will see you guys in the morning. Law Nerds, you're the best. Bye. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop. Because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a Law Nerd.